Are you tired of creating the same boring projects that get overlooked in your resume or portfolio? In today's competitive job market, hiring managers aren't just looking for functioning websites. They want to see work that grabs their attention, forcing them to stop digging through resumes and start picturing you on their team. In this course, I'll help you do just that by helping you create a site that combines stunning design with the latest advanced frameworks to make your work unforgettable. Welcome to BlockForge, a fully functional blockchain-themed site. In this tutorial, we're not just creating a site, we're building a complete animated experience. You'll start with a captivating homepage that's designed to impress with smooth transitions and eye-catching animations in every section. Next, we'll create a fully functional blog with article pages that are designed to keep visitors coming back. You'll also build a dynamic careers page to highlight job opportunities, complete with animations that bring it to life. Finally, we'll craft a sleek contact page with engaging effects that make connecting easy and memorable. Every page isn't just coded, it's designed to impress. To bring this experience to life, we'll use a powerful tech stack that combines cutting-edge technology with best-in-class performance. You'll learn about Astro, which includes Astro Islands and content collections for easily managing content. We'll use React for building reusable components with best practices. TailwindCSS will allow us to quickly build the site without ever leaving our component code, and Framer Motion for silky smooth transition effects that bring the site to life. As always, this site will be fully mobile responsive, so it'll look great on every device. Along with this course, I've included the starter code, the image files, the designs, literally everything you need to build this project completely for free. All you need to do is click the link in the description to access your free resources. When you're done with this course, you'll walk away with a project that doesn't just look good on your portfolio, it will also give you real-world experience that companies and hiring managers crave. This one project could be the difference between getting that next job and getting left behind. Now, before we get started, let me give you a complete walkthrough of everything you'll build in this project. As you can see in the hero section, as you scroll down, you'll have these large 3D shapes that move along with the scroll position and animated SVGs that add another level of polish to this section. When we go down to the feature cards section, you'll notice that they animate automatically, but if we hover over any one of these features, you can see that there's almost this light that turns on from this cut corner card that we'll create, as well as the 3D shape that animates along with that hover movement. Scrolling down below that, we have features with these large 3D parallax effects on either side that really add another level of polish to this section. And then down below that, we'll have a blog section that is complete with two columns that independently move from each other. And if we hover over those, you'll notice that those light up as well, just like our other cards did. And even in the testimonials, we haven't left anything out because those smoothly animate into the page. And in the call to action section, you still have 3D shapes animating with the mouse scroll. But we're taking this one step further because we're building every single page of this site. If we go up into the navigation, you can see we have blog, careers, and contact. As we head over to the blog, we still have an animated header, and each blog article animates onto the page as we scroll down. If we go to a blog article, you'll see that we still have our animated header, and of course, we have lorem ipsum for the article text, but you can read the entire article. Over in the careers page, we have careers that animate onto the page. And if we click one of those careers, we can see it takes us to the contact page where we can fill in our information. This includes a special cut corner input and cut corner text areas, as well as a cut corner button. This is the most impressive site that we've done yet. And I'm going to teach you how to build this whole site from scratch. Maybe you've never heard of Astro.js, so let me briefly cover why we're going to build this project on this framework. Astro is a web framework for content-driven websites, and it powers the world's fastest marketing sites, blogs, and e-commerce websites, including companies like Google, Microsoft, NordVPN, and NBC News. It features best-in-class performance with Astro Islands, and it also has something called content collections, so it's a perfect fit for sites that include blogs, which is what we'll be building. React is what we'll use to power our interface. It lets us build components and then combine them into screens, pages, and apps. For styling, we'll be using Tailwind CSS, a utility-first CSS framework that allows us to rapidly build websites without ever leaving our HTML. And Framer Motion is a production-ready motion library for React that enables animations, scroll effects, and so much more. Enough talk, let's build. Once you've downloaded your starter template, simply open up your favorite IDE, drag and drop your starter template into your IDE, and you should be able to get started from there. Once you get your project open, the first thing you're going to want to do is come into your terminal and go ahead and run npm install. That should go ahead and install all of the dependencies that you need in order to get this project up and running. And you'll notice that it did give me a node modules folder that now has all of my dependencies installed. So I know that those are installed. Before we run our project for the first time, let's go ahead and take a look at our project structure so that we can understand what's going on in this site. So first we have our public folder. That's going to be holding all of our assets, including the images that we need. So those will all be available for us right there in that public folder. Whenever this Astro site gets served, all of these will get served as well, meaning we'll have access to all of our assets and images that way. Inside of this source directory, we have a few different folders. Now, the main folder we're going to want to pay attention to is our pages directory, because that one is going to hold all of our pages for this particular site. So the home page is going to be this index.astro page. And of course, inside of the blog, we're going to have other pages there as well. Now, these Astro files, if you have not worked with Astro before, they basically are HTML, but then you can also include components inside of these Astro files. You can see I have these 3 dashes at the top of my Astro file, and I'm actually importing a component from another file and then using that component. So this will be something that is sort of similar to how JSX and TSX are written. And of course, if you've ever used React components before, you're used to this syntax where we have these components that allow us to insert JSX inside them. So Astro is very similar to that. We're going to talk a little bit about the differences between Astro and JSX as we move along. However, we're not going to use too many Astro files, but our pages themselves are going to be Astro files. And then most things we are going to create with JSX and React. Inside of our layouts directory, since you can see that we're importing the default layout here, let's go ahead and look at what that default layout looks like. So our default layout is also an Astro file, and it is importing our global CSS, and then it's basically defining the structure of the page for us. Let me go ahead and close my terminal real quick so we can see this a little bit better. So we can see that it has our HTML, our basic HTML structure. With our head, we are bringing in some Google fonts. We're also importing our Tailwind CSS files here. And then you can see we have this slot tag. Now, slot is essentially children in React. It's where we put the child or children of a particular component. So slot is where we're going to be dropping in the children of our layout. So basically everything is going to go within our body tag, and then it's going to be wrapped within this default layout that we have defined here. Since we're importing our globals.css, let's go ahead and look at what that looks like as well. If we go over to the styles directory, we can see that we have a global.css file, and that's essentially just a basic Tailwind import file, but we're also doing a couple of things to the body. We're going ahead and setting anti-aliased so that our outputted code will be very accurate to the design. We're also going ahead and making this dark by adding the background Zinc 900, and the text is very light with a text Zinc 300 color. And then we're setting font body. This is something that's coming from our Tailwind config, where we're basically saying the body font is Carla and then the heading font is Inter. So that's all defined within our Tailwind config, but this is all we're doing within our global.css. For our other folders here, we have a components folder. If we have a reusable component that we want to define, we'll go ahead and save that inside of our components folder, and that will allow us to use it in several sections of the page. We also have content, which we'll get into later, but content is basically going to be the content of our blog when we create that. And then down here in the sections folder, this is just going to be how we're going to stay organized within our pages. So of course our pages are a collection of sections. Our sections can include components. So we're just going to try and stay organized with how we create our code so that we're not looking at too much code at once and getting overwhelmed with what we're seeing. So with that, let's go ahead and close up all of our directories within our source directory. I'm going to open up the bottom terminal again, and I'm going to say npm run dev. That should start the Astro dev server, and that will enable us to get this site started. Once you have the site up and running, you should be able to open it up in a browser at the URL that is defined by Astro here. So it looks like that is the localhost 4321. On a Mac, I use command click to follow that URL, but of course you can just copy and paste that into any web browser that you would like to use. Now over here on my right, you've noticed that I've opened up my Polypane browser. This is the browser that I'm going to be using because it's going to show us all of our responsive views as we're building this site. So I have 3 responsive views set up. I'm going to pull this browser window out so you can have a little bit of a better view. So I have my mobile view over here. That's going to be my 375 pixel width size. You also see I have my tablet view and my desktop. That's going to be the 1200 pixel width size. And we are going to build it mobile first. So we're going to start with the mobile size. There's a couple of great things about using this Polypane browser. Number one is, of course, you can see all of your responsive views all in one. The other great tool that we're going to be using is a reference image. So I'm going to be able to drop my reference image for each of these views beside the view itself so that I can see what's going on in my reference image and make sure as I'm coding that I have a great view of that reference image. And there I was just able to open up the mobile reference image, and I'm going to go ahead and add reference images to tablet and desktop as well so that as we're coding, we can see where we're at. Now that I have that set up, I'm going to go ahead and slide my browser window back over and go ahead and focus on my mobile view. If you've never used Astro before, I wanted to take a second and kind of introduce what the Astro framework is and how it's a little bit different than the framework that I've been using in my other videos, Next.js. Astro is a web framework for content-driven websites, and that's the important part that I wanted to call out here, is that they have specific APIs for being able to interact with content in a very good way. So for things like blogs, like we're doing with this particular site, this is a perfect fit. And of course, it shows you a little bit about who uses Astro. You can see that Google, Microsoft, The Guardian. So a lot of good names are already using Astro as part of their framework strategy. Now, Astro is content driven. It's also server first, which means that Astro improves website performance by rendering components first on the server. So even when we're writing React, it will render that server first and serve that and only load the JavaScript for that if we actually tell it to. There is also something called Astro Islands, which we'll get familiar with. But essentially, Astro Islands make sure that our site stays quick and snappy as we're building. So you can see that here. There was a study done that shows that Astro can be faster even than Next.js in some particular cases. There's also a great part about Astro, and that is that you can combine front-end technologies in Astro pages. So if I wanted to, I could write components in React, I could write them in Vue, Preact, all of those, and then bring them together in an Astro page. Now we're going to be using some of this functionality by writing React components and bringing them into our Astro pages, but I wanted to make you aware that there is a lot of other flexibility that you can do with Astro and actually bring things together. And then there's a bunch of features that it goes through down here, as well as themes. That's what we're going to be building with. We're going to be building with the Astro framework just because it's a really good fit for what we're going to be doing in this project. As we're getting started with this project, let's go ahead and take a look at the design of the header. So right now you can see that we have the logo and we have a little nav icon up here to the right. Both of those things we're going to be building, and there's a little bit of opacity and blur underneath this header as well. So you can see that there is a part of a shape that goes under, and it's very difficult to actually make out that that blur is there just because that shape is so light right now. but we do know that we want to add some opacity and blur to the background so that as we scroll, it makes a great effect as it goes over things like other shapes and the text of the page. Over in our tablet view, you can see that for the first time, we start to see our Get Started button also appear next to our navigation hamburger icon. So that is going to be a cut corner button. It's going to be an interesting challenge for us to create this little cut corner effect, but we will learn the techniques in order to create that button. And of course, we still see the same logo and the same hamburger icon to the left and right of this nav menu. And then over on the desktop, you can see that we see sort of the same thing, just a little bit wider. So we're still seeing our cut corner button, still our hamburger menu, and of course our logo as well. So let's go ahead with that and go ahead and dive into our code. Back in our code, let's go ahead and add the header section to our page. So I'm going to go inside of sections and I'm going to create a new file called header.tsx. Now this TSX extension means that it's going to parse this in React. So of course, from now on, we can just go ahead and write normal React. So I'm going to say export const header section, and I'm going to make that equal to a component that could take in some props, and it's going to return a value for now of div header section. Now that text inside that div will allow us to just see if we have wired up this section correctly once we put it in our page. So from there, I'm going to go over to my pages, and inside of my index.astro, I'm going to import that same header section in here. So I'm going to import header section from /sections/header, and that should import that header section. And then I'm going to replace my h1 with my header section component. So I'm just going to do that. And as soon as we hit save, we should see our header section text showing up here to the right, which of course we do, which means our header section is wired up correctly. Once we've done that, we can close out our index.astro page because we won't need to take a look at that until we import our next section. Inside of our header section, let's go ahead and delete the header section text and go ahead and start to create the code for this particular section. So we know we want a container to keep our content inside. So we'll say div class name equals container, and that will keep the content from bumping up against the edges of the page. We'll want a flexed container to have left and right content. So I'm going to say div class name equals flex right here. And we'll go ahead and say justify between, just to go ahead and get them spaced between each other. And then I'm going to go ahead and create two divs, one for the left and one for the right. So I'm going to create those two divs. Inside of our first div, we're going to have our logo. So let's go ahead and see if we can just grab that logo. We can either use an image or we can directly drop in the SVG. I think in this case, all I'm going to do is go ahead and use an image tag to go ahead and show our logo. So I'm going to come over here and write an image tag. The source of that is going to be where our logo is stored, which is going to be /assets/images/logo.svg. And as the logo, we'll also go ahead and give it an alt tag, and we'll just see block forge logo, and that should work. So if I save that, we do see our logo showing up right there. Over on the other side, we know that we're going to show our hamburger navigation menu. And this is interesting because we're going to actually build this as a custom component rather than creating an SVG or something like that, because we're going to animate this in the future. So I'm going to actually just go ahead and build out my hamburger menu. So we're going to start with a wrapping div. That's going to have a class name of size 10, which is going to make it 40 by 40. And then we're going to position those bars inside that. So we're going to make this relative in order to position the bars inside them. We need two bars. So one of them is going to be div class name equals absolute. And of course, we're just going to duplicate this in the future. And then the bar itself inside of the absolute positioned element is going to be div class name equals, and then we'll go ahead and create the actual bar classes. So we're going to have a width of 20 pixels. We're going to have a height of actually 2 pixels. And of course, the background is going to be equal to the white text on our page, which is going to be a Zinc 300 for that. So let's see if we actually see that bar show up. And I do see the first bar showing up here, which is good. Now, we have a 40 by 40 container. We want this bar to be positioned to the center of it. So in my absolute container, I'm going to say left 1/2 top 1/2 and then negative translate X 1/2 and negative translate Y 1/2. And that will enable my bar to show up exactly in the center of our hamburger icon. Now you'll see why we do this in the future when we start to animate this, but for now, just trust me that we want to put both of these exactly in the center. So essentially we want to have two of these, we want to have them positioned on top of each other. And I'll probably show you here in a second why I'm doing this, just so you can see what we're going to do in the future. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that for our second bar. You're not going to see any changes because they're both on top of each other right now. Now this gives us a lot of options for what we can do with these couple of bars. Let me go ahead and close out my sidebar so I can see the code a little bit better. And I'm also going to go ahead and turn on word wrap for this particular component as well, so we can see all of the classes that are being used. Now first, in order to make our two hamburger lines instead of just one, we need to translate one of these up and we need to translate one of these a little bit down. So I'm going to the first one, I'm going to add a class of negative translate Y1, and that should pull it up by 4 pixels. And then for the second one, I'm going to add a class of translate Y1, and that should pull it down by 4 pixels. And that just makes that hamburger icon there. Now, when we're ready to animate this, what we're actually going to do is take those bars and actually turn them into an X when we want to open and close our menu. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is, instead of translating up and down, I'm going to rotate instead. So if I take this off, if I take my negative translate Y1 off and say rotate 45, then you can see that'll be one part of my X, and I'll do the same thing with this other one. I'll take this translate Y1 off and I'll say negative rotate 45, and you can see that'll be the other side of my X. So we're actually going to make a transition that goes between our bar hamburger icon into this X by rotating and translating these different bars around. So that's what we're going for. That's why we're actually building this from scratch. So let me go ahead and put those classes back in. Negative translate Y1, and of course the other one is going to be translate Y1, and that will make our hamburger menu. Now we know that we don't want our logo to not be aligned with our menu, so let's go ahead and add items center here, and that should allow our logo to be aligned. And we also want our whole flex container to be a specific height to take up the space on the page. So I'm going to give that a class of H24, and that will give it the 96 pixels of height that we see in the design. Now we're not seeing this yet, but we know that inside of this header section, we're going to want to add some background blur, and we're going to want to make this sticky to the top. We're not going to be able to test this out yet because we're not to that point, but that's fine. Let me go ahead and replace my wrapping div with a semantic header tag. I just realized that I didn't do that before, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And then we're also going to add a class onto this to go ahead and make it sticky. So I'm gonna say sticky top 0 so that it immediately sticks to the top of the page as we scroll. And then we're also going to add the background to it as well. So I'm going to say BG Zinc 900/50. That's going to make the background this same color as the background of our page, but with a 50% opacity. And then we'll just say backdrop blur large, and then that should make the blur effect. Now we're not going to see any of this or be able to test this yet. That's fine. We'll come back to that when we get the chance. In order to see if this actually aligns with my design, I'm going to go ahead and bring my design and overlay it on top of my current page. So I'm going to go to my reference images. I'm going to say overlaid, and let's go ahead and see if that aligns to the same pixels as the design. And it looks like it does. It looks like that's perfect right now on my mobile view, which means I can go ahead and move on to my other responsive views. Moving over to my tablet view, let's go ahead and pull this out just a little bit to get a better view of my tablet screen. It looks like right now the one difference is the cut corner button that we need to bring in to this header on the tablet view that's now visible. In order to create that cut corner button, let's go ahead and just start creating the button itself, and then we'll figure out how we're going to do the cut corner part of this. Now that's actually going to be an SVG that we're going to drop into there, and we're going to use some masking and some other techniques in order to get that little bit of a cut corner effect there. But first, let's go ahead and just create the button itself. So I'm going to go into the second div, which is the part of my Flex container that contains my hamburger navigation icon. And I'm going to go ahead and create the button in there. So I'm just going to drop in that button. It has a text of get started, and we're going to have, of course, some class names that we're going to add here to style it up. So the first class name we're going to do is the BG Fuchsia 500, and we're going to make that have 20% opacity with /20. Let me go ahead and scroll back over here so we can get an idea of how that's looking. And actually, let me go ahead and pull out my browser window just a little bit more so that we can get a look at it when we go ahead and align these items as well. I'm also going to flex my button and my hamburger side by side by adding a class name equals flex right here. And to space them out between each other, I'm also going to say gap 4 and items center, and that will allow me to make sure they're spaced correctly. Inside of my button, I need to continue to add classes here to style this up. So I want to give it a little bit of padding left and right. So I'm going to say px4 to give it that padding, and then I'm going to say py2 to give it the padding top and bottom. We want the text to also have the correct classes, the right size and weight and all of that. So I'm going to say font extra bold in order to set the font weight. We're going to have uppercase to make the text uppercase. Font heading is actually something that's a custom class from our Tailwind CSS config. That's going to make it the enter font. And then we're going to say text small to make it a smaller font size, and then tracking wide to make the letter spacing increased on this button. Okay, so far so good on all of that. Let's go ahead and work on the outline. So this is a little bit interesting because we want to go ahead and wrap a span tag around our text so that we can separate this from other elements we can stick inside of our button. But instead of a normal border, we're actually going to use an outline here. And that's because we want to be able to easily cut off part of that border in order to show the SVG that we're going to show for our border itself. So I'm going to create a separate div in here, and that div is going to have a class name of absolute, and it is going to be over the entire button. So it's going to be inset0, and it's what's going to contain the quote unquote border. But instead of a border, we're going to use an outline. So I'm going to say outline. The outline is going to have a thickness of 2. We're also going to say negative outline offset to make it inside of our button, and then it's going to have a color of that Fuchsia 500. So I'm going to say outline Fuchsia 500, and that should make it the right color. Now this is absolutely positioned, but our button is not relatively positioned yet. So let me go ahead and add the relative class on there. That should constrain the border to the right spot. Now, as we can see, the button in our actual page and the button over in our design still look a little bit different. It looks like this one is a little bit bigger, and of course we still have the cut corner part to get to. So in order to kind of make those a little bit more equal, what I'm going to do is, it looks like there's a little bit more spacing on the top and bottom of my header as we get up into this medium size. So I'm going to give this the responsive modifier of medium and say H28. That should get my sizing of the header to be correct. Now for my actual button, we want to make sure that it gets to the full 40 pixels that it looks like this button is. And right now it definitely isn't. It does have a PY2, which is going to give it padding top and bottom of 16. But of course, in order to get the full 40 pixels, we need to make sure that our span has the right line height. So I'm going to say class name equals leading 6. That should give it the line height that it needs in order to make it the right size. Now that we have those things done, let's go ahead and overlay our reference image and see how close we've gotten. So far, we're actually very close. The only other thing we need to take care of is our cut corner. So let's go ahead and see how we're going to implement that effect. I'm going to pull my design over to my side again, and then we're going to actually bring in our cut corner SVG. Now, if we go over into our public/asset/images, you can see that we have this cut corner SVG. I'm actually going to copy and paste this and go ahead and drop it right into the button itself. So it's also going to be absolutely positioned. I'm going to drop it under my other absolutely positioned element. Just go ahead and save it as so. And let's go ahead and bring our sidebar back out so that we can see our code. Now we need to add a class name to it to make sure it's absolute position. So I'm going to say class name equals, and it's going to be absolute. It's going to go to the top right. So top 0, right 0. We also want to make sure that it has the right color. So you can see that the stroke is whatever the current color of the text is. So if we say text fuchsia 500 here, that will make the stroke that same color. Now all we need to do is make sure that our other part of our border is being hidden where our SVG is being shown. So we need to add some sort of a mask to make sure that that part of that border is not being shown where our SVG is being shown. So I'm going to come up here to my absolute position outline and say mask image, and we're going to use a linear gradient. We essentially want this to be negative 45 degrees. So we want this kind of to come from the top right, but we want it to come down at an even angle. So I'm going to say 225 degrees, and that's going to be from transparent because the first thing that we'd want to show is nothing. And then at some point, we want to once again go ahead and show our border. So let's try taking it out, let's say 10 pixels. So I'm going to say transparent 10 pixels. So the transparent will stop at 10 pixels. And then we're going to transition right to black to show things. So I'm going to say black 10 pixels, and then that should be all there is to that. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's see if that makes our border cut. And it looks like it does. It looks like it makes that great effect. We still see the background color of our button, but of course we're seeing the SVG, and then we're seeing the outline. To actually see what that did, let me go ahead and just comment out my SVG for a second so we can see what that border looks like with that masked image in there. So I'm going to comment that out, and you can see that it's just taking away that part of the border, and then we're just filling it in with this absolute position SVG that we also have overlaid on top of our border. With that, let's go ahead and make sure that it looks perfect to the design. So I'm going to go ahead and overlay my design once again, and we will go ahead and have a look and see if we have everything lined up. And it looks like we do. So that means that we can move on to the desktop responsive view. Moving over to my desktop view, I don't see any differences right offhand. I'm going to go ahead and pull this out even more just so we can get a better view of our desktop view. So it looks like we have our header here, and it looks like we have our header design to the right, and I'm not seeing any differences right offhand, but of course we can double check that by overlaying our reference image and then seeing if that lines up perfectly. And it looks like it does line up perfectly, which means for now we are done with our header section. It's time to move on to the hero. As I come back over, I forgot to check my mobile design as well, but as I come back over to my mobile design, I can see that now I'm actually showing my button where I shouldn't be showing it. So let me go ahead and bring my code out a little bit so that we can take care of this responsive problem that we have where we're showing our button where we shouldn't be showing it. All we need to do is essentially ensure that it's hidden on the mobile view, and then as soon as we go to the medium tablet view, we show it again. So let me go ahead and add a hidden class on this by just saying hidden. And then, of course, when we come into the tablet view on the medium size, we want to show it as something else. So let me just go ahead and try inline flex and see how that looks as my medium display property. So I can see that it is displaying as inline flex. Let me double check that the overlaid design is still looking perfect, and it looks like it is. And then over at the desktop view, I wanted to just double check this as well by overlaying my design and making sure everything is still looking good, which it is. So we took care of that responsive issue. That's now taken care of, which means we can now actually move on to the hero section of the page. Coming back to our design, let's look at what we're going to do in the hero section of our page. So we already completed the header, which means we can tackle the hero section. It looks like we have some eyebrow text here. We have a title, we have a description, we have the same cut corner button. So we're probably going to make that a component. And you can see that we have this image, this 3D image that we're going to have some effects on eventually. It's going to rotate and do all that fun stuff. We can also see that we have a scroll to learn more, which we're going to create statically for now. And if you'll notice, you'll also see that we have these really faint lines that show up in the hero section of our page. When we go over to the tablet and desktop, you'll see more of what those are, but those are showing up as well. All of those we'll have to account for with our hero design. And then over in the tablet view, we start to see more of those outline images that we know we're going to be adding to our page. So we're starting to see our cube being added up here to the right. We're seeing our cuboid being added up here to the bottom right as well. We still see our scroll to learn more, and of course we see some more of those outlines. The image did get a little bit bigger. I think the text got a little bit bigger as well, so we'll have to account for both of those things. And then over in our desktop view, then we're starting to really see the full effect of this wonderful hero section. It really looks nice. We have these big hexagon shapes that are coming around the edges of this icosahedron shape, and we're starting to see our torus image over here on the left, and of course our text did get a little bit bigger as well. So we'll account for all of those things in the build of this hero section. With that, let's go ahead and dive into the code. Going back into our code, it's time for us to create a new section. So let's go ahead into the sections directory and go ahead and create a new file, and let's call this hero.tsx. Inside that hero.tsx, we're going to make this a React component. So we're going to export the hero section, or export const hero section, and that's going to be equal to a function that's going to return, for now, just an h1 that says hero section. And we'll go ahead and save that, and then we'll drop that into our page. Over in our pages directory, let's go back into the index.astro file, and we're going to import that hero section from /sections/hero, and that should import that hero section component, and then we can just drop our hero section component right below our header section. So I'm going to drop that hero section component there and hit save. If we've done that correctly, we should see hero section over here in our page. So it looks like we have that all wired up, which means I'm going to go ahead and close down our index page and just concentrate on our hero section. Let me go ahead and remove my h1, and I'm going to go ahead and create a semantic section tag. Inside that section, we know we are going to have a container, so I'm going to go ahead and create that with a div class name equals container to make sure that our content is not touching the edges of the page. And then inside that container, we're going to create our content. So I'm going to create a paragraph for that eyebrow, and we're going to say introducing Blockforge. For the title of the page, we're going to make that an h1, a semantic h1 tag. That's going to say the future of blockchain is here, the capital H. And then for the description, we also want that to be a semantic paragraph tag. So that's going to say Blockforge is pioneering smart contract integrity with cutting edge data solutions. And in order to see that all on one part of the page, I'm going to go ahead and turn on word wrap as well. So I'm going to just toggle word wrap. That should allow us to see all of our content so far. And then we have our get started button as well. Now we've already created a get started button. So this might be the perfect opportunity for us to go ahead and create a component out of that button so that we don't have to keep recreating that button time and time again. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. I'm going to come into my components folder, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, and we'll call this cutCornerButton.tsx, and that'll allow us to create this as a React component. So I'm going to go ahead and export const cutCornerButton, and we're going to make it return some JSX. And for now, I'm just going to return a simple button tag that says get started. But of course, we're going to go ahead and replace this with the content that we've already created inside of our header section. So let's go into our sections/header.tsx file, and let's find where we've created that button already, and then we can just drop it into the component that we've created. So you can see that we have this button here. This button is going to encapsulate an absolute position div. It's going to encapsulate our SVG, and it's going to encapsulate our text. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy that whole bit of HTML or JSX there, and I'm going to bring that into our cut corner button, and I'm just going to paste it right here. So we can see that it has this button tag, and let me just go ahead and toggle the word wrap on this as well. But it has the button tag with the classes here. It has the absolutely positioned outline, it has the SVG, and of course it has our text as well. So that's what's going to be returned with the cut corner button, but of course we want to be able to change the text inside of it So we're going to go ahead and make sure that we can do that. And the other thing we're going to want to be able to do is be able to change the class name. So we're going to want to be able to add classes here in case we want to say add margin top or position it differently. We're going to want to be able to add things there. And you can actually see that we have hidden and medium inline flex. Well, these are things that are specific to the implementation of our button in our header. So we don't want to include those classes in here either, but we want to make this editable as well. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and bring in those props. So we're going to have our props that are being brought in. And the easiest way to type these is to go ahead and use the component props without ref that's provided by React. So let's just go ahead and try and do that. I'm going to start typing component props. You can see we have this component props without ref, and then we just need to tell it what type of props we're talking about, and we're talking about specifically for the button tag, and that will type these props with class name and children and all the other things we need to get out of these props right here. So that works well. Let's go ahead and pull those different props out. So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to pull out class name. I'm also going to pull out children from our props, right, like that. And then we can go ahead and use class name and children. So first I'm going to replace the text with children. Just going to go ahead and do that. That's going to allow us to replace the text of this button. And then we also want to add a dynamic class name. Now we have not yet used in this particular project the Tailwind merge function, but I think this is the perfect application for us to bring that in. So I'm going to import the TW merge from Tailwind merge, and then I'm going to drop that into my class name. Now what this is going to do is it's going to enable us to have some specific classes that are always going to be added. But if we add more classes, which we can do by just dropping in class name here, then it's going to make any overrides that are passed in through props override anything in here if it's applicable. So if there's something that needs overridden, this is going to be kind of the base classes, and then these are going to be any overrides if applicable. This Tailwind merge is excellent when you're creating components with Tailwind because it will make sure that your classes are not colliding with each other and doing things that are strange that you might not expect. Now that we have our cut corner button component created, let's go ahead and first implement it inside of our header. So I'm going to come up to the top of my header file and I'm going to say import cut corner button. That's going to come from component/cut corner button. So I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to replace my button here with my cut corner button. Now I'm going to do it by dropping it in above it for now. So I'm going to say cut corner button. We know that the text is going to be get started. And we're also going to have custom classes here as well. So I'm going to say class name equals, and then we're going to pass it in the couple of classes that were specific to this implementation. So that's going to be these hidden and medium inline flex. We want those classes to be passed in here because we want this button to be hidden on mobile. And then of course, inline flexed when it comes to the tablet size. So with that, let me go ahead and remove my button, JSX. We're going to leave our cut corner button in there, and I'm going to hit save, and let's see what changes. So I'm going to go over to my different views, and it looks like those still look great, which means that we have implemented this component correctly, and we can now use it inside of our hero component. So I'm going to close my header.tsx and close my cut corner button because we don't need to look at that component anymore, and I'm going to import my cut corner button into here. So import cut corner button from components/cut corner button, and then under my paragraph I'm going to drop this in. So I'm going to say cut corner button, and it's going to say get started. Now that we have that in there, the last part of our content of this section is our image that falls below our button. So let me go ahead and drop that in as well, just with a simple image tag. So I'm going to say image source equals /assets /images /icosahedron.png, I believe is the name of the image. And then I'm going to add an alt tag as well. I'm going to say icosahedron 3D image, and that should enable our image tag to show. And of course, because it's React, we have to add the slash on our image. It's not HTML. Okay, so that's our icosahedron image that we want to be dropped in here as well. The surround for this is actually, we'll do that when we come back and do all of our styles. Now that we have the content in this section, let's go ahead and start creating the styles that will allow this section to match the design. So let's go ahead and start with the eyebrow and go ahead and add some classes onto here to ensure that it has the right style. So I'm going to say class name equals, and we want this to be uppercase. We want the font to be extra bold. We also want it to be centered with text center. We're going to make it darker with text zinc 500. And we're also going to make the letter spacing a little bit wider with tracking wider. That looks right. It doesn't have the right spacing on the top and bottom of this section though. So let's see if we can add that into the section tag itself. So I'm going to say class name equals on my section and say PY24 and see if that enables us to have the right spacing. It looks like it does for now. So we'll go ahead and leave that as is, and we'll go ahead and move on to our H1. For our H1, this is the main title of the page. We're going to say class name equals, that's going to be our font heading. To switch the font of that, we also want that to be font black for the 900 font weight. We'll want that to come up in size. So I'm going to say text 5XL if I'm not mistaken here. We're also going to say text center, and MT4 should add 16 pixels of margin on the top of that H1. That looks like it's matching our design right now. Let's go ahead and move on to our paragraph. So I'm going to say class name on our paragraph. We're of course going to center this as well. So text center, the text is going to be extra large. So text XL for that 20 pixel font size. We're going to ensure that it's moved down from the title with MT6. We also want the text to be a little bit darker. So we'll say text zinc 400, and that'll make it a little bit darker. That looks like it matches the design. So moving on to our cut corner button, let's go ahead and add some classes onto this. So class name equals, we'll first ensure that it's flexed to the center of the page. So we'll want to add a wrapper around it. So I'm going to say div here with a class name, and we'll say flex justify center, and that will enable that to be wrapped around our button, and then we can move that button to the center of the page with that. And we can also add the margin top to this as well to split it from the paragraph. So I'm going to say MT10, and that should give it enough spacing from the paragraph. And then for the actual image, this is going to be interesting because we're going to be doing a lot of positioning around this image. And of course, we're going to want to constrain eventually the width of this image and have all that working. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a div around it. So I'm going to say div class name equals, and this is going to be inline flex to ensure that it wraps around the image tightly. And that's also what's going to control my spacing here. So I'm going to add an MT24 to that to give that the 96 pixels of margin top there. Now that we have that image on the page, we can see that there is this other image that follows the shape exactly and sits below our regular icosahedron image that we have here, icosahedron shape. That's actually going to be the same exact image, but we're going to use some filters to bring down the color to match our zinc background. So we're going to do that by just bringing in another image tag. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna say img here. The source is gonna be exactly what we had before. So I'm just gonna copy and paste what that source was. Since it's a decorative image, we can set the alt to an empty string. And then of course, we're gonna go ahead and add a class name to this as well. So the class name is going to be absolute. You can see I'm putting it before my other image because I actually want this to be below the image that we see right here. So that's why I'm putting it before it. And this absolutely positioned image is going to go ahead and have a width of, it's actually going to be calculated because of course we have our inline flexed relative container that's wrapping our normal image. We're going to calculate this width. So it's going to be calc 100% plus 100 pixels. And that's going to be how that width is going to be set. We're also going to need to take away their max width. So max width none, we'll take away that. And right now it's showing up above our normal image, even though it's below it in the direction that we have here. Let's go ahead and make this, first of all, let's make this relative to make our relative container. And we'll also go ahead and set our Z indexes so that we can drop this below. So I'm going to say Z0 here, and then this image is going to be negative Z10, and that's going to drop the bigger image below my smaller hero image. After that, we want to position it to the center of our image. So I'm going to do top 1/2, left 1/2, negative translate X 1/2. and negative translate Y 1/2, and that should position it directly behind our larger image. And then we just need to filter this so that it shows up as this kind of like dark shadow for our regular image. So I'm going to do that with saturation. So I'm going to saturate that to 10%. And then I'm also going to turn down the brightness. So the brightness is going to go to 4%. And let's save that and see what that looks like. And that looks like it's almost perfect. It looks like there's just a little bit difference in hue. So we're actually going to do a hue rotate in order to change the hue of it as well. So I'm going to say hue rotate 240 degrees, and that should just change the color of that just slightly. So this is essentially what's making this like dark, almost black color, is these filters that we're adding, but it's actually just this same image duplicated behind my normal hero image. Now that we have that done, let's go ahead and see if our design is matching what we've done over on our page. So I'm going to not worry about these lines yet because we're not seeing enough of the screen in order for us to really worry about where those lines are being placed. So without worrying about those, let's go ahead and overlay our design on top of our page, and let's see if we're getting this to be exactly aligned. So I can see that, yes, for our hero part of the page, we're definitely getting that to be aligned. As we scroll down, we can see that the image looks like it's perfectly aligned as well. So that looks right. Let me go ahead and pull back out my reference image to a side-by-side, and that means we can move on to our tablet view. Before we move on to our tablet view though, one of the things that I'm seeing is I'm seeing this horizontal overflow detected. And anytime I see this icon, that means we have the ability to left and right scroll, which is definitely going to mess up the design of our page. And it's certainly not something we are wanting to allow to happen because we're not trying to give the user the ability to left and right scroll here. So in order to change that, all I need to do is come up to my section. I need to say overflow X clip, and that should ensure that we don't have any overflow showing on the left and right sides of the page. Now I use overflow clip instead of hidden because overflow hidden will stop my top and bottom overflow from happening as well. I actually want to keep that because as you can see in my design, I have some of my top content overflowing this section. And as I move down on my page, there's actually, you can't see it right now, but as we were looking at the design, you could see that this was also overlapping the next section of the page. So I want to keep my top and bottom overflow on the page, but I want to remove my left and right overflow, which is what just happened. I'm not seeing that icon anymore, which means we're good to go. Let's move over to the tablet view of this page, and it looks like we definitely have some changes on the tablet view. So I'm going to close down my sidebar so we can get a better view of the code. I'm going to pull out my tablet view just a bit so that we can start to see some of the design beside it, and then we'll go ahead and dive into what we need to do in order to make this perfect to the design. As we can see, as we get into the tablet view, we do have some changes to a few things. One of the things is the font size of the title. That definitely comes up. So that's a bigger font size. The description also changes font size. That comes up as well. And there's definitely more space in between the top of the hero and the header as well. We also see that the image is constrained in size. So we'll want to make sure that we do that as we're going through and making these changes. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and start probably by just changing our font size. So I'm going to come down into my H1, and I think in the medium size, I'm going to add that medium modifier. I'm going to say text 6XL to bring that up one size and see how that looks. That looks much closer, so I think that's right. And then for our paragraph, we'll also want to bring that up as well. So that was text XL. Well, now in the medium size, it's going to be text 2XL, and that's going to make that bigger as well. It looks like we have some constraint of the size, so I'm not seeing this changing, but certainly our paragraph looks like it's constraining the width. So we'll want to make sure that we add that in. So what we're going to do is we're going to say max width extra large to give it that max width of 36 rems. And then to push that towards the center of the page, we'll just need to say MX auto, and that will push that towards the center of the page. I'm not seeing any other major changes to the size of the text. So let's see if we can get the spacing aligned as well. So I'm going to come up here to my section class name and say PY32 and give that a medium modifier as well. And that should start to push some of that down. Now that 32 doesn't look like it was quite enough. So let's see what 40 does, see if that's any closer. And then that looks like it's still not quite there. Just double checking. Let's see if 48 gets it down to the right spot. It looks like it does. I'm going to go ahead and overlay my reference image just so I can see if it's perfect, and maybe it's not quite there. So let's just even see if 52 does the trick. And it looks like 52 is the answer that we have. So 52 is a padding top and bottom of 208 pixels at the medium size. And that's really just to start to show the different items that start to appear, the 3D images that start to appear at the top and the bottom of this section. So this looks like it was the answer for the padding. Let's go ahead and move that reference image back out to the side so we can take a look at what else we need to do. If I come down to my image, I also know that my image is going to be constrained and come towards the center of the page. Now we already have this wrapped in an inline flex container, but an inline flex container, we can't really easily move that to the center of the page. So I'm going to wrap this in another div. I'm going to give that div a class name of flex and justify center. That should enable us to move that towards the center of the page. And then I'm going to change my MT24 to be on this outer flex container instead, and that should enable that to happen. Now I'm going to give my image a size here. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a class name. I'm going to say size 500 pixels. That'll give it a height and width of 500 pixels and bring it to the right size. This will still be wrapped around it. This will still be basing its width based on the image size that we have here. Now on the mobile view, when we come back, it's actually going to be smaller. We can see that we have some problems here because it's changing the height and width to 500 pixels. Now that's not quite what we wanted. Let's actually change this to width. Let's just change the width of our image and see if that does a better job of changing it. And it does, because this image has a max width of 100% that's brought in by Tailwind CSS. So as soon as that hits up against that max width, it's going to bring that width down proportionally, and it's going to change the height proportionally. If we change both, that's going to be a problem. But since we just changed one, that is going to leave it at the right size. And as you can see, when we look between the tablet view and our design, we see that those are lined up very nicely. So let's go ahead and overlay those again, just to double check that we have everything in place. And it looks like we do. I'm not going to worry about the outer design part, the hexagons and the other cubes and things like that, until we get to the desktop view, because that's really going to be the place where we can really see those changes as we make them. But for now, it looks like our tablet view is correct. So I'm going to go ahead and overlay that once again side by side and come over into our desktop view. Now that we're in the desktop view, let's see what changes we need to make here as well. So the first thing I'm noticing is that the title is definitely constrained in width as well. So we want to make sure that we add that in. Let's move up to the title and ensure that we have the right constraints here. So that would be a max width of 3XL. If I'm not mistaken, let me double check that. It looks like that's still a little large. So let's bring that down to 2XL. And see if that's constraining it to the right size. It does look like it is, but the other thing that was changing was, of course, the font size. So at the large size, the text is going to be 7XL. That's going to bring that up, and that actually may have made sure that that 3XL width was actually constraining it correctly, and it does look like it was. Either one of those would work. So we'll just stick with this one, and we can also say MX Auto to bring it back towards the center of the page, and we see that that looks right. Before we move on to creating all of our 3D shapes and hexagons and things that we want to do there, let's go ahead and see if we have anything else that is misaligned with our design. So I'm going to overlay my design once again and just scroll down here, and I don't see anything else that's misaligned right now, which means that we can move on to creating some of our absolute position shapes that we see in this section. In order to do that, the first thing we'll need to do is add these hexagons that we see right here. So we see these big, large hexagons are actually absolutely positioned to our image. So they're going to be basing the center of the hexagon based on where the center of this image is, which means we need to put these inside of this relative container in order to get that to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and create my first div for that. I'm going to say div class name equals. Since we want to push these directly to the center, we're going to say absolute left 1/2, top 1/2, and then negative translate x 1/2 and negative translate y 1/2, and that should push that towards the center of that image. Now the actual hexagon itself is an SVG that we need to drop on our page. So I'm going to go to our sidebar and we're going to go find inside of our public assets images, we're going to go find that hexagon.svg. And we actually want to copy and paste this because we want to be able to control the styles that this hexagon has. So I'm going to close that hexagon out now that I've copied it, and I'm going to close my sidebar to give a little bit of room for my code. And then I'm going to drop that inside of that absolute position container that we just created. So paste that in there, and that should paste that hexagon in there. Now this hexagon, I don't think we're going to see it yet. And part of that is because it's positioned under our image. We need to make sure it's the right size. So I'm going to go ahead and add a class name to this one. And that class name is going to say size. And this first one is going to be 1100 pixels in size. And that's going to set the height and width of that to my 1100 pixels. So let me go ahead and pull out my design again so that we're not seeing the overlay design. Pull out these out side by side so that we can actually see what's changing as we go. We also want to make sure that this is set up to be JSX and not HTML with some of our attributes. So I'm going to say stroke width there. And we can see that right now we have a path and we have a fill, but there's nowhere that we're setting what the actual stroke color is. So we should say probably stroke equals current color. And then we can just set the current color of that. So I'm going to say text fuchsia 500, give that an opacity of 10%, and that should set that nice 10% opacity that we see. We also want to rotate this a little bit to the negative direction. So I'm going to say negative rotate 6, and then I'll rotate it 6 degrees to the left and just give us that nice hexagon look behind our icosahedron shape. Now, since we're going to be making a couple of these, but we're going to be changing these slightly, it might make sense for us to make a shared component for this hexagon that we have here. And that's definitely going to come in handy when we get to the part where we're animating these hexagons. So I'm actually going to take my SVG and just copy this code, open up my sidebar, and I'm going to go to components, and we're going to create a hexagon.tsx file. And let me go ahead and close up my sidebar again. I'm going to export const hexagon, and that's going to be equal to a component that returns some JSX. Now we already have that copied, so I'm just going to paste that JSX in here. And like our other component, I want to make our class name editable with Tailwind merge. So I'm going to import my Tailwind merge function, and then I'm going to come into my class name and say Tailwind merge here. And we're going to go ahead and put that in there. And we're going to take in the class name from this hexagon as well. So I'm going to say props. We're going to type this as component props without ref of an SVG. Anything we can pass to an SVG, we can pass into here. And we're going to pull out the class name from that. So I'm going to say const class name is equal to our props to pull out that class name. And then we can just drop our class name right at the end of here so that anything that our class name overrides from this initial list will be overridden. Now we don't want the size. The size is specific to our implementation of this particular one. So I'm definitely going to remove that for sure. We can leave the text fuchsia 500. I think that's going to be true of all of our hexagons that we create. And the negative rotate 6 is probably fine, although we can decide in the future if we want to remove that, we can certainly come back and do that. So I'm going to save this component that we currently have, and I'm going to come back into my hero.tsx, remove our SVG that we had, and I'm going to drop in our hexagon component right like so. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a class name and drop in our size 1100 pixels because of course we need to make sure that it is the 1100 pixel size. Let's make sure that it was imported automatically, which it looks like it was when I pushed enter. So I'm going to save this, make sure it's still on our page in the right position, which looks like it is, which means that our hexagon component is now created accurately. Now that we have one of our hexagons created, let's go ahead and create another one by just copying and pasting this right here. So go ahead and copy and paste that, save it. Now it's overlaying our current one, but this one is going to be a different size. This one is going to be 1800 pixels. So let me go ahead and set that 1800 pixels and then scroll up, and we can see that this is now showing up here. So that's this large hexagon that we see surrounding this particular section. That's going to be this 1800 pixel one that we see right here. Now that we have our hexagons in place, let's see about bringing in our different 3D shapes that we're going to be showing within this section as well. So in order to do that, let me go ahead and create another absolutely positioned div. So div class name equals, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy what we have right here and just remove the hexagon, because of course we're going to replace the hexagon with a different image, and we're going to go ahead and move around our image. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove the hexagon, but it is still going to be centered on this particular image itself as the basis for where we're going to be moving it to. So once we do that, let's go ahead and create another div around here, and I'm going to add in an image. That image source is going to be /assets/images, and I think we can go ahead and drop in our cube right now. So cube.png, and the alt tag will be cube 3D image, and then we'll just go ahead and close that image JSX tag. Now that image we can see is right here right now. Of course, that's not where we want it to be, so we need to position that. And we also want to wrap that in a circular div as well. So in order to accomplish both of those things, we need to go ahead and change the styles of this outer div. So let's say class name equals, and we'll say that this has a background of BG Zinc 900, the same as the background of the page. So that is laying beneath that. We'll also give this a set height and width with size. So I'm going to say size 240 pixels, and that'll create that size that we need here. Inside our cube is also going to be a different size. So I'm going to set the class name and say size 140 pixels, and that should bring that cube size down. And then we want this to also be inline flex. So inline flex items center justify center. We'll make sure that our cube sits in the middle of our new div. We'll say rounded full to make sure that it is a circle, and we'll also want to add a border to this as well. Now the easiest way to add a border to this is not going to be a border itself, but it's going to be an outline, because we want the border to sit inside our div, whereas regular borders sit outside. We want to be inside because that will help us control opacity and overlaps and things that would be a lot harder to deal with otherwise. So in this one, we'll say outline, and we'll say outline 6 pixels. We want to say negative outline offset 6 pixels. And let me show you actually why doing a negative offset here. So if I don't have that negative offset, let's go ahead and just remove that real quick and go ahead with our outline of 6 pixels. It's actually still going to be outside of our container. So we can see that if we go ahead and set the color. So say outline fuchsia 500/10, and that should set the color of it. And you can see that it's laying outside of our div. Well, we actually want it to be inside of our div, and that's why we say negative outline offset, and then we give it the 6 pixels as well, because that brings it into our div and actually pulls that border inside. Now that we have this div styled correctly, now we just need to position it correctly, and that's going to be with this same div right here. So we're going to make sure that it is absolutely positioned by saying absolute, and then we are going to change the top and left. So I'm going to say left is going to be 200 pixels from the left, and then the top is going to be negative top 900 pixels, and that should bring it all the way to the top where we want to see it, right up here. And that does look like it does the trick, which means that we now have our cube in place, and it's time to move on to our cuboid and our torus. Let's go ahead and start with our cuboid. So I'm going to copy and paste what we just did right here and put it below. And we're just going to remove the left and top because we know that those aren't going to be equal to what we had for our cube. And we also want to change the cube to cuboid.png. We want to change the alternate alt tag to cuboid 3D image, and that should set us up to be able to style this up correctly. Now this cuboid is the same size, and it looks like it also has the same sized container around it, which is definitely helpful for us, but it's going to be positioned differently. So we're going to say left 200 pixels. So the left is actually the same, but then we need to position it from the top. So I'm going to say top 270 pixels, and that's going to position it down where it needs to be, down here in the right side of our icosahedron image. Now that I've copied this circle a couple of times, I don't love doing that because I am noticing a lot of copied and pasted code. Now our absolute position div, I think we kind of have to just leave it as it is because it's what's essentially just moving things to the center of our image. I don't think we want to worry about that one too much, but this circle that we're seeing over and over, we certainly could make it its own component. So let me go ahead and copy this div right here, and let's bring out our sidebar and see if we can add this as a reusable component. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this circle.tsx, and we're going to create our custom circle component. So I'm going to say export const circle equals some props and return some JSX. And I'm just going to paste the div that I had copied from my hero. Now we need to bring in some props, and we know that our props are going to be typed component props without ref of a div. So anything you can pass to a div, we can pass into this one since we're not adding any custom props at this point. And we also want to make sure that we can create a custom class name on this as well, because of course the size is not always necessarily going to be the same size. And of course we want to be able to add on left and top and all of that. So let's go ahead and save this. We go ahead and word wrap this as well by going ahead and doing that. And then we'll make sure that we have a couple of props brought in here. So we want to say to bring out the class name prop as well as the children prop from our props that we're bringing into this component. We're going to drop our children in here, and we're going to use TW merge once again by importing TW merge from Tailwind merge, and then we'll just drop this right in here. So TW merge, and go ahead and bring this over. Let's go ahead and end that function right there. Save that, and then add on our class name. So whatever we pass in as our class name could override any of these classes right here if we want them to. So that's the important reason that we use TW merge, especially for components. It's very, very helpful for using Tailwind to use that TW merge function. Now that I've done that, let me pull out the specific things that I'm adding for this specific circle. So I have left and top. Those are definitely specific. So I'm going to cut those out right here. And I think absolute positioning is probably something that we don't automatically want. So I'm actually going to pull absolute position out as well and just leave everything else in here. So we have our background itself. That's fine. Our size, we'll leave this as the default. It could be overridden by our Tailwind merge function if we wanted to. Inline flex items, justify center, rounded full, our outline. All of those are going to be our default class names that we're going to give this circle. So I'm going to save that, come back to my hero, and go ahead and use my new circle component. So I'm going to go ahead and replace this with circle, and just go ahead and hit enter. It should import it, give this a class name, and that class name, I saved these because of course I want to use them. So I'm going to cut these, paste them into my class name. So it's going to be absolute, left 200, top 270, and then I'm just going to wrap my image with this circle component. So I have my absolute position centering div. I have my circle, which has the size, absolute, left, and top, and then of course the image itself inside of that. So I'm going to go ahead and save that and see if things change. If nothing changes, that means we've done it correctly, because of course we were just replacing this and refactoring our code with a reusable component. Now that we've done that, that means we can also refactor this with that same reusable component. So I'm going to wrap this in circle, my circle component. I'm going to change this to be wrapped here. And then of course I want to go ahead and take these class names out here. I'm going to remove this div. So let's go ahead and come over here and remove the rest of this div. Now that we've copied and pasted those classes, go ahead and paste those in here. There we go. Remove this ending div, and now TypeScript should be happy. And we have a much easier to see, easier to reason about piece of code here, because we can see what's going on. So absolute, circle, image. The same thing here, our positioning div, our circle, and our image. So both of those are there. And if we can see, those look like they're both in place correctly. So I think I'm seeing those correctly. So those are looking good. Now it's time to move on to creating our torus image over here. And we can use the same reusable component. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this right here. We have a circle. I'm going to take off the left and top because those values are going to change. And of course, I'm going to change this. I believe it's torus.png, but I'll double check. So it looks like that was right. I'm going to change this to torus 3D image. I believe the size stays the same on our torus, but of course what changes is the positioning of it. So in that case, we have a negative left value of 600 pixels, and we have a negative top value of 80 pixels. And those are custom Tailwind CSS values. That's why I'm using those brackets there. And that should put that torus in the right spot over here. It looks like our header is complete. I am seeing a little bit of overlap from our sticky header, and I'm seeing my cube come over top of it. Of course, our header should always come over top of our hero section. So let's go back and double check that our header is set up correctly to do that. So I'm going to come back into my header section. I'm going to close my sidebar so we can look at this again. And it looks like we need to add a Z index to this. So it's sticky, but we need a Z index that's going to work for us. So let's just go ahead and add a Z index of 40 by saying Z 40. And that should still allow us within Tailwind CSS to overlap something on top of it if we need to, but it's still a pretty high Z index for what we normally do. So let me go ahead and scroll down here. And now you can see that the header is overlapping all of our content, which is exactly what we want. Okay, let's double check that everything looks correct. I'm going to bring out my browser window again, and I'm going to overlap my reference image on top of my current page. And as I scroll down, you can see that everything is looking like it's aligning perfectly. The only thing I actually forgot was this scroll to learn more. That's the main difference right now from my design to my actual page. So we need to go ahead and add this scroll to learn more. So I'm going to pull out my reference image once again to my side-by-side, and let's go back to my hero section and see if we can add that particular content. I close my header.tsx, close my circle, close my hexagon, and just come into my hero. So I'm going to scroll down. We know that the cut corner button is above the image. We know that this is the flex container that is holding our icosahedron image right now. So it needs to come below that particular div. In order to create that, let's create a wrapping div that we can use to position it with. And we'll also create the mouse image. So I'm going to give this a div as well. And inside, of course, is going to be our little button. So that's going to be a div. So we're going to use styles to style those up. And then we're going to have a paragraph that's just going to say scroll to learn more. And that should enable the content for that. Let me scroll down to see where that is being placed right now. It might be on the left. Yes, it's over here on the left right now. So we need to justify to that to the center. So I'm going to say class name here, say flex justify center to justify our content to the center. And I'll go ahead and flex this to the column direction. So flex call, which actually means we're going to need to use items center instead of justify center, although we can still leave that justify center there if we want to. And we also want to make sure that this is split from our content. So I'm going to say MT40 to split it down from our content. The medium size is actually going to have that modified. So at the medium size is going to be MT80, and that's going to push it down even more once it gets up to that size, which of course we're working at the desktop size right now. So this is going to come into effect. Between our mouse and our paragraph, we're going to have a little bit of a gap, but we can't see that yet because we haven't created our mouse yet. Let's go ahead and create our mouse. So this is a class name here. This is going to have a height of 40 pixels, a width of 20 pixels with W5. And we're also going to give this that same outline effect that we've been using. So I'm going to say outline 6 pixels. We're going to say outline fuchsia 500/10 to give it that nice light fuchsia color. And we're actually going to leave our outline to the outside of this particular div. So in this case, we could have used a border, but we'll still keep it as the outline. And then we'll say inline flex rounded full to create our border radius the way that we want it. And then we can work on our little mouse button here. So for our mouse button, we're going to say class name equals, and this is going to be a height of 12 pixels and a width of 4 pixels. And then we're just going to give this a background of our fuchsia 500. We want to say this is rounded full to give that the border radius of the 9999 pixels. And we also want this to be positioned towards the center. So for this inline flexed div, we're going to go ahead and say justify center. And then we're also going to give it some top padding. We'll say PT2 to give it 8 pixels of top padding. That should position our mouse button exactly where we want it to be. Now that we can see where our mouse is at and where our text is at, we can give this a gap to just split these. And we'll say gap 4 to split these by 16 pixels. And that should split those correctly. And then our text is going to be similar to our eyebrow. So we're going to say class name equals, and that's going to be uppercase. We're going to give that a color of text zinc 500 to make it a little bit less obvious on the screen. We don't want it to draw as much attention. We're going to give it a font extra bold to change the font weight to 800. And then we also want tracking wider, and that's going to split our letter spacing a little bit. Now that should be how the design is created. So let me go ahead and pull back out my browser window and let's see if we have things created correctly. And I'm also going to overlay my design on top and scroll up and down a little bit to get those aligned. And it looks like that is pixel perfect to the design. Everything looks like it matches perfectly. So I'm going to pull this out side by side and then just double check on my other views as well that everything looks right. So definitely looks right on my tablet. And as I scroll down to my mobile, we can see that everything is still looking right here. So I think we're set on this section from everything to the mobile up through the tablet and the desktop view. And you can see that now that we've added our hexagons and our other images here, we can see that those are aligning as well. So we come to our tablet view, we can see that our hexagons are aligning. We can see all the images that we can see on our tablet reference image. And then as we come over to our mobile view, we can also see that we still see a little bit of that hexagon on the top and bottom. Of course, we don't see any of those other 3D images, but of course, there's just not enough real estate in the mobile view to be able to see some of those things. So everything looks right. I think we're done with our static hero section now, which means that we can move on to the next section. Moving into the next section, let's go ahead and scroll down and see what we're going to create next. So this is going to be a features slider where we're actually going to see a few different cards here that someone can slide between. And we're going to add some really nice hover effects to this as well. So we can see that there's a shape with a little bit of a shadow. We're going to do some things with that. We're also going to do some things with this cut corner card. So we're going to take some similar things that we did with our cut corner button, and we're going to match this with this cut corner card. And we're also going to change some things down here as we hover as well. So that's what's going to be happening on the mobile view. On the tablet view, let's come over and see what this looks like over here. And we can see that we start to see some of those cards. They get a little bit bigger. The text gets a little bit bigger for the hero here. The text gets a little bit bigger for the section title here. And of course, our cards have a little bit more room to breathe. And then on the desktop view, it gets even better with the amount of cards you can see. And of course, the text, the title for this section is getting even larger as well. So we'll make sure and account for all of those as we create this component. This is going to be a lot of fun in this section. Let's go ahead and dive into the code. In order to create that next section, let's go into our sections directory and create a new file in here. And we're going to call this features cards.tsx. And inside that features cards section, let's go ahead and export some JSX. I'm going to export const features cards section, and that's going to be equal to a component that returns some JSX. And for now, we can just say features cards section inside of that, just to make sure we have everything hooked up correctly. Now we're not going to see anything yet because we haven't dropped it into our page. So let's go into our pages and inside of our index.astro, and then we're going to go ahead and import this. So import features cards section from /sections/features cards. And in that, we'll go ahead and drop that below our hero section. So features cards section, that's going to be the component that we're going to drop in there. And as soon as we do that, we should be able to scroll down and see we have the features card section text, which we do. It means everything's linked up correctly inside of our index page. So let me go ahead and close down our index page and go back to our features card sections where we'll go ahead and create the content for this section. To start with, let's go ahead and remove our H1 and create a semantic section tag. And inside that section tag, we're going to have a div class name of container, just holding our content away from the edges of the page. Inside of that div, we want an H2 for the title. And that's going to say discover the future of blockchain with Blockforge. That's going to be our title. And then below that, we're going to have our cards. In order to create these cards, let's go ahead and wrap a div around each of our cards. And of course, we're going to have a div for our first card. Now we're going to go ahead and create this as a normal div, and then we'll probably go ahead and change this over to a reusable component once we have this first card styled up. So let's take a look at what we need inside of our first card. We know that we're going to need a wrapping div. Inside of that, we're going to have some sort of title here. I'm just going to make that a semantic H3. I'm going to say revolutionary blockchain API. That's going to be the title for that. Then we're going to have some sort of text. So effortlessly integrate and manage blockchain data with our cutting edge API designed for seamless connectivity. And then below that paragraph, we can see that we're also going to have this learn more with an arrow SVG. So let me go ahead and create those two things, div class name equals, and we know that's going to be flexed. And below that, we can create our button that's just going to say learn more. And that's just for a semantic button tag here. And then we know that we also need our arrow icon. For our arrow icon, I'm actually going to pull in one of my favorite icon libraries, which is Heroicons. And that's what we're going to use to grab our arrow here. So let me go ahead and actually pull that up by pulling up my bottom panel and go to Browse. And then I'm just going to search for Heroicons and go ahead and go to that Heroicons site and find the icon that I need. Now in this case, I'm going to use the arrow right. So I'm just going to search for arrow and I'm going to find the right one. That's going to be this long right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the JSX for this arrow icon, and then I can drop it right into the code of my page. And I'm going to copy the JSX because of course we are creating a React JSX component. With that, let me go ahead and close that browse window and come back into my component. Let me save and refresh to make sure nothing has changed here. And we need to go back to make sure that I was on the right spot here. And I can see that that SVG has been dropped in for me. So let's make sure we have all of our content. We don't yet have our image. So let's go ahead and pull that in. I'm going to create an image tag with a source of /assets/images/pill.png. And we can give it an alt of pill image. And then we just want a self-closing image tag there for JSX. And as we scroll up, we can see that we do have that pill image there. The last part of our feature card section is going to be these dots down at the bottom. So we need to make sure that those are under our cards. So I'm going to fold this up and then I'm just going to create another div down here. This is going to be div. And for the dots themselves, of course, we need to create those along with a container to hold them. So this is going to be the container that holds them. And then of course, we're going to have our individual dots. I'm just going to create this 4 times, or in fact, I can go ahead and map over that. So we're not creating these 4 times, but just creating it once and then mapping over it 4 times. So I'm going to create a new array with a length of 4. I'm going to fill that with a dummy value and then just map over it. And for each one of those items, we can pull the index out and then just map over that div. And we're just pulling the index out because we need a key to keep React happy. So key equals I for the index of that array, and that should create those 4 divs there. Now to be able to see those, we of course need to be able to style them up. So we're going to give each of those a class name, and that's going to be size 2.5 to make them 10 pixels tall, 10 pixels wide. We're going to give this a background of zinc 500 to give them that colored background that we need. They're going to be rounded full. And when someone hovers over them, we're also going to say cursor pointer just to make it look more like a button. And then the wrapping div is also going to have a class name, and we're going to give this a BG zinc 950. And of course, we want this to be inline flexed as well to make sure that we're showing these buttons left to right. We'll go ahead and give this a gap of 4 to give it the 16 pixels of gap in between, and we'll also give this some padding of 2.5 as well to give it 10 pixels of padding. We'll say rounded full to make sure that the border radius is rounded. And then for the div outside of this, we'll go ahead and give this a class name of flex and justify center to push that towards the center of the page. And we'll come back and give that the margin once we style up the rest of this section. Now that we have all of our content on this section, let's go ahead and start our styling. So the first thing we'll do is create our H2 styling. So I'm going to give this a class name, and we're going to say font heading to make sure it's the right font. We'll say font black to make sure it's the right weight. And I believe this is going to be text 4XL if I'm not mistaken, which it looks like is correct. And then text center should move it towards the center of the page. Right now, this section does not have any padding, and we're definitely seeing the overlap between this section and our hero. So we need to give this a little bit of padding as well. So it looks like the padding for this is going to be the PY24. So I'm going to say class name on our section, and I'm just going to give it PY24, and we'll see if that works as our padding. It looks like it's side by side right now, which is definitely encouraging as we look at this section. Let's just double check and make sure that our title matches up by going ahead and overlaying the reference image and giving it a little bit of scroll. So yes, it looks like it is lined up correctly. So let's go ahead and pull that back and then work on our card. Moving into our card, that's going to be this div right here. We're going to need to think a little bit about this, because what I'm seeing is we're seeing this overlaid kind of background here. And of course we have this cut corner. which to me means we're going to need to mask the background separately from the rest of the card. So I'm actually going to need to create an absolutely positioned div below my card in order to create my background. So I'm going to give this a class name of relative just to be able to hold in whatever we create. And then I'm going to have a div for the background, give that a class name of absolute. And we're going to make this the size of the card. So just to say inset 0, that should make it full height and width of the card. We also want to give this a background of zinc 800, I believe should be the right background color. And let's just save that and see if that is correct. And it looks like it is, but of course we need to pull it down below the contents. So I'm going to give this relative div a z index of 0, and then I'm going to give the absolute div a z index or negative z index of 10. That should pull it below our card content. The other thing we want to do to the background is go ahead and make sure that it has the right border radius. So we're going to say rounded 2XL, and that should give that a border radius. And then of course we want to cut away one of those corners. So let's go ahead and do that the same way we did our cut corner button. So I'm going to say mask image, and we're going to say linear gradient, 225 degrees to have it come from that top right corner. And then we're going to go from transparent to transparent at 40 pixels. To black at 40 pixels, and that should wrap up the mask image that we need in order to cut that corner away, which of course we're doing right here. In order to see our code better, let's go ahead and close down our sidebar and go ahead and wrap our code so that we can see all of our class names in one spot. So this is the background right now, that cut corner background. Now below that background, we need this little bit of this peaking like light out here to the right. So in order to create that, we need another absolutely positioned element. So let's go ahead and create that. I'm going to div class name equals absolute. This one's actually going to have a size. So we're going to give it a height and width of 64 pixels by saying size 16. And we also want to make sure that it has rounded corners. So I'm going to say rounded XL. And just for this card, we'll go ahead and make it the color that we want. But of course, we know that in the future, we're going to change this. So I'm going to say BG fuchsia 500, and that should give it the right background color. And then we know that we're going to want to position this to the top right. So we're going to say top 1.5 to actually pull it 6 pixels away from the top, and then right 1.5 to pull it 6 pixels away from the right to get it positioned in the right spot. Now we can make sure this is below our absolute position background by just saying negative Z10 as well. And since we've created this element below our absolute position background and gave it the same Z index, it should come below that background that we've already created. Now that we have that cut corner part of this card done, let's go ahead and move on to the content of the card. So in the content of the card, we can see that we have this H3 and paragraph that we still need to style, and we need to make sure that we have the proper amount of padding that we're seeing on our design. So we definitely have some padding around here that we're not accounting for yet. Let's first add the padding by coming into our card and saying P8. That should add the right amount of padding. And then let's move into our title for this card. So this one is going to say class name equals font heading to make sure it's the right font family, font black to make sure it's the right weight, text 3XL should make it the right size, and then MT12 should push it away from our image enough. And then coming down to our paragraph, let's go ahead and change the styles for that as well. So class name equals, we'll make it a little bit bigger with text large. We'll also make it the right color with text zinc 400, and we'll also push it down from our title with MT4. That should push that down. Now for our button and arrow, let's go ahead and make sure those have the right styles. So our button itself, we're going to say class name equals, and we're going to give it a text small to make sure that is small. We're going to say font heading to make it the enter font, and uppercase should make it uppercase, font extra bold should make it the right weight, and then tracking wider should give it the right letter spacing to look correct. And of course this one as well, we're going to say text fuchsia 500 to make it the right color. Moving to our arrow, there's a couple of things we're going to want to do here. So we're going to want to change the stroke width a little bit and bring that up. So the stroke width is going to be 2, and then we're also going to want to make the size a little bit bigger. So I'm going to say size 8 to bring that size up. We want to flex these between, so we don't want to justify between to make sure that these are on the right sides. So I'm going to come up into my wrapping div and say justify between and enable those to be justified between. And then we're going to want to add some top margin here as well. So that's going to be MT12 for the right top margin. We know that we want our image to be a little bit smaller than it currently is. We haven't done anything with the styles of the image, and this is actually a fun one because we also have to create our shadow, which we don't currently have yet. So let's go ahead and modify our image classes as well. So let's add a class name here, and we'll say size 40 to make it 160 width and height. And we also want to make sure that it's positioned in the center of our card. So I'm going to just give this a wrapping div here. For that div, we're going to add a class name, and that's going to be flex justify center, and that should push that towards the center of the page. And then we also want to bring this up and give this negative margin, because you can see that our image is actually overlaying the top of our card. So I'm going to say negative MT28 to give it negative 7 rems of margin from the top of our card. Now we also need to move our cards down a bit if that's the case. So let's make sure that's done with this outer div. I'm going to give this a class name as well. I'm just going to say MT36, and that should move our cards down and make sure they align with what we're seeing on our design. Right now, we're looking pretty good to our design. The extra spacing that we're seeing right here is just because these are being flexed, and so they're all taking up the same amount of space. So I'm not worried about this extra spacing on the bottom yet. What I am concerned about, there's a little bit of a color difference with our arrows. So let's go ahead and correct that very quickly by just saying text zinc 500, if I'm not mistaken. That should be the right color for our arrow. And then we also need to worry about this image shadow. So coming back up to our image, let's go ahead and see if we can create the right shadow here. In order to do that, let's go ahead and put an inline flexed div around our image so that we can contain it inside a container. So I'm going to say div class name equals inline flex. That should allow us to have a container that we can absolutely position elements from. And we're going to say relative because, of course, we want to contain any absolutely positioned elements inside this relative container. And then in that, I'm going to create an absolute position div, class name equals absolute, to make sure it's absolutely positioned. We're going to give this a height of 16 pixels, and then the width is going to be the full width of our container. Let's go ahead and close that. And then from the top, we're going to calculate this to be the 100% of the height plus an extra 16 pixels. So I'm going to say top, and we're going to say calc 100% plus 16 pixels or 1 rem, and that should put it at the right spot. And then just to see this, let's go ahead and give this a background color of zinc 950 with 70% opacity, and that should give us that shadow that we're seeing right there. Now, of course, we want that to be perfectly rounded, and we want to make it look more like a shadow. And the way that we do that is we can't use rounded full, because rounded full will actually make it this like pill-like shape. That's not our intention. Our intention is to actually give it a rounded value of 100%. So I'm going to add a custom value of 100%, and that should give it the rounded value that we need. And then we can actually use an image mask to give us that kind of shadowy effect. So I'm going to say mask image, and we're going to use a radial gradient here. And inside the radial gradient, we're going to say closest side to get it to go from center to the closest side. And we're going to go from black to transparent. So nothing crazy there. We're just going to say basically show the full BG Zinc 950/70 in the center, and then go out towards transparent. And you can see that that creates that nice shadow effect that we see right here. Now let's go ahead and overlay our reference image to see if there's anything else we missed. I think the only other thing we would have missed would be this margin here. And of course, we're seeing this first dot change, but we're going to take care of that when we create all of our cards. Plus, when we animate them, then we can worry about which card is selected. So let me just go ahead and overlay my design on top, and let's see if we missed anything here. And it looks like the one thing that's a little bit different is actually the width of our card. We didn't set a width. We actually allowed it to expand to the max width of the page, and that probably wasn't smart because we are going to have a few more cards lined up to the right. So that's what's, I think, creating this little bit of difference that you're seeing right here. So let's see if we can change that to set that up. So this is actually our card div right here. This is the container for our card. Let's see if we can just go ahead and give that a specific size. So I'm going to give that a max width of extra small in order to make sure that that is the size that it should be on the design. And that looks like it is correct now. Now this difference that you're seeing down here with the arrow is something that we're going to account for next, because we're going to do our hover effects and make sure that those are correct as well. So let me go ahead and bring the reference image back out to the right, and then we'll go ahead and talk about what different hover effects we want for this particular card. So there's actually going to be a couple of things that happen whenever a user hovers this card. The first thing is this image is going to pop up and it's going to just be translated in the Y direction. And then the shadow, because of the image is a little bit further up, is going to look like it fades a bit. So it looks like the image is actually popping off the card. It's a really cool effect. We'll talk through that. The other thing that's going to happen when someone hovers this card is that this light over here is going to start to glow. So we want this light to glow when someone hovers the card. And then this arrow is also going to change color, and it's going to move a little bit as well. So those are the three things that are going to happen when someone hovers this card. Let's start with the image, and then we'll move on to the light. So for our image, what we want to happen, let's go ahead and first create a group class. So in Tailwind CSS, when we use group, then whenever someone does something to that group, like let's say hovers it, we can change things inside of the card based on this group class. So we'll say right here, group hover. So whenever this card is hovered, here's what we want to change. In this case, we're going to say negative translate Y6. And we're also going to add a transition just to make this a smooth transition. So transition and duration 300 to have it happen over 300 milliseconds. So let's see what happens when we do that. And we can see that, yes, we are indeed moving that image. When we hover the card, anywhere on the card, that image is going to change. That's all well and good, but of course we also want our shadow to change along with it. So we're going to add some changes here. So I'm going to say group hover. We're going to change the opacity of our shadow. So I'm going to say BG zinc 950/30, and that's going to change the opacity as well. And of course we want this to transition as well. So I'm going to say transition and duration 300 to make it the same duration. So let's see how that looks when we hover our card. Yes, so now it looks like the shadow is getting smaller when the image is higher and darker when the image is lower. That creates a nice 3D effect. I love what's going on there. Let's move on to the light on the right side of our card. In order to create that light, essentially what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate our background here, our little fuchsia square that we have showing to the right of our card, and we're just going to blur it when we have the card being hovered. So I'm going to actually just duplicate this and put it right here. And for that, we're just going to say blur, and we're going to make sure that it's blurred large, and save that. And you can see that creates that nice, almost lighted look. And of course, when it's lighted, we also want to change the color of our background as well to make it look like it's a little bit brighter. So we're going to say a couple of things. Number one, we're going to change the opacity of this when the card is hovered as well. So I'm going to say opacity is going to be 0 by default. And then when we hover with group hover, we'll say opacity is going to be 100. We also want to transition this as well. Transition duration 300. That should add our transition duration. So let's see if that turns on when we hover. And yes, we have that turning on. Now we just need to change the actual light as well. So I'm going to say group hover here, and then that's going to be BG fuchsia 400 just to make it a little bit lighter. And we're going to do the same transition as well. So transition duration 300 should take care of that. So let's see what effect we've created now. That is impressive. We have this light coming on when we hover our card. We have this image coming up. The only last little bit we need to do is just to change this arrow a little bit as well. So let's scroll down to our arrow, which is going to be this SVG, and we can change it as well. So let's say group hover. One of the things we want to change is the text color. So we're going to bring it down probably to a white like the actual text of the card. So when we hover that, we're going to say text zinc 300. So let's see that that changes, and indeed it does. We also want to add a transition here. So say transition duration 300 to give it that duration of 300 milliseconds. And that adds a nice smooth effect rather than jerking from one state to the next. And the only other thing we want to do is go ahead and give it a little bit of translation as well. So by default, it's going to be translated to the negative X direction. So I'm going to say negative translate X, and I believe that's just going to be by 8 pixels. And then when we hover it, we're going to say group hover translate X0 to get it back in the right position. So it's going to be translated to the left, and then when we hover it, it should go to the right. So you can see there's just a little bit of an effect there as well. This is a really cool card, just a nice little micro interaction that really brings this card to life. So this is a great effect. Let's see what else we need to do in this section to finish this up. In order to finish up this section, one of the things we definitely need to do is have some more data for our cards. Now, this wasn't included in this section, so we need to go ahead and create that data up top. So I'm going to say const card data, and that's going to be equal to an array, and we know we're going to have 4 of these cards. So I'm just going to go ahead and create 4 objects with commas in between, and that's going to ensure that we have those 4 objects. Now, for each of those objects, we are going to have an image, a title, a description. Those are the things that are going to change, and of course, we want to be able to set the card color as well. So I'm going to say image, and we're going to have a string here. The first one, we know we have our data already, so I can copy it from our first one. And the same thing is true of my other properties inside of this object. So I'm going to say title, and go ahead and create an empty string there, description, create an empty string there, and color, and create an empty string there. And then I'm just going to copy and paste what we already have for our first card. So we know that the image is going to be this assets/images/pill. So I'm going to drop that in there. The title is going to be this revolutionary blockchain API. That's going to be the title that we're going to drop in there. The description is going to be this paragraph text right here. And for the color, it has to be on one line. So let me go ahead and change that. And then for the color, we know that we're going to color this as fuchsia. So that's going to be the first card, but let's go ahead and fill in our other card data. And we could probably just go ahead and scroll over and at least see in our design on our last desktop at least a couple of these cards, and then I can go ahead and fill this in as well with what's not shown. So image for our second one is going to be /assets/images/cuboid.png. The title, and let me make sure that's ended with the right quote right there. The title is going to be the decentralized data solutions. The description is going to be empower your applications with decentralized data solutions, ensuring security and transparency at every step. And then the color for that one is actually going to be lime. For our third card, we need to do the same thing. So we have image. Let me go ahead and create that with /assets/images/cone.png. The title for that one is going to be Next Gen Smart Contracts. The description for that one is going to be unlock the potential of next gen smart contracts with our robust and scalable API tailored for modern blockchain needs. And then the color for that third one is going to be cyan. And then for the fourth one, we want to do the same thing. So image is going to be /assets/images/icosahedron.png. That's going to be the same one we've used up at the top in our hero. The title is going to be seamless blockchain integration. The description is integrate blockchain technology seamlessly into your projects with minimal effort, if I can spell correctly, and maximum efficiency. And then the color for this one is going to be violet. Okay, so we have our 4 different cards in our card data array. That means we can then map over our cards. And instead of using these static sources and titles and descriptions, we can actually use a different one for each one. So we know that this relative div is our card div. So we'll just map over those here. So I'm going to say card data.map, and then we can go ahead and pull out the data itself. So we can pull out the image, the title, make sure I have my description and our color, and then go ahead and make sure it is showing some JSX here. And that's going to be this entire div. So I'm just going to fold this up and I cut and paste into here. And that's going to allow us to use the attributes of these objects as we pull them out. So of course, we're going to first drop in the image. So that's going to go in here. So we're going to say that this is going to, source is going to be equal to image. This is going to be our title. So let's go and replace that with title. This is going to be our description right down here in our P. So let's go and replace that with the description. And we also have the button text, and we have color. So color is going to be a little bit harder. Let's go ahead and get to that in a second. We also want to make sure that we have the key properly set up. So let's go ahead and have the key equal to the title that should be a unique string. That should work well for React. So let's go ahead and scroll back over, make sure I have the right thing down here. So as I scroll down, we should see that the cards are down here, but of course they're not aligned next to each other yet. And that's fine. We just need to make sure that we have a way to do that. And that's going to be with a couple of flexed containers. So we want to put 2 flexed containers around our cards in order to ensure that they are able to be flexed without changing the size of our cards themselves. So the first one is going to be this one that we already have. We're just going to say that this is flexed. And then the second one is going to be another div, which we're going to wrap around our card data. So let me fold that up for a second, just so we can see where the end of that is, and fold that back out. And this one's going to say class name equals flex, but then it's also going to say flex none. And that's going to ensure that they can each be sized according to their own size rather than Flexbox itself. And then between our cards, let's go ahead and scroll back down so we can make sure this is working. And it is. So between our cards, we definitely want a gap. So we'll say gap 8. That'll put a 32 pixel gap in between our cards. Now, on the mobile view, of course, we're not really able to see that second card yet. But of course, as we scroll over to some of our other views, we should be able to see the different cards. And I can actually scroll because we have some overflow that's happening that we need to cut off, but we can see all of our cards as we scroll over there. So let me go ahead and scroll back up, make sure my reference image is correct, and it looks like it is. So let's go ahead and make sure that our scroll isn't overflowing this container by just going ahead and adding overflow x clip, and that should ensure that we don't see any of the extra scroll side to side. That's just going to be controlled specifically with our dots. Now that we have all of our cards on the page, now we actually can see that our dots container and our card is the same size, which means we can now position our dots container as well. So let me go ahead and fold this cards div up, and let's look at this dots container for just a second to see if we can give it the proper margin. So let me try and give this a margin top of 10, which should be about 40 pixels. And let's see if that is in line with what we have in our design. So I'm going to just go ahead and overlay our reference image once again and give it a little bit of a scroll to make sure that it is aligned. And it looks like it is. I'm actually hovering. It's showing me something different, but if I'm not hovering, it looks like everything is aligned perfectly. So I'm going to go ahead and put that out back side to side and see if there's any other updates we can make. Now, right now, we're not seeing any other of our cards, so it's kind of hard for us to adjust colors from our mobile view. Since we know that our mobile view should be working well, let's go ahead and move on to our tablet view and see what changes we need to make over there, and then we can start to adapt the different colors that we have here as well. Before we do that, one other thing that I realized is that now that we have card data, we don't need a dummy array for our dots either. We can actually use the card data array and the length of it to be able to map over and have a dot for each one of our cards. So I'm going to change this new array 4 with this fill. I'm just going to change this to card data dot map. And then I also don't want to just use the index anymore. I can actually use the card data itself. So let's just go ahead and pull out the title and use that same thing as the key here. And that should allow us to do that. And if we need to come back and use that index, we can, but I just thought that was more appropriate for that section. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. We should see the same number of dots. That's all working well. Moving over to our tablet view, let's go ahead and pull out our browser window just a little bit to be able to see this based on our design. We can see that we have a couple of changes. It looks like the padding on this card might be changing a little bit from what I'm seeing over here on my actual page. And of course, the width is definitely changing. So we want to account for both of those things. The title of this section is changing as well. So we want to make sure we account for the title change there. And it looks like we may even have a little bit of a change. We might have actually reduced the padding to the top of this section in this particular part of the page. So we'll make sure we have all that accounted for in this section. So let's go ahead and first worry about our title. When we go over to the medium view, we're going to add a medium modifier. We're going to say text 5XL. That should change the title text to be the right size, which it does. We also want to change our card width. So let's come down into here and let's see what we currently have. We currently have this max width extra small class added. That looks like it's going to go to a max width medium. So we're going to say at the medium size, we're going to say max width medium, and that should make our cards wide enough. Now I do once again see that there's a little bit of a padding difference here, and we can probably just account for that with a little bit of negative margin on the top. So let's see if we can do that. Let's see, negative MT, and let's start with 24 and see what that does. looks like it's about correct. So let's go ahead and overlay a reference image and see how far off we were. It looks like that might need to be a little bit more. So let's try negative MT28 and see if that is accurate. And it looks like it is, but the padding of our cards is still causing these cards to look misaligned as well. So we definitely want to go ahead and change that as well. So come back side by side and let's go ahead and change the padding of our cards. This padding is currently P8. At the medium size, we want that to be P10. So I'm going to say medium modifier, P10 for 40 pixels of padding. And that should increase the size of those a little bit. And let me go ahead and overlay our reference image again and see if we have those lined up perfectly. It looks like we do, which means that on the tablet view, at least, we have those cards working well. We still haven't changed our colors. We'll do that when we get over to the desktop size because I think that's going to be the best place to be able to see that. So let's go ahead over to our desktop view, and I'm going to go ahead and pull this reference image out side by side once again. After I do that, let's go ahead over to the desktop view. And here we can see 2 complete cards, which is going to allow us to make sure that we can align our colors well to ensure that we can change the color in our cards based on what our data currently says. So let's see if there's any other differences. I definitely see a font size difference in the title. There may be a little bit of difference in the margin top of these cards as well, so I'll pay attention to that. But let's first change the font size of the title at this view and see if that helps. So we currently have text 5XL, let's say on the large size, text 6XL, and see if that gives us the size that we need. And it looks like it does. As I scroll over, I do see that the text seems to be the same size now, although there's definitely still a margin difference between the cards themselves and the title of this section. So let's see if we can handle that as well. I'm going to go ahead and overlay for my reference image on top of my page and see if that can help us to create some of that alignment. So it looks like right now we have MT36 for our cards as spacing. So at the large size, we want to make that, let's try MT40 and see if that gets any closer. And let's go ahead and scroll a little bit. It is closer. Let's try 48 and see if that gets us there. So that looks like, as I scroll through, that looks like that is the ticket right there, the MT48. So that looks like that is exactly aligned with the design. The last thing we need to do in this particular section is we need to go ahead and make sure that we have the ability to change the color of our cards based on the data array that gets passed in. So let's go ahead and go to the top, and you can see that the first one is fuchsia, then lime, then cyan and violet. And we'd like to be able to change not only the light that's showing over here, but we'd also like to be able to change the button color over here as well. So let's go and pull over our code a little bit more just to give us a little bit more room to breathe, and then we'll look at how we can make that shift. So we know that our lights on the side of the card, our quote unquote lights, will need to shift. So we can use TW merge, that functionality, in order to change the background based on what color we pass in here. So let's see if we've imported that. It doesn't look like we have yet. So I'm going to go to the top of my file and I'm going to say import TW merge from Tailwind merge, and then we can come down into our card data and go ahead and change this class name here to say TW merge. We're just going to wrap the entire classes that we have right now. And then we're going to say if the color is equal to lime, for example, then we're going to want the class name to be added to this to be BG lime 500. And let me go ahead and save that. And let's see if we can scroll over and see that happening yet. So if I hover this, I can see a little bit of lime there. And of course, we want to change the actual light color as well. So I'm going to go ahead and give this second one a TW merge function as well. And I'm going to wrap the entire class name that we have right now. And then I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to say color equals lime and BG lime 500. And of course, the other thing that changes on this one is our group hover. So we also want to say group hover and then BG lime 400. And that should shift that. So now we see that we have a lime light over here. The other thing we have to change is the button, of course. So let's go ahead down to our button and make sure that that's shifted as well. So I'm going to say the same thing here. I'm going to say TW merge, and I'm going to wrap the entire class name with that. And then I'm going to say color equals lime and text lime 500. And that should change that color over as well. So now we have a way to change our colors. Now we just need to add in the other colors as well. So we have fuchsia, we have lime, we also need to add in cyan and violet. So I'm going to come to the same spots where I did this before, and I'm just going to update these as well. So I'm going to say that if we have cyan, we're going to say BG cyan 500 there. And then same thing down here as I copy and paste this and make sure I have the right, there we go, color equals cyan. We're going to make the BG cyan 500, and the group hover is going to be BG cyan 400. And then same thing for our button. We can just go ahead and copy and paste this one, and we'll say if it's cyan, we switch this to text cyan 500. Now, why do we not make this dynamic is a really good question. Like, why don't we just say we're going to make it text dash and then fill this color in with some kind of a dynamic value and then have a 500 here? And that's because Tailwind is a build time tool, which means we have to be able to pre-populate. It has to be able to know every single value or every single class that it's going to need to create for its just-in-time compilation. So essentially, we need to be able to tell it specifically what classes are going to be available to us. We could potentially do that with a CSS custom property. We could adjust it that way. But since we're only working with a couple of different colors here, I think it makes more sense to just go ahead and spell this out and say, okay, if the color is lime, this is how we're going to adjust our button. This is how we're going to adjust our light, those kinds of things. They just make it a little bit easier to reason about. So that's why we go ahead and fill this out for every single color. Now, if we were dealing with, 20 or 100 different colors, we'd probably approach this a little bit differently. But since we're only dealing with 4, and we should be dealing with probably 4 for the entirety of the page, that's not too much hassle to go ahead and do it this way. And so the last color we need to fill in is our violet, I believe. Let me just double check, go to the top here, color equals violet. Yes, that's correct. So I'll fill in color equals violet. And of course, when that's the case, we are going to have the BG violet 500. And the same thing is true down here. We're going to go ahead and fill this one in and say when it's violet, we're going to change these to BG violet 500 and group hover BG violet 400. And down in our button, we'll do the same thing. So color equals violet, then we'll change the text to violet 500. Okay, so right now it's kind of hard for us to be able to actually see these third and fourth cards. One thing we could potentially do is just go ahead and add an overflow scroll onto the flexed box that holds our cards. That should be this one right here. Let's see if we can do that. If we say overflow X scroll, and let's see if it actually allows us to go ahead and scroll this. And it does look like it does. It does cut off our shapes and images that are outside the cards, but at least we can get an idea of what this looks like for each of these particular cards. And of course, it cuts off a little bit of our shadow as well. So we're not going to keep this on here, but it's good to just be able to see these different colors and see what's actually changing here. So I'm going to take that overflow X scroll off. That was just for us to be able to see that we had everything filled in correctly. And now that should allow our cards to repopulate the way that they were. With that, let me just take one more look at this section and ensure everything looks good across every responsive view. So we can see that on desktop, this section looks great. We see that it looks perfect along with the design. As we scroll over to our tablet view, we can see that everything is looking good to me as well. We're seeing the different colors for our cards and buttons over here. And then of course on mobile, we're also seeing everything looking good here, although it looks like we are seeing a little bit of a change in our margin top at this view. So we want to make sure we didn't adjust anything poorly here. So I'm going to go ahead and pull my browser back in so that we can take one more look at our code and ensure we don't have anything messed up here. So it looks like this would be the problem, or excuse me, this would be the problem up here, our negative MT28. I believe that took effect at the medium size screen, but we didn't add that medium modifier. So let's say if we can add the medium modifier and get that to only take effect at the medium screen. So now I'm seeing that my design is aligned with my page, and let's double check our tablet view as well. So that looks good across there. And then of course on desktop, it looks good across there as well. Okay, so coming back all the way over to our mobile view, everything looks great in this section. Looks like everything is aligned with our design, which means it's time to move on to the next section of the page. Moving down below our feature cards, we get to a feature grid. So this is actually what looks like a couple of sections that we're going to combine into a single section that just has some information and some calls to action about this companies, this blockchain company. So we have a title, description, a couple of list items that we're going to style up. And of course, we're seeing some similar buttons as we have created in our page already that we can go ahead and drop in. And then the second one is also going to have that same sort of layout. Now, as we move into our tablet view, this section gets a lot more interesting because that's when we start to actually bring in our 3D shapes alongside this section. Then of course, we're going to give a parallax effect to when we come back and do our animation. So this is going to make this section a lot more interesting once we're here. And then of course in desktop, we really get the full effect of those 3D shapes. Those are going to be front and center for this section. So this is going to be a good section to get some practice with CSS grid and things like that. So with that, let's go ahead and dive into the code. Back in our code, let's open up our source directory and go to sections and create a new features grid. So I'm going to create a new file that's going to be called featuresgrid.tsx. And inside that, we're just going to make it a React component. So I'm going to export const features grid. And that's going to be equal to a function that returns some JSX. For now, we're just going to return a div that says features grid, like so. And then we are going to wire it up into our page. So if I go into source/pages and go into my index page, I want to import this features grid section. So import features grid from /sections/features grid. And then I'm going to drop it below my features cards section. So I'm going to drop it right here. So features grid. And once we hit save, hopefully we'll see some text show up below our features cards. And it looks like we do see that features grid text showing up right here, which means it's correctly wired up into our page. Let's go ahead and close our index page and go back into our features grid and start filling out the content for this particular section. I'm going to erase what I put here and start out with a semantic section tag. That section tag is going to contain a container, as is normally the case with any of our sections. So I'm going to give this a class of container. And then inside that, we are going to go ahead and start to create the text. So we're going to start with an H2, and that's going to say empowering the future of blockchain. And then the paragraph below it is going to say Blockforge provides robust and secure infrastructure to support the next generation of decentralized applications. That's the paragraph below it. And then I also want to go ahead and make sure that we have word wrap toggled on so we can see all of our content. And I'm going to close my sidebar as well so that we can just give the code a little more space. And then below that, we have unordered list. So that UL is going to have some list items. Since I don't want to repeat myself on these list items with my styles, I'm going to go ahead and create the list items above it and just give it a constant of list items and then create that array. And that's just going to be an array of strings. So the first string is going to be experience, unparalleled security and scalability. The second string is going to be fully benefit from scalable network effects. And the third string is going to be unlock the potential of decentralized networks. And those list items should allow us to go ahead and come in here and then map over those list items. So I'm going to say list items.map. And then for each of those items, I'm going to just go ahead and pull out my item, and I'm going to create some JSX from that. So I'm going to have an LI, and then of course we're going to have a span tag in here with the item itself. And then we also want a key to keep React happy here. So I'm going to say key equals the item. It's just a string, so that should work perfectly. And of course, they're all unique. So those list items should work well. So we're seeing our list items right here now. So that's good. Below that, we'll want our two buttons. So I'm going to create a div below that to hold our buttons. We know that we already have a cut corner button component. So I'm going to import that. So I'm going to import cut corner button. And then I'm just going to drop that in the bottom of our code. So I'm going to say cut corner button. And that's going to have a text of get started. And then beside that, we're also going to have a learn more button. Now we already have this same style of button used elsewhere in the page right above in our cards. So if I scroll up and look at our cards, we're already using that same button here. So this is probably a good opportunity because we were using this same style of button to go ahead and create a reusable component. So let's see if we can go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and pull out my sidebar, and I'm first going to go ahead and go get that code. So inside of our cards, that would be in our features cards section. Let me open up that section. and then I'll scroll down and find where that button is located. So we have a couple of things here. It looks like we have the button here is the one that is the Learn More button that we're targeting right now. So we have text small, font heading uppercase, font extra bold, tracking wider. Okay, all that looks right. So I'm going to just copy this code and I'm going to create a file within my components folder, and we're going to call this textbutton.tsx. And then inside that, we're going to export a const of text button, and that's going to be a function that takes some props and returns some JSX. For now, I'm just going to copy and paste the JSX I had from my features cards section. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in this TW merge so that we have that. So I'm going to import TW merge so that this is brought into this file. And we are going to allow this button to change based on the color prop that gets passed into it. So we can go ahead and do a couple of things here. Number one, we want to allow the user of the button to change the class name. So we're going to have props. And up till now, every single one of our props TypeScript types has always been component props without ref, which is going to continue to be the case here, except for we're going to add on the ability to pass in a color. So I'm going to say component props without ref button and color. And if you pass that in, it's going to be a string. So that's going to be the type for that. And then we can go ahead and destructure our props by saying const. We'll pull out class name and we'll also pull out color. And then that will allow us to use both class name and color. And of course, we also want children because we don't want to define what the text is right here. We want children as well. So I'm going to pull out children. So class name, children, and color. Once we've done that, we can go ahead and drop those in. So for our class name, we know that we want to add that onto the end of our TW merge to basically say, if you want to pass in a custom class name, go for it. That's what's going on there. For children, we want to drop that in place of our text. So we're going to make that children. And then for color, we actually already have a way to define that. We have color equals right here. So we have some handlers for color. So if they pass in nothing, it'll just be this fuchsia 500. But if they pass in either lime, cyan, or violet, then they'll be able to change that button color to those specific colors. And of course, we can also just change it by passing in a custom class name, but it'd be kind of better in this case, I think, to use the color prop. So I'm going to just go ahead and try and stick to that if we can. So I'm going to save that. That looks like we have a reusable text button. So we're going to drop it into our current section that we're working on, our features grid, and we're going to go back and of course drop it into our features cards as well. So I'm going to say right here, text button, and we're going to say learn more, which I believe is the content for that particular button. It looks like it is. So let me just double check that. Okay, that looks good. And that looks like it's actually right already. And then of course we want to replace this right here in our features cards with this new text button component as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop it above it, this current button. So text button, just to ensure that I don't need to copy and paste anything. If I hit enter, it should import it, but I'm going to double check that it did that. And it does look like it did import that automatically. So let's come back down to our text button. And let's go ahead and make sure the text for that is learn more. And we also want to pass in the color prop. So I'm going to say color equals color. And that's going to pass in the color that we're already looping over from our card data. So each of our card data cards has a color associated with it. It's going to be one of the ones that we've already defined here. So when we pass that color in, it should change the color appropriately. So let's just double check on that. We're going to remove this button here just by commenting it out for a second and save that, and just double check that if we go over to our tablet view, that we still see our colored button correctly. And it looks like we do, which means it looks like all of this is working as we intended. So let me go ahead and remove this commented code and leave our text button right here. So I'm going to save that as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and close out features cards and come back to the grid. We also don't need text button up here anymore. I'm just going to close that out and come back to our grid. And I'm going to close out our sidebar just to give us a little bit more room to work with. So scrolling back down, coming back over to the mobile view, we can see that we have the first section of our content here. So it looks like the content is all there for that particular part of the section. So I'm going to wrap that all in one div like so. And then for the second div below it, we can go ahead and start to create that content if we can scroll down enough to kind of see the content, which we can't quite scroll down enough for that yet. So I'm going to go ahead and just start working on this top div first. So for the H2, of course, we need to go ahead and make sure that our title text is updated. So I'm going to give you this a class name of font heading, of course, to make it the right font family. We also want to say font black to make it the right weight. We're going to say text 4XL. Hopefully that's the right font size. It looks like it is. And we also want to go ahead and make sure that this section already has some padding. So I think we're using PY24. Let's try that for this one and see if that continues to work. So I'm going to say PY24 and scroll up and down. It looks like that aligns it with our design. And I'm not seeing anything else right offhand that we need to do with ASH2, so I'm going to leave it alone and work on our paragraph below it. So I'm going to give this a class name as well. This class name is going to first change the text size. So I'm going to say text XL to change that text size up. We're also going to change the text color with text zinc 400 to darken that up just a little bit. We're going to say MT8. Hopefully that should be the right amount of margin. And I think that's it for this mobile view. And then our UL, we're going to be a little bit more complex because of course we have to create these icons as well as the list items themselves. So for that UL, what we're going to want to do is make sure we have this flexed in the column direction. So class name equals flex call. And then between each of those, we want a gap of 32 pixels. So I'm going to put that in there. And we also want a margin from our paragraph. So MT12 should take care of that. And then let's go ahead and start to update some of our text styles. So in here, we want the text to be extra large, it looks like. So let me try text XL. That should be 20 pixels in font size. And then we want the weight to change as well. So I'm going to say font bold to update the font weight. And that looks like that's correct right now. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that as is. And then of course we need to create this additional icon. So I'm going to do that with two different divs. So I'm going to create a wrapping div, and inside that we're going to have another div for each of these. So for our outer circle and of course our inner dot. For our inner dot, let's work on that first. I'm going to say class name equals, and we're going to say size 1.5 to make that a 6 by 6 pixel. And we're going to give that a BG of fuchsia 500. That should make that, and then rounded full should make that a circle. And then for the outer circle, we can say class name equals and give this inline flex because of course we were going to center this inner circle. So we're going to say justify center items center. We'll make this a size of 8, which will be 32 pixels by 32 pixels. And then we also want to put an outline on the outside of this as well, like we've been doing with some of these other divs. So I'm going to say outline 4 to make this a 4 pixel outline, negative outline offset 4 to bring it inside of our div. We're going to say rounded full to make sure that it has the proper border radius. And then we'll just make the outline a different color by coming back to our outline classes and saying outline fuchsia 500/20, I believe should be the right opacity. Actually, it looks like it's a little bit lighter than that. Get /10. That should be correct. Now, in order to get our list items showing with a little bit of space in between and centered correctly, we'll of course need to make sure that this list item here is flexed. So I'm going to give this a class name as well. And I'm going to say flex, and then we'll center everything with items center, and we'll say gap 3 to give it 12 pixels of spacing in between. We don't want this div to ever shrink. So right now, if you can kind of see this, there's a little bit of shrinkage that's going on. It's kind of compressing that circle. We don't want that to ever happen. So next to our inline flex, we'll say flex shrink 0, and that should keep it from ever shrinking. It will always stay the same size, no matter how much Flexbox thinks it needs to come down in size. So that looks correct to me. And then below that, we'll just need to go ahead and style up our buttons container. So I'm going to give this a class name of flex to put those side by side. We'll want to set the gap between those at gap 8. So that will take care of that. And then we'll of course want to give this some margin top. We'll say margin top 12 to give that the right amount of margin top. This first part is looking great to me. Let's go ahead and overlay the design and see if it still looks as good as it does without it overlaid. So I'm overlaying the design and I'm not seeing any differences right now. That's giving me a lot of confidence that we've done this correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and pull back my reference image to that side by side. And let's see if we can scroll down and actually see our second part of our content, which it looks like now we can, now that we have some margin and spacing up here. So let me go ahead and start to work on this second part of the content. We have one div right here that ends right here. So we're going to go ahead and want to start the second one. We want everything to be inside of our container because of course we still want it within that container to keep it from touching the edges of the screen. So I'm going to create my second div right here. And then we'll go ahead and put our content in here. So it's going to be an H2, and we can see that it says Block Forge leads the way. And then we have a couple of paragraphs below that. So we have a paragraph first that says BlockForge is dedicated to supporting the evolution of Web3 applications by delivering the necessary infrastructure and security for Web3. And then in our second paragraph, it looks like it says BlockForge champions Web3 for everyone. As a decentralized blockchain scaling platform, BlockForge enables developers to create scalable, user-friendly dApps with low transaction costs, all while ensuring robust security. So let's see if those paragraphs look correct. I don't think I made any mistakes there, but there we go. We have our two paragraphs, and then below that we have two buttons. We know that those are going to go inside a div so that we can flex those in the future. Our first one is just our cut corner button. So let me go ahead and drop that component in. Cut corner button will say get started. And then our second one is going to be our text button, and that one's going to say learn more as well. So with that, that should be the content for this section. Let's see if we have all of that content in there correctly. It looks like right now we do, so we can start to style some of this content up. The first thing we're going to do before we style the content up is I'm going to go ahead and set the gap between these two parts of the content by going ahead and wrapping these two divs in another div that's going to be flexed to the column direction. So I'm going to wrap this in another div, give this a class name of flex and flex call. That's going to wrap it in the column direction. And then I just want to give it a gap of 48 to give it 192 pixels of gap in between there. And that should be the right amount of gap. It looks like it is right now. We'll double check that when we complete the styling for this second section, but that should allow us to just have the gap in between those. And then for this H2, we're going to have similar styles to the title on the other part of this section. So I'm going to say class name equals font heading. We know that it's going to be font black to be the proper font weight. We also know it's going to be text 4XL. That should be the right font size. Let me just double check that it's still looking good. And everything looks like it's the right size there. So let's go ahead and just save that again. And then down in our paragraphs, we're going to have two paragraphs that are going to mirror each other in style. So I'm going to say class name. And in fact, we could just go ahead and probably wrap these paragraphs in a div and flex them. That way we can style them both together. So I'm going to say div class name equals flex call. And then we can use that one div to give them both styles by saying text XL. And then we want them to be text zinc 400 to give them the right color. These paragraphs are going to be MT6 with also a gap of 6 between them to give them the same amount of margin. And then it looks like we need a little bit more of a gap in between these two sections of the page. So I'm going to double check on that. Let's see if we need this maybe to be 52 to get this all the way down. It looks like it's even more, a little bit more than that. So let's try 56 and see if that makes them parallel to the design. That looks a lot better. So we're going to leave that at 56. And then of course we need to get our buttons down here as well. So I'm going to give this button div a class name of flex. We're going to give that a gap of 3, I believe. No, that's a little bit too small. Let's try a gap of 8, and then MT12 should give it the top margin that we need. So with those styles in place, let's go ahead and overlay our design on top of our page and see if everything looks correct. And as I scroll up and down over this second section, it does look like things are right, except for there's something going on right there. I may have misspelled something, or yes, I did misspell something. So let me go ahead and save that again. And now it looks like it is correct. So as I scroll up and down, I do see that now it looks right. So that works for the mobile view. We know that things are going to change as we get into the tablet view. So let's go ahead and pull this back out side by side and then look at what we need to do in our tablet view. As we move over into our tablet view, let's go ahead and take a look at how our design looks versus our page right now. So we can see, let's go over to our page. We can see that we don't have any images showing yet. In fact, we haven't even included any images in this section. It looks like we also have some text size that's changing. Those are the big things. We do want the grid. We want to wrap this in a grid, and we want essentially the text to be 2 columns and the image to take up 1 column and then go ahead and overflow off of the page where need be to make it the right size. So let's go ahead and implement all of those different changes to the tablet portion of this features grid. So if I come into my first part of my grid here, we can see that it is wrapped in a div. So let's go ahead and update that to go ahead and add a grid class. I'm going to say div class name equals, and in fact, let's go ahead and actually just make that a column. We'll go ahead and wrap this whole div. Let me go ahead and pull this in. We'll go ahead and wrap this whole thing in a div. And then in this div, we'll say class name equals grid, and it's going to be grid calls 3 for 3 columns. And then we know that our text, we want to take up 2 columns. So in this div, I'm going to say class name equals call span 2. That should ensure that it takes up 2 of our 3 columns. And then we're going to have another div that's going to hold our images. And in fact, we can go ahead and bring those in. I'm going to create an image. In fact, I'm going to create 2 images. The first one is going to have a source of /assets /images /Taurus not.png. And in JSX, we'll go ahead and end that like that. And we'll have an alt tag of Taurus not 3D image. And then the second image is going to be our hemisphere. So I'm going to say img source equals /assets /images /hemisphere.png. And then alt is going to be hemisphere 3D shape, and go ahead and have a self-closing tag there. As we scroll up, we have both of those images showing here. And of course, we have our text. And now we need to see what we need to do to those different things to get them to match our design. The first thing we definitely need to do is we need to update our text to be a bigger size. So I'm going to come down to my title. I'm going to say at the medium size, we're going to make our text 5XL, and that should make it the right size for this. Let me double check and ensure that we're still seeing the right part of this page. We are, and we have medium text 5XL. Oh, my bad. I was editing the wrong part of the page. Let me go ahead and remove that. Let's come into this column that we're spanning to, where our text right here, and let's make this at the medium size. We add a medium modifier. We'll say text 5XL, and that should ensure that the text is the right size. And that looks like that lines up. And then of course we need to adjust our images so that they not only look right, but that they're the right size as well. For our Taurus not image, let me go ahead and add a class name to that. And that is going to be size 96 to make it 384 by 384. And we'll save that. We'll also want to add a max width of none so that we allow it to overflow off of the side of the page. That's perfectly fine. And then for the hemisphere, we also want to add a class name to that as well. This hemisphere is going to be absolutely positioned according to whatever is going on with this other image, because we of course want it to come up underneath this other image. So we're going to say absolute here. We're going to give it the same size. We're going to say size 96. That's fine as well. And then we're going to pull it up under by saying top 3/4. And that's just going to come down 3/4 of the way from the top of whatever our relative positioned div is. We don't have one of those yet, so I'm going to go ahead and add a relative class on here. That should ensure that it comes up to the right spot in the page. Now it looks like what we actually needed to do was go ahead and wrap another div just around this image, or around both of these images, so that we had a good relative position instead of using our grid div. So let me go ahead and just remove this class name here and just create a new div around these images, and that will allow us to go ahead and set the relative positioned div in the right place. So I'm going to say class name equals, and we're going to say relative, and of course inline flex should make sure that it's just wrapped around that image tightly. And then now we do see that this is in the right spot at least. Now we know that we need to adjust z index to pull it beneath the other image. So let me just set a z index of 0 on this, and then our hemisphere image will set a negative z10 index, and that should pull it below our Taurus knot that we're seeing right here. In order to flip this left to right, because of course it looks like it's kind of facing away from this section, but over in the design, if we pull out our design a little bit, we can get a better look at this. We can see that it's actually facing towards this section over here. So we're actually flipping this on the x-axis, and this actually isn't too hard to do. We just need to give it a scale of -1 if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead and do that by just saying scale x, and then we're just going to say -1. And that should flip that hemisphere image around and make it face our section, which of course we can see that it does. Now I'm still able to scroll over left and right, and we can see that we have that overflow icon at the bottom that's warning us that we have horizontal overflow detected. We don't want horizontal overflow, so let's go ahead and make sure that this section is prepared to cut off any horizontal overflow by just going ahead and adding overflow X clip to the section, and that should make sure that we don't have any overflow as we scroll left and right. And of course that icon is now gone because we don't have any more of that. Now that our images are in place and our text is changed, let's go ahead and lay our design on top of our page and see if everything looks right. The thing that I'm seeing is that we don't have any spacing between our columns. So even though we have 3 different columns, there's no gap in between. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a gap of 8 for 32 pixels. That should push the image over to where it needs to be. And that looks like that was the problem. So that wasn't hard to figure out, but that was definitely something that we needed in that grid. So now that that is looking good, let's go down to the second part of this section and see what we need to do for this one as well. We can see that we once again need to increase the font size, and of course we need another grid, but this one needs to be 1 column and then 2 columns instead of the other way around. So let me go ahead and fold my first grid up, and let's come down to our second content div, which is this one right here. And let's go ahead and fold that up as well, just so we can wrap a div around it. So I'm gonna say div class name equals, this is gonna be where our grid is. We're gonna say grid calls 3 again. We're gonna go ahead and give it that gap of 8 because we know that we're gonna need that, and wrap it around all of our content. And then this time we're going to create the div that's going to hold our images right here. That's where our images are going to go. And then this content div is going to be spanning 2 columns instead of the first one. So I'm going to say class name equals call span 2, and that should allow it to span 2 columns. And let's go over and see how this is looking right now. So we are getting these in the right place. Now let's go ahead and drop in our images into this first div. So I'm going to come inside this div and say image source equals. The first one is going to be our cone. So /assets/images/cone.png. We're going to give this an alt tag of cone 3D shape. And I'm going to have a self-closing tag there. And then the second one is going to be image source equals /assets/images/hemisphere again. And the alt is going to be hemisphere 3D shape. And once those images are on there, of course, we need to go ahead and modify these so that they match the design as well. And we need to make sure that this cone is bigger. So let's go ahead and set that. We know that this is a div. We want to create another div around these images. We already went through this problem. So I'm going to go ahead and create another div around these images. We're going to make that div. We're going to say class name equals relative. And we're going to make our cone shape. We're going to give it a class name as well. We're going to say size 96 with a max width of none. That should make it the right size. And then we just need to ensure that it's positioned in the right spot. So the way that we're going to have to do that is we're actually going to have to make this, instead of relative, this one is actually going to have to be absolute in this case. So I'm going to say absolute there. And then we're going to make the wrapping grid div. We're going to say class name equals relative here, in order to get this lined up. And then once this is absolute, we can just say right 0, and hopefully that should push our content over in the right spot so that we have that right 0 taking effect. It looks like it is, but our cone is a little bit rotated in our design. So let's see if we can rotate that by, let's just say 12 degrees, and hopefully that should match our design a lot better. It looks like it is matching better, and let's just make sure that our hemisphere is also in the right spot. And to do that, we're going to go ahead and give it a class name as well. We're going to make sure that it is position absolute. So I'm going to say absolute. And we also want to say top 3/4 as well. And that should hopefully pull it to the right spot. It's almost right. We need to adjust the Z index here. So I'm going to say Z0 on this. And of course, we're going to say negative Z10 on the hemisphere. That should bring it below our cone. That looks like it is aligned with the way that the design is created. The only other thing I'm seeing on this particular section is our section title. It's definitely a little bit bigger in the design than it is in our current code. So for this section as well, we need to say that at the medium size, the text becomes 5XL on our title, and hopefully that will align it with the way that the design looks. So let me go ahead and overlay once again our design on top of our code and see if everything looks right. It definitely looks a little bit off, and it might be some form of margin, or maybe the spacing in between might have changed in this size. So right now we have a gap of 56 in between. So let's say at the medium size, let's increase that gap. Let's just say to 64 and see if that is correct. I'm gonna go ahead and overlay this again And actually it's not, it's actually coming down a little bit. So let me come back to 56. Yep, that gets a little bit closer. And in this, let's say medium gap 48, and let's see if that's any closer. And that looks like that is correct. The other thing that I'm seeing is it looks like this hemisphere is a little bit out of place in one spot or the other. So let me increase my design. It looks like the hemisphere is to the right. And as I pull that back, it looks like my hemisphere is then to the left. So let's see if we can adjust the hemisphere over to the right. Let me see if I can add a right 0 and see if that fixes our problem by just going ahead and doing that. And as I look a little bit closer, it looks like we have this rotate 12 that's actually happening for both our cone and our hemisphere, but it really should be happening only for our cone, not our hemisphere. So I'm going to cut that and put it into our cone image, and that makes it align with the design exactly as we'd want it to. Now that that's taken care of, it looks like we have our design aligned to what we have on the screen, which is a great place to be in. Let's go ahead over to desktop. I'm going to pull my reference image back out to side by side, and then I'm going to head over to desktop and see if we still have things aligned to the design. Let's go ahead and pull out the desktop view just to get a better view of what's going on over here. So everything is looking pretty nice right now. The only difference is we definitely have a little bit of difference in the amount of spacing between our different grid sections right here. And we definitely have a little bit of font size difference as well. So we can see that the title definitely gets even bigger in this view. And that looks to be the major differences for this view. So let's go ahead and take care of those, come back into our code, and then we'll see if we can get this taken care of. So I'm going to go up to my first part of my features grid and make sure that we say at the large size text 6XL. That should take care of the font size change that we saw over here. And those look like they're now the same. And as I scroll down here, we definitely want to make sure that these are the same font size as well. So I'm going to scroll down to my second part of this section and come to my title and say large text 6XL as well. And that should make that the right font size. I'm going to scroll over and see that those look like the right size. And it does look like they are, but we definitely need to split our grids by even more distance in this particular size. So let's see, we right now have a gap of 48. We know that that needs to be a lot bigger at this size. So let me go ahead and overlay my reference image, and then we can figure out what that gap needs to be at this size. So I'm going to start with a large gap of 80 and then see how close that gets us. And we will see, I'm not sure if we're too far or too shallow. So let me try 72 and see if that gets us closer or further away. It looks like it's a little bit further away. So let's try 80 again. We're getting closer, but we're just a little bit off with our gap. I don't know if we have, let me try this again, large gap, and let's see what values we have as we scroll down here. We have 80 and then we jump right to 96. So we might need to add a custom value here to make this work. So if we say gap 80, that is going to represent 320 pixels. So let's just go ahead and say 320 pixels, and then we can adjust that 320 pixel number. So let's try 328 and let's see if we're any closer. It looks like we're definitely getting closer if we're not already there. The text looks right, the title looks right. We have a little bit of difference in our size as well. So that may have been accounting for the difference that we were seeing here. So this isn't perfect, the title is, but none of the other text is perfect up here. And I think that has to do with the size of our paragraph text at this screen size as well. So let's go ahead and we'll mess with that after we ensure that our size of our paragraph text is right. So in this view, in the medium view, it was text XL. Let's see if at the large view, if text 2XL is the answer for our paragraph size. I'm going to scroll a little bit to see. And yes, it looks like we needed to bring the paragraph size up here. And I'm assuming that's the same down here. So let's come down to our two paragraphs down here, and we'll ensure that they're the right size by saying large text 2XL here as well. And let's see if those get any better. And it looks like they are right, but of course it's super blurry because we don't have the right gap anymore. So let's try gap of 80 again, and let's see if that is the answer that we're looking for. Scroll up and down. Yes, it looks like now we're aligned with our design. So let's bring the code over once again, bring our view back out and ensure that we are exactly aligned to our design. And it looks like now we are. As I come back through my views to ensure that I didn't break anything, everything still looks good at all of our responsive views. This is a really great section. Oh, I do see that we do have some breakage down on our mobile view, and that's because we forgot to make sure that our third column of our grid is hidden, or our grid should be one column and we should definitely be hiding our images at that size. So let's go ahead and open up our code again and ensure that we have that taken care of as well. So we come right over here and find where we have our images. So this is the first div down here in the mobile view. So we want our grid to be 3 columns across as long as it's medium, but when it's small, we only really want it to be 1 column. So I'm going to say grid calls 1, and at the medium size, we're going to go up to 3 columns. So that's how that's going to work. And then the other thing is we don't want our images to show at all at this size. So I'm going to come down here and say that after our call span 2, we have this div right here. This div should not be showing, so it's going to have a class name of hidden. And then when it reaches the medium size, we can go ahead and show it again with block. So let's try that and see how that works. So that looks right there. And then we need to do the same thing down here in the second portion of this section. So let's go ahead and do the same thing by saying grid calls 1 and then medium grid calls 3. And then this relative div is going to be what we're going to be hiding on this particular section. So we're going to say hidden and then medium block again. And that should allow our images to be hidden until we want them to be shown. So I'm seeing that looks like it's all aligned now. And coming back through to our different responsive views, it looks like they are aligned again. And then over on desktop, pulling out our browser a little bit more so that we can see this, it does look like those look aligned as well. So everything looks great, which means it's time to move on to the next section. Now that we've completed our features grid, let's go ahead and move down to the latest posts section. This is the next section on the homepage. You can see it has a title and a description, and then we're using a familiar component, these cards, in order to show our latest posts to the user. We're only going to show 4 here, and each of these is going to have a different color based on the category that we've added for this particular post. Now, as you can see, we are only showing this in 1 column on the mobile view, but as we move over into the tablet view and we show the same section, we're going to have this in a 2-column grid, and then we're going to offset one of the columns. So we'll talk about how to do that when we get into the code. And of course, we'll make sure that we have our link to the blog where we can see all of the posts down here at the bottom of this section. Over in the desktop, it's going to look pretty similar to the tablet view. We're still going to have our offset card. We're still going to have our 2-column grid, and this is going to be an interesting section to work on. So let's go ahead and dive into the code. In order to get started with this section, let's go ahead and go into our source directory, open up sections, and create a new section called latest posts.tsx. And then that will be an exported React component. We'll also say export const latest posts. And that's going to be equal to a function that returns some JSX. We'll return a section element, and inside that section element, we'll say latest posts and save that. In order to hook that up into our page, let's go into our pages and we'll go into index.astro and we'll import that at the top of our file. So I'm going to say import latest posts from /section/latest posts, and then we'll drop that below our features grid. So I'm going to say latest posts here, just like we've done with our other sections. And then I'll save that, and we should see the words latest posts, if we've done this correctly, show up on our screen. Now that we have that there, let's go back into our latest posts section. Let's close out our index page, and I'm going to also close out my sidebar just to give our content a little more room to breathe. Inside of our section element, we'll go ahead and create a div with a class name of container, and that's just going to hold our content. And then for our content, we'll start with an H2 for the title, and we'll give this the content of your portal to everything blockchain with a period. And then below that, we'll also have the section description. We'll use a semantic p tag, and that's going to say keep up with the newest trends, comma, updates, comma, and insights in the blockchain world, updated weekly with a period. And then after we save that, we should see both of those show up, which we do. And then below that, we'll have some cards that look very similar to the features cards that we created earlier. That's fine. Let's just go ahead and create the content for those. I'm just going to create the content for one, and then I'm going to loop over it 4 times. So we're going to create a div to hold these cards. And for our single card, we're going to create a div for that as well. At the top of that, we'll create another div, and we'll put the word technology inside of that because we're just creating the content right now. And then below that, for the title for this card, we'll go ahead and create a semantic H3 tag. We'll say regulatory challenges facing blockchain, like so. And then we also want the post description here. So that's going to say understanding the regulatory landscape surrounding blockchain and what it means for the future of this technology. And below that, we also know that we're going to have a button and an arrow. So I'm going to create a div, and inside that, I'm going to have a semantic button tag that's just going to say read more. And then beside that, we're also going to have an arrow, which for now, I'm just going to have a placeholder word of arrow. Now that I've done that, we know that this is the wrapper for our cards, and then we're going to have 4 of these cards right here. So I'm just going to fold this up using my IDE code folding, and then around that, I'm going to wrap a dummy array just to be able to see what this looks like 4 times. So I'm going to say ... new array, which should spread a new array, and we can add a custom length of 4. We're going to fill this with a dummy value of 0, each of those items, and then we're going to map over those items. And for each of those items, we're of course going to have our item and then our item index, and then we can put some JSX on the page for each of those items. Well, I'm just going to copy and paste my div here into my new array. And after I save it, I should see that being shown 4 times on the page. So I see the word technology, 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 technology. That lets me know that it's shown 4 times on the page, and I've done what we wanted to do. Now that we have some content placeholders in this section, let's go ahead and start styling up this section, and then I'll show you how to add the actual content when we get to these blog posts after we've done our styling. Coming up into our section item, let's go ahead and add a class name of PY60. That will enable us to have some padding top and bottom. That should push it down to the right spot. And then for our H2, we'll say class name equals, and we'll want to change the font family with font heading. We'll also change the font weight with font black to make that nice and dark. We'll change the font size by saying text 4XL. That'll increase the font size for us. And then text center should push the text of this title towards the center of the page. For our description, after I scroll up and down a little bit so I can get this aligned with the reference image, I'm going to say class name equals, and I'm going to say text XL. That should make it the right font size. Text center will push it towards the center of the page. And then we'll also change the color of this text with text zinc 400. That will make sure that our color is a little bit darker than the title. And then we'll say MT8, if I'm not mistaken. That should push it down to be in the right position with a little bit of margin top. For our blog items, we'll also want to push those down. So I'm going to say class name here, and we'll give this more margin top. We'll say MT16 to give this 4 rems of margin top. And then we have these cards here. Now, before we start styling up this card, I would like to see if we can use the card that we already created up in our features cards up earlier in the homepage right here. Now, the content doesn't look exactly the same, but if we can extract out what's reusable and then leave the content in here, we can have a reusable component that will not require us to create the styles for this card every single time. So I'm going to open up my sidebar and go back to that features cards section and see how we can extract this component. Down here in card data is where our cards are being defined. And let's just review this section real quick to see what styles there are and how we can extract this out. So this is the wrapper div. We'll definitely want that. We also can see that these 2 divs make up the cut corner light on the side of the component. And we also have the background, which is this div right here. Everything below this is content until we get to the footer, which is this div right here where we have our text button and our SVG icon. We're actually going to leave the footer in here because that's going to be reused, but of course we're going to pull the content out. That's not going to be in our reusable component. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and just fold this div up. I'm going to copy it, and then we'll come into our sidebar and create a new component for it by going into components, creating a new file, and naming this card.tsx. Inside our card.tsx, we're just going to say export const card, and that's going to be a component that's going to take in some props and return, in this case, just our pasted code here. There's going to be some errors because there's some things that aren't in here. There's going to be some things we have to change, but that's perfectly fine. Let's fold down our sidebar for a second and take a look at these errors. First error is the key equals title. Well, we don't need a key inside this particular component because that's going to be defined when we define our array. So I'm just going to remove that, and that will fix that error. The next one is our TW merge, which is a function we need to bring into this component in order to use it. We do want to use it still, so I'm going to say import TW merge from Tailwind merge, and that should fix that issue. We also have a color, which is going to define the color of this card or the color of this little cut corner here. We do want to bring this in as a prop. So I'm going to go ahead and define my props by saying props here. And we're going to give this a default of component props without ref of a div. So that's going to give it a class name and children and some other props that we need by default. And then we can go ahead and add to this and say we're also going to accept a color prop. And that color prop is going to be typed as a string. So now we've told TypeScript that we'll accept this as the props, but we haven't told TypeScript where this variable exists. So we need to destructure these props to grab a color variable from it. So I'm going to say const color is equal to props. That will destructure the color key out and give us this as a variable, which it does, and that fixes this error right here. As we move down, let's see what else we need to fix. So this is going to be the image, the pill image that you see right here. So I need to remove that because that's content of the card. We also don't need the title, so I'm going to remove that. We don't need the description for now because that's going to be defined every single time we define the card. We can define some different content, but we are going to leave in this footer right here. The other error that you're seeing is that we don't have this text button imported into this particular file. So I'm going to come to the top and I'm going to say import text button to import that text button component, and then that will allow us to use that like so. The only other thing I think we need to do to make sure that this is set up for success, or a couple of things we need to do, one of them is certainly to accept children. We want to accept the content of this card, so I'm going to accept the children prop by destructuring that. The TypeScript definition for that is already going to be included in this component props without ref, and then I'm just going to bring this into a div and just say children here after our absolute position background, but before our footer. That's where we're going to define that and then save that. That should allow us to have the children brought into this component. The other thing I want to review is the class names that we have here, because we do want to allow the usage of this component to be dynamic, meaning that we should be able to allow the adding of class names to this component if we need to, or we want to also see what is particular to a specific instance of a component versus what we'd want to use as a reusable component. So as I review the class names that are on this card, I see relative and Z0, which we need for our light. I also see P8 for padding 8, and at the medium size, it's switching to padding 10. I think I'm okay with that. We may want to remove that and make that relative to the way that we're using it, but I'm okay with that for now. We'll see if we can continue to use that. We also see that we have a max width of 320, and that switches to a max width of 448. Now this is definitely something that we don't want to keep in here because we don't want to define the max width at the card level. We'd like to define that at the section level to say if we're using it and we need to define a max width, we can set it then. So I'm going to remove that. And then we have the group class, which enables us to do a couple of hover effects. So these are the ones we want to keep, but we also want to add the ability to be able to add a custom dynamic class like the max width. And we'll do that by surrounding this in a TW merge function and saying if we want to pass in a class name, we can do that. I'll just say class name here, and we'll destructure that class name from our props. So we're getting the class name from our props, and then we're passing it into this TW merge function and basically saying if there's any overrides needed, that's what the TW merge function is going to take care of. So after I save this, I believe this should be a completed card component the way that we want to do this. The only other thing I'm seeing as I scroll down is we might not always want this to say learn more. We might want to have some different button text, because if I look at my design as I scroll through, we can see that it says learn more up top, but down here it says read more. So I want to be able to accept a prop to dynamically change what this text button says. So let's go ahead and do that as well by going ahead and setting the type of that. So that's going to be button text, and that can be an optional string as well. So we say string there, and then we can destructure that from props as well, but just by saying button text here, that destructures that and gives that a variable name. And then we can dynamically change that by just inserting button text here instead of having the hard-coded button text. Now, it's optional, which means if someone doesn't pass in a button text, we should probably make it say something by default. So we can do that just by adding a simple or, and then saying learn more. So if someone doesn't pass in button text, it says learn more, but if they do, then it has the custom button text there. With that, I think our card component is complete, at least for now. So let's go ahead and X out of our card component. We'll come back and replace what we had inside of features cards with this new reusable card component. So I'm going to come to the top of this file and import that from import card from /components/card. And then down where we're using our card, I'm just going to go ahead and start using it by saying card here. And I just want to be able to be sure that I'm not deleting anything I need before I delete this div. So let's go ahead and just review that as well after I wrap this in this ending card. So it's kind of like a card inside of a card right now, but the thing that we know that we're going to need to change is we're going to need to grab this key and use this for this card. So we know that we're going to need that prop there. And then we're also going to want to set the max width at this card level. So I'm going to say class name, and I'm just going to add on these max width classes that we have right here for our card. And then after that, we can go ahead and start deleting some things. So I'm going to delete my outer wrapper. We know we don't need that anymore. I'm going to delete my light divs. We don't need that anymore. We also know we don't need our background because that's included in our reusable component. But what's not included is the content below that. So we're going to keep the content in there. We're going to keep the title. We're going to keep the description. And we already have a footer, so we can delete this div down here. And we can also delete the ending div that used to wrap our card component. After I save that, let's make sure that we didn't mess anything up. Let me scroll back up to my features cards and see that that still looks like the design. It looks like it does, which means I think we're good with this new reusable component up here. So let's then bring it into our new section and see if we can use it down here as well. So I'm going to close out features cards because I think we're done with that section for now, and then come back here and see how we can use our new card component. Coming back to the top of the file, let's go ahead and import that card component by import card from /components/card, and then I'm going to drop that into my array just by replacing this. I'm going to say card here. We're going to have a key of item index just to keep React happy. And instead of this ending div down here, we're going to have our ending card as well. So let's see what that looks like now that we have this component. It looks pretty good, actually. There's a couple of things we know we need to change. We need to change the text of this to say read more instead of learn more. So I'm going to say button text here as a prop. I'm going to pass it a string of read more, and that should change our button text. And then for our content, we'll of course need to style this up as well as passing it the colors that we need. But we'll not worry about the colors yet. Let's just go ahead and worry about the content styles. For our tag, let's go ahead and give this a class name here, and we'll say px3 for 12 pixels of padding left and right, and then py 1.5 for 6 pixels of padding top and bottom. We also want to make sure that the font is uppercased. This will also be our heading font, so I'll say font heading, and we'll also want to make sure it's the right weight with font extra bold to give it that 800 font weight. We'll want to split the letter spacing with tracking wider. We'll want to make the font the right size with text extra small, and then to fill in the background, we'll just give it a static value of BG Fuchsia 500/15. That'll give it a background of Fuchsia 500 with 15% opacity, and then we'll change the text color with text Fuchsia 500 to give it that text color as well. Now we can see that it's taking up the full width because it's a div, so we want to go ahead and style this with inline flex. That'll make sure it doesn't take up the full width of the div, and we'll want to say rounded full to give it the border radius that we need as well. Let me go ahead and change this to toggle word wrap so that we can see all these classes added here. Moving down to our title, let's go ahead and give this a class name as well, and we'll give this a class of font heading to give it the right font family, font black to give it the right font weight, and text 3XL will give it the right font size. And to move it down from our tag a little bit, we'll also say MT4 to give it 16 pixels of space between our tag and our title. For our description, let's give that a class name as well, and we'll say text large to give it the right font size. We want to say text zinc 400 to give it the right color, and then MT6 should give it the 1.5 rems or 24 pixels of spacing between the title and the description. And then we know that we don't need our read more or arrow div anymore because that footer is being included in our card. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove that div and then save it again and see if our card looks like it should. It does look really good, actually. It looks exactly like the design. Now that our card is looking good, let's see if we can split out the content to make sure that there's a gap in between each of these. So this is going to be this div right here that's controlling this. We're going to say that it is flexed. It is flexed in the column direction. And then we also have a gap of 32 pixels between each of our cards. And now we can see that our cards are looking good. Of course, it's the same blog post every single time, so that's not going to match up perfectly, but we're going to import our content here in just a second. Now that our content is styled up correctly, let's see how we actually import the content for each of these blog posts. If we come to our sidebar, we can see that we have a couple of directories inside our source, and one of those is content. This is going to be where we're going to get the content for our blog. And this is actually one of the nice things about Astro.js is we have the ability to define this content in these markdown files and then use it inside of our page really easily. Now, if we look at one of these blog posts like this one, we can see that we have some data defined at the top, and then inside we have the actual content of the post written in markdown. So this # here means H2. Just having the space here means this is styled as a paragraph. This is an H3. This is another paragraph, and below that is a list. So that's all markdown content. But above that, we have the actual data associated within these 3 dashes that has a title key, description. We have a pub date, category, slug, and author. So each of those allows us to use the data for this particular blog post and then go ahead and map over it, filter it, do whatever we need to actually bring this into our page. And the way that that's actually hooked up is through something called Astro Collections through this configuration. So inside of our config.ts, you can see that we have a defined collection for blog, which has a type of content, and then it has what's called a schema, or the shape of the data inside of our blog post. So you can see it has a title that's defined as a string, a description as well, a pub date, updated date, category, and author. Each of those is defined as this data, and this allows our page to know what data is available to us, and then we can then use that data to go ahead and show the content from our collection. So in order to do that, we need to come into our page inside of our Astro component, because that's going to be where we can access that collection. And then we need to come to the top and see how we can actually get those posts, and then we can drop it into our latest posts as a prop. So in order to do that, what I can do is I'm going to import the get collection from Astro content, and then I can say const posts is equal to await get collection and then blog. So blog is the key of the collection that I'm going to get, and I'm just using this async await in order to get my posts every time I make a request to this index.astro. This post, if we look at it, it's going to be equal to an array, and it has this ID, it has a slug, body, and then it has some data, and that's inferred from our schema that we defined inside of our defined collection function that we declared. So this is all coming from this content/config. That's what's defining the TypeScript type that's available to me right here. Now, in order to get the latest post, what I want to do is get all of those, which I'm doing right here, and then I'm going to come down below that. I'm going to say const latest posts, and that's going to be equal to my posts dot sort, because of course we want to sort those by the publish date. So I'm going to sort those, and this is just going to be a basic sort function that's going to take 2 of our blog posts. We're just going to label A and B right now, and then we're going to say how we want to sort these in order to create our sorting algorithm. Now, if the publish date is equal, we don't want those to be reordered. So I'm going to say if a.data.pubDate.value of, this is going to give us essentially a function that gives us the number of milliseconds since the midnight of January 1st, 1970, which is a date thing. If that value is equal to the second post, b.data.pubDate.value of, then we're going to return 0, because it means we want to keep those in the same spot. Now, if they're different, we're going to say return a.data.pubDate.value of is greater than the second post, b.data.pubDate.value of. Then we're going to want to return a ternary function here that basically just says, okay, well, that should come first, if it's greater, or last if it's less than. So essentially, if we have a publish date that's greater or later, then we want that one to return earlier. Otherwise, we want it to return later. So that's what's going to define our sorting algorithm. And then we want to take just the first 4 of these. So in order to do that, all I do is add a slice function on here. I'm going to say from 0 to 4 is going to be the start index and the end index of this. And this is just going to give me my 4 latest posts sorted by the pub date that I've defined in my schema. After I do that, let me save that. And then we can go ahead and pass this as a prop to our latest posts. So I'm going to say latest posts is equal to this prop of latest posts. And we haven't defined that as a prop yet, that is it accepts, but that's fine. We can go into our latest post component and make sure that we define that as a prop that this accepts. So I'm going to save this, come back to my latest posts component, make sure we bring in props. And then one of these props is certainly going to be this latest post. So latest posts. And this is defined according to TypeScript as a collection entry. This is an actual TypeScript type from Astro's content. As you can see, this import type collection entry, and it's going to be of a blog entry, and we're going to have an array of that. So that's the TypeScript type that we're going to have to use for our latest post to make sure that we can accept the right thing. So if we go back to our index page, it should be happy with that type because that's the type that we're bringing in, this array of these content items. And then back in our section, we can then use these latest posts and map over them, just like we're mapping over our dummy array. So in order to start using those 4, let me go ahead and replace my dummy array with my latest posts for my props. And of course, I haven't destructured this yet, so I also need to do that. Coming back up to the top of my file, let me go ahead and destructure my props by saying const latest posts is equal to props. That should destructure this and actually give me a latest posts variable. And then I can then use that to map over that. And we want to change this to probably post and then post index. And I'm going to replace my item index with this new variable named post index, and then just go ahead and save that. Now this does map over this 4 times, but we're not yet pulling out the content that we've defined in here. So then we can just go ahead and destructure this as well and start pulling out some of those data items that we have. So we know that we have data in here, and inside that data, we actually have the title and description and all of that. So I'm just going to pull out the title for now, and then I'm going to replace my title. So let me replace that with title and see what that looks like. And that's giving us now 4 different titles, and those titles are actually matching up with what we have in our design. So that's looking good. Now we just need to destructure some other content inside of our latest posts array in order to fill this in with dynamic posts. So let me go ahead and close out my sidebar to give us a little bit more room to work with, and so that we can see this a little bit better. So we have title. Let's go ahead and pull out the description from this. So we'll destructure description, and we'll drop that dynamic description in place of our static description that we had. So I'm going to say description right here, and that should enable us to use that dynamic description. And let's make sure that that is aligned as well, which it looks like it is. Now for the category, we also have that available to us. So let me look in one of my posts and see where that's defined at. That is defined right here as category. So we'll want to drop in a dynamic category as well. So let's pull out that category key, and then we'll use that to drop in a dynamic category for our categories, and we'll save that. And if we look at our posts, it looks like all of those categories are defined. And now that really the only difference is that we want to change the color based on the category that the post belongs to. So if the post belongs to sustainability, we want to change that color to this lime. If the post belongs to security, we want to change it to this violet or purple color. And we have this cyan color as well right here that we want to be able to change things to as well. So in order to do that, we'll probably want to define a custom function that takes the category and actually spits out a color. And then we can use that color to then change our card color dynamically based on the return value of that function. So inside of my source directory, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this utils. And then inside of that utils folder, we're just going to have a new file called postutils.ts. And then that's where we'll define our function that we export here. So I'm going to say export const get post color from category. And that's going to be a function that takes in a category string. And we can define that with TypeScript as well. And then it's going to return a value based on that category. Let me put in my sidebar again to give our code a little bit more room. And we're going to just make this a simple switch statement. So we're going to switch based on that category and we'll return some different things. So if the category is sustainability, for example, we know that that color based on our design is going to be that lime color. So we're going to say return lime. If the category is innovation, we want to return, if we scroll up, we can see that that is the cyan color. So we'll return cyan there. If the category is security, make sure that's spelled right, we want to return the violet color. And then by default, if I use the default keyword, we'll return fuchsia. That's going to be our default post color. So after we save that, it'll prettify that for us with prettier, and then we can go back into our latest posts and go ahead and use that utility that we just created. So at the top of my file, I'm going to import get post color from category from utils/post utils, and then we can then use that inside of here to set our card color dynamically. So for our card, we're going to pass it in a prop of color, which it should take already, and then we'll just give it the output of get post color from category of whatever category that we have dynamically defined. After we save that, we should see our colors changing dynamically, all except for our tag, which we have set to this static color of fuchsia. So this would probably be a good time for us to break this out into a component that takes a color as well, so that we can change this dynamically as well. So I'm going to cut this right here, and I'm going to come into my sidebar and go ahead and create a reusable component for that tag. So inside of my components, I'm going to create a new file called tag.tsx. And in that tag, I'm going to export a const of tag, which is going to be a component or a function that's going to return the JSX that we defined right here. Now, this category obviously is not what we're going to want to have as the content of our component. We're going to want to take some dynamic children for this tag. So let me go ahead and define my props, and those are going to be component props without ref of a div. And then if I destructure those, let me go ahead and make sure, first of all, that we have our sidebar in to give our code a little more room, and then we have toggle word wrap on. But let me destructure that and pull out children from those props like so, and then I can use my children as the content for this div. So we still have all of our class names that we have here, and we have our children defined. The only other prop that we know we're going to want to take in is our color prop. So I'm going to say and color, and that's going to be an optional string here, and that will allow us to define a color prop that we can then destructure from our props as well. So color is going to be defined there. Now, if we use our twmerge function, that will allow us to dynamically change the color based on the color that's passed in. So I'm going to use my twmerge function, and we're going to wrap all of our class names with that. And then we're going to add some dynamic classes here at the end based on what our color is, like we did with our reusable card component. So I'm going to say if our color is equal to lime, for example, then we're also going to add a bg lime 500/15. And we're going to change the text color to text lime 500. So because we've used our twmerge function, fuchsia is going to be the default. And then these are going to be the overrides that are going to replace the BG and text class names if the color is the lime color that we have here. So we can do this a few more times with color. If it's equal to cyan, we can do kind of the same thing. So we'll say and we'll just say BG cyan 500/15 and text cyan 500. And we'll do the same thing with violet. So if color is equal to violet, then we'll go ahead and replace our background with violet 500/15. And we'll also say text violet 500, and that will replace that as well. It probably wouldn't hurt to go ahead and accept a dynamic class name here as well, just in case there's any of these margins or anything that need to be changed dynamically. So I'm going to go ahead and also pull out our class name prop, which should already be included in our component props without ref, so we don't need to redefine it as a separate prop. And then we'll just pass it at the end here so that we have that dynamic functionality with our twmerge. Now that we have a reusable tag component, let's come into our latest posts and import that from the top. So I'm going to say import tag from /components/tag, and then we can just use this tag right here. I'm going to say tag, and we'll fill it in with our dynamic category that we have here. And now, of course, we can go ahead and use this utility function that we created to also set the color of our tag. So I'm going to say color equals and then get post color from category of our category that we're passing in. And that should allow us to have a dynamic tag color as well. So you can see that we have that dynamic tag color working. That's working really well. I like where that's at. Let's see if we have everything aligned by going ahead and overlaying what we have over on our right, our reference image on top of our regular image, and see if there's any adjustments that we need to make. So I'm going to come into my reference image and say overlaid, and then let's take a look at what is different. As I look at this section a little bit more closely, I can see that I have a small amount of difference in between my title and description versus my design. So if I scrub back and forth, I can see that my design is a little bit higher and my actual content is a little bit lower. So I think I need to change my top margin here. Let me adjust that by saying MT3 and see if that adjusts it properly. So let me scroll up and down just to get the image aligned, my reference image, and it does look like that corrects the problem. So let me scroll all through these 4 latest posts and see if things look right with the overlay design. It does look like it does. The only thing I'm seeing down here is that we also have a cut corner button that we forgot to add to the bottom of our section. So let's come below our div that holds our post, our flexed column div, and let's go ahead and create another div down here that's going to hold our cut corner button. We can just start creating that, and that should import that as soon as we hit enter inside of our IDE, and then we can give that the content of read the blog. Now, when we have a place to put this, we'll probably go ahead and add a link here as well, but for now, we don't. So let's go ahead and bring this button down to the right spot by giving this outer div a class name of flex and justify center to push it towards the center of the screen. And then we just need to say MT48, and that should give that the right margin top to align that with the button in our design as well. After we've done that, it looks like our latest post section in the mobile version is done as far as matching it with the design. So let's go ahead and pull out my reference image again to side by side, and then we'll move over into our other responsive views. In our tablet view, it looks like we have an overlaid image as well. Let's go ahead and pull that reference image over to side by side so that we can look at what the differences are. And of course, I'm going to pull my browser out a little bit so that we can get a better view of these images. So let me go ahead and close that. And then let's look at the differences between what we're seeing on the left, what we currently have, and on the right, what the design actually shows. So we definitely have an increase in the title size. I'm not sure. It looks like the description might stay the same size. And then we have a difference in the distance between our latest posts and our title and description. And we're also moving into a 2-column grid as well. So we wanted to make all of those changes in our code. So let me come back to my code by sliding my browser window back over, and let's see what we need to do at the medium size to align things correctly. First thing we want to do is go ahead and change our title size. We're going to say MD colon for medium. We're going to say text 5XL. That should increase our title size at this responsive view size. That looks like it's correct. And then we need to come down into our posts and figure out a way to create this as a 2-column grid. Now we're using Flexbox right now to control this, but we probably need to be using grid in order to change this dynamically. So I'm going to replace my flexed column right here with grid, and we're going to say grid calls 1 because we want this to be 1 column at the mobile view, and then when we get to the medium view, we'll say medium grid calls 2, and that should create 2 columns for us after we get to this medium view. Now that we've done that, let's see if we still have everything lined up correctly on mobile. It looks like that's still looking good. So coming back to my tablet view, let's see how this looks in my responsive view versus my design. So honestly, it looks pretty good. We are seeing our second column be lined up here, but the only real problem that we have is that each of our blog posts is taking up the entire size of our column. And of course, we can adjust that by going ahead and giving it a div around our card so that the card doesn't take up the entire size of the column. But as you're going to see, then we end up with a problem because our gap changes for our first post versus our second. They're trying to align the size when we use this grid here. So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and find a way to show all of our even posts on the left and all of our odd posts on the right in their own columns. So in the first column, we're going to go ahead and show our post. So I'm going to create a div around here. This is going to be our first column that you're going to see right here. And I'm actually going to remove this other div because we don't need this anymore. I was just demonstrating the fact that you could show it, do what we were doing there. And then this is going to create our left column. Now our left column is going to hold our even post. That's going to be an index of 0. It should also show the index of 2, but it shouldn't show the index of 1 and 3. Those are the odd posts that we want to show in another column over to the right here. So in order to do that, what we can do is we can take this grid column here, and when we're mapping over this, we can give this card a custom class name. So I'm going to say class name here, and we're going to say TW merge to give this a dynamic class name. And then we can say when the post index modulo 2, in order to do this, let's go ahead and add a class name here. And then we're going to use the TW merge function. The TW merge function is going to allow us to add a dynamic class name based on this post index that we're looping over. So we want to add a class for specific indexes. In this case, we want to hide the odd ones. So these are going to be index of 1, index of 3 on up. So we could say something as simple: if the post index is equal to 1, or the post index is equal to 3, then we want to add a class name of medium hidden, and that will ensure that those are hidden. Let's make sure our TW merge function is actually on the page because it's showing a little squiggly line. It doesn't look like it is, so I'm going to bring that in by just going ahead and hitting enter with that, and let's see if that works. And it looks like we have a little bit of a problem with the way that we're defining our statement here. So I just need to wrap this in parentheses right here. And that should allow us to say if it's equal to either one of these, then we want to say it's hidden at the medium view. So you can see now that we're not showing our post indexes of 1 and 3 over here on the left side. Now, in order to create our right side, we need to copy and paste this right here. And that's going to create our right side. And then in this case, we want to kind of do the opposite. We're going to say if the post index is equal to 0 or 2, for our even indexes, then we want to hide these over here. So we're hiding the odd ones on the left and we're hiding the even ones on the right at the medium size. This will allow us to then have our columns where it's not going to force us to make these left and right columns the same size or the posts the same size on the left and the right. This is going to allow us to just create 2 separate columns that only show the even ones on the left and the odd posts on the right to get this kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 latest posts strategy going on. Now, of course, we've only done this at the medium size so far. So at the small size, we're going to be showing double the post. That's not going to work. Let's come back and just look at what this looks like real quick. So we see at the small size, we're showing our left column right here, and then we're showing our right column right here. Of course, that isn't going to be what we want to happen. So we need to adjust that as well. So I'm going to come back up to the top of my section and make sure that everything is adjusted correctly here. So at the small size, we don't want to show anything hidden on the first column, and the second column will just hide the whole thing. So I'm going to give this a class name of hidden, and that at the medium size, we can just go ahead and show it with medium block, and that should allow it to be shown at the medium size. So I come back down to my mobile view and just make sure that that looks correct. And it does, except for the spacing in between the posts themselves. So this is going to be a div here. We'll just go ahead and say that this is a class name of flex call, just like we had before. We wrap this in a grid, and we'll say gap 8 as well to just make sure that those are split by that 32 pixels that we had before. So let's just double check and make sure that all these still look correct on the left and right, and it does look like they do. We're going to want to make sure that this second one is also flexed as well the same way. So I'm just going to copy and paste this flex style, and I'm going to put this right here. But of course, at the medium size is when we want this to kick in. So we're going to say medium flex, and that should allow that to work correctly. So let's just double check that our mobile size still looks good, and we'll come back over to our tablet view, stretch this out a little bit, and we'll see if this aligns with what we're seeing on our design. Overall, it does. We know that we need to adjust some spacing, and we know that we need to add this little bit of offset here as well. And of course, we can do that because we have our separate columns now. So let's go ahead and add those styles. I'm going to slide my browser window over just a little bit while we're working on our code, and I'm going to come up here, and where you see that right here, the wrapper for our cards is MT16, while at the medium size, we're going to want to change that to MT28 for that margin top of 7 rems instead. And let's see if that aligns it with our design. It looks like it does. The other thing we'd like to do is give a little bit of top margin to that second column that we're showing at this tablet size. So I'm going to say MT16, and I believe that should offset that the right amount. So let's look at what we have on our screen. Let's look at the design, and that looks like it's equal right now. So in order to check this versus our reference image, I'm going to overlay my reference image and just double check that everything looks right as I scroll down this particular section. The only thing that I'm seeing that's a little bit different is this read the blog down here. It looks like there's a little bit more space at this tablet view size. So I'm just going to double check that that is right, and then we can adjust that as well. And it looks like the actual button is a little bit closer to the cards at this tablet size. So I'm going to say at the medium size, we'll say MT32 for margin top of 8 rems, and that's going to actually pull that button back to the right spot at this tablet view. Now that that's done, let's take a look at what our desktop is looking like. So I'm going to slide this out again just so we can get a better view of our desktop. So we can see that we have this very wide title, but when we move into the desktop view, it looks like we're constraining that width a little bit. So we'll want to do that as well as change the title font size. But everything else I think should be equal to what we're currently seeing. So let's just go ahead and make those adjustments and then see if things look right after we do that. Pulling back to our code and just giving it a little bit more space to breathe so that we can see our page as we're working with it. Let's go into the title. That's going to be our H2. And we know that at the large size, we want to increase this. We're going to say large text 6XL and see if that increases it, which it does. We also want to wrap this title section in some kind of a div to make sure that we're constraining the width of it. So I'm going to wrap both the title and my description inside that div, and I'm going to give that a class name as well to constrain this. And we're going to say max width 3XL to give it that max width of those 48 rems and save that. And then we want to push this towards the center of the page by saying MX auto, and that should push the content towards the center of the page. I can also see that my description is getting a little bit bigger at this size as well. So we can see that the text size, the font size is coming up here as well. So let's do that by just going ahead and giving this a large modifier, and we'll say text 2XL, and that should ensure that we have the font size coming up there as well. It's looking like the design right now, but of course we can double check. Let me pull out my browser and come to my reference image and overlay it and see if everything looks like it's aligned there as well. So as I scroll down, I can see that it is aligned with my reference image, including my button at the bottom. So I think that completes this section, at least for the static part of this section. Let's go ahead and move on to the next section. As we move past the latest post section, we move into the testimonials. In the mobile view, this is a stacked experience where you see 3 testimonials stacked one on top of the other. If we move into the tablet view and see what's there and scroll down, we see that there's actually only 2 testimonials in this section. We're actually going to hide one and show 2. And then in the desktop view, we show them side by side. So we have 3 next to each other. This is going to be a great case to use CSS Grid. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into the code. To start creating this section, let's go into our sections directory and create a new file, and let's call it testimonials.tsx. Inside that testimonials, we'll go ahead and export a const of testimonials section, and we'll make that equal to a function that returns some JSX. In this case, it's just going to return a section tag that says testimonials. After we've saved that, let's go into our page/index and let's import that testimonial section into here. So under my import for latest posts, I'm going to import my testimonials section from /sections/testimonials, and then I can drop it below my latest post. So I'm just going to drop this in here and I'm going to say testimonials section, and that's going to be a self-closing tag. And as soon as we save that, hopefully we'll see the word testimonials over here on the right, which we do, which means it's correctly hooked up to our index page. So let's go ahead and close out the index page and come back to our testimonials, and then we'll start working on the content for this particular section. Now we know that this section contains 3 testimonials. So what we're going to do is we're going to essentially make some kind of dummy testimonials, and then we'll come back and fill in the data, and then we'll go ahead and hook everything up. So we have our section. Inside of our section, we have a div that's going to surround all of our testimonials. And then inside that, we're going to have a new dummy array. So new array with a length of 3, because we know there's 3 of them. We're going to fill that with a dummy value of 0. And then we're going to map over each one of those items. And for each of those items, all we need is the index. So we're just going to do it like that and include that parentheses. And then this is going to be what's going to surround our testimonial itself. So we're just going to have a div there. Now for the testimonial itself, we want to use a block quote element. And then for the person who said it, we'll use a cite for that content. So the block quote will surround the whole thing and then a cite below it. And then for that block quote, we'll add a p tag in here. And then this is where we'll start filling out the first one. So this one is the user experience is phenomenal and the support team is always there to help, highly recommended with an exclamation mark. And then we'll just go ahead and leave that there. And then inside of our site block is where we'll go ahead and create our avatar, our name, and our title. So I'm going to create a div around those. And then inside of my first div, I'm going to go ahead and create another div. So we have 3 nested divs inside of each other. This one right here is going to be the avatar. So I'm just going to write the word avatar there for now. And then inside of my second div, we'll also have a div for the name and a div for the description. So div for name and div for their title. So this one's going to be Erica Wyatt. And then the title is going to be product manager at BlockLink. And that's going to be for our first testimonial. Now we are looping over this 3 times. So we should see the one testimonial along with our avatar, Erica Wyatt, product manager, and then should see that 2 and 3 times, which we do, which means that now that we have our content on the page, let's go ahead and start styling it up. And then we'll come back and actually fill this in with real data. We'll go ahead and create our data for that as well. So inside of our section, we know we need some classes here. So I'm going to put a class name here, and we're going to give it PY32, which is going to give it padding top and bottom of 8 rems. And we also want the background to be a little bit different color. So this background, instead of the normal 900, it's going to be BG Zinc 800, and that's going to fill that in with the right color. For the first testimonial for our paragraph here, we're going to go ahead and change the text of that as well. So we're going to give it a class name. It's going to be font heading to change the font family. We're going to have text 3XL to make it the right size. We want the font to be black to be the 900 font weight. And that should make it equal to what we see over in the right-hand side. And of course, I forgot about my container where you can see the content is bumping up against the left and right-hand side of the screen. We don't want that to happen. So I want to wrap this div inside another div and give that a container class so that we have our container wrapping our content. So I'm just going to give this a container class, and then I'm going to end my div below my other one as well. That should keep the content from bumping up against the edges of the screen. And then for each of our quotes, we didn't want to add this inside of here, but of course we can go ahead and add our HTML entities to wrap our quote itself. So this is going to be an and LDQUO for left down quote, if I'm not mistaken. And then for the one that's going to be at the other side, it's going to be and RDQUO for right down quote. Now we haven't put this quote character in here, and that's because it's a specific HTML entity. In fact, it's a specific double quote. So we want to put in a specific HTML entity. For that, we use our ampersand, and then we say LDQUO, and that stands for left double quote. And on the other side of it, we want to use an ampersand RDQUO for right double quote, and that makes that special character that we see on the left and right hand side of our testimonial. Now, if we had just done normal quotes, if we had just done the normal one that's on our keyboard, it just doesn't look quite as nice, and that's why I did the HTML entity. So I'm going to go ahead and undo that and put it back to the left double quote and the right double quote. And then in our citation block, we also want to add some classes to this. So I'm going to add a class name to my site, and that class name is going to push it down a little bit. So I'm going to say MT8 for that. And I also need to give it the block class because it's apparently an inline element. And then down here in our avatar, we definitely want to change the classes of that as well. So I'm going to say div class name equals, and that's going to be size 16 to give it a 64 pixel height and width. We're going to give it a BG Zinc 700 to give it the right background color. We also want to say rounded full here to give it the right border radius. And then we can just go ahead and delete the avatar text inside of it because that's not really doing us any good right now. Whenever we create our avatars, we'll come back and go ahead and make sure that the background image is correctly added right here as well. Down below that, for Erica Wyatt text, we're going to say class name here, and we're going to say text large to make the text 18 pixels. We also want to say not italic so that it stops being the italicized font. And then we want to say font black, and that should make it the correct font weight. And then for the title, we'll say class name equals, and it's going to be text zinc 400 so that it is the right color and is also not italic. So I'm going to say not italic so that we can add that font style normal to our block quote. Now for our block quote, we do have this semantic tag here. We really don't need this other wrapping div. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that div and just leave it as our block quote surrounding our testimonial. And then I also want to split the space between these as well as we need to work on our citation, getting this content flexed left and right. So I'm going to work on pushing things left and right first by coming inside of my citation and saying class name equals flex, and that should push my name next to my avatar. And then I'm going to say gap 3 to give it 12 pixels of spacing in between, and then items center should make sure that those are center aligned with each other. And then for the spacing in between my testimonials, I know that we're going to eventually want to use the grid here. So I'm going to give this a class name of grid, and then I'll say grid calls 1. That'll make sure it's just in one single column for now. And then I'm going to give it a gap of 16, and hopefully that'll be the right gap between these testimonials. It looks like it is, but in order to double check that everything is aligned, we of course need to make sure that we have the right content in our section instead of the dummy content that we currently have. Now this is the right content for the first testimonial, but of course it's not the same for the second and third testimonial. So we need to make sure that those are right. So what I'm going to do is come up to the top of my section, and I'm going to create an array called testimonials. And then that's just going to be an array with 3 objects inside of it. And for the first object, we know that the text, we'll just make a text key here, and that text is going to be equal to what we put in our first object. So I'm going to go ahead and create that in there, and we need to make sure this is in one line because JavaScript does not like the multi-line thing with these double or single quotes. That's the text of the first testimonial. Let's go ahead and add in the name. We also want the title of the person, and of course we're going to want an avatar image as well. So we'll go ahead and make spaces for all of those. And then in the first one, the name is going to be what we have down here. It's going to be the Erica Wyatt. The title is going to be the product manager of BlockLink, and the avatar image is going to be the avatar for this particular person. So it's going to be /assets/images/avatar Erica Wyatt.jpg, and that should be the right content for that testimonial. Now to test this out, we can go ahead and drop this content in here. So instead of new array 3, we can just start to drop in our first testimonial. So I'm going to say testimonials.map. Don't need to fill that anymore. And then we actually want to map over each testimonial. So we can just say testimonial here, and we can say testimonial index right here. One of the things I forgot when we first started mapping over this is we do need to add a key to this. So I'm going to say block quote key equals testimonial index, and that will keep React happy. And then we can start to fill in some of these testimonials. So the first one is going to be this one right here. We're going to say testimonial.text right there. And then inside of our div right here, we're going to have our name. So that's going to be testimonial.name. Under that, we're going to have testimonial.title. And then for our avatar, we want a background image of that. So I'm going to put a style tag here. I'm going to say background image is going to be URL. And then we're going to have a JavaScript interpolated string. So I'm going to say URL, and that's going to be testimonial.avatar image. And that's how that's going to work. Now that works really well for our first one, but of course we don't have the content for 2 and 3 yet. So let's see what that is, and let's go ahead and fill that in. Hopefully we can save that and see that refresh. So I'm going to say text here, and that's going to be our productivity has skyrocketed since we started using BlockForge. It's a game changer. Oops, I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that that dash is taken care of. It's a game changer for our team. Put a period there, that works. And then for the name, we have Noel Baldwin. For the title, we have lead developer of BitBridge. And then for the avatar image, it should be very similar to above, /assets/images/avatar Noel Baldwin.jpg, and that should handle that. So let's go back over and make sure that that showed up correctly after we hit our save button. And I do see that Noel Baldwin's testimonial is now showing up correctly. Now down here for our third testimonial, let's go ahead and fill that one in as well with the content that we have here. So that is text, and that is the integration process was seamless, and the performance improvements are beyond our expectations. And then for the name, we have Harry Bender. For the title, we have CTO Crypto Solutions. And then for the avatar image, we have /assets/images/avatar Harry Bender.jpg. And let's see if that shows up correctly as well. So let's come back over here, and it looks like we have it showing up. Let me go ahead and pull out our browser a little bit so we can see them side by side. So we see that we have the third testimonial, the second one, and the first one. Let's just double check that our assets actually are there. So after I ensure that our avatars were actually in the public folder, it looks like they are a little bigger than the images that we see right here. So that just means we need to give another class to this avatar right here. We're just going to say BG cover, and that should ensure that it just covers the background instead of being too large for that background. And that looks like we're exactly on point in our mobile view. Let's just double check this by going ahead and overlaying our reference image on top and seeing if there are any problems with this testimonial section. And I'm not seeing any right offhand on the mobile view, so we'll go ahead and pull that back out, and we'll go over to our responsive tablet view. Now, as I look at this, I know that on the tablet view, it's not going to be top and bottom, it's going to be left and right. So we need to update that, and hopefully that'll help us take care of most of our issues on this section. So let's go ahead and take care of that right now. What we know is that at the tablet view, we switch to 2 columns. So I'm going to say medium, a medium modifier, grid calls 2, and that should help us switch to that 2 column view. And then I'm going to make sure that if we have the third one or the second index, that we just don't show it. So that's going to be done with TW merge. So I'm going to give this a class name, and I'm going to say TW merge and hit enter. That should import it. And then I'm going to say testimonial index equals 2. And if that's true, then we add hidden onto that, and actually medium hidden, because that's where it's going to be hidden at. And of course, we aren't going to want this to hide on the large size. So we'll go ahead and say large block right away, because we know that we're going to want to bring that third one back. Now that we have that done, let's see if it is aligned with what we see in our design. So let me pull over my design, overlay it on top of what we see here. And it looks like there's a little bit more of a gap between our columns now that we're at this bigger size. So let's double check on that and ensure we put in the right values for that. So coming in here, we have a current gap of 16. It's actually reduced. So at the medium size, we have gap 8, and that leaves it with a gap of 32 pixels. And as you can see, as soon as I hit save, that covers that perfectly. We do have a little bit of something going on down here, and I think that's just the character that we used for our dash. It wasn't the extra long dash, it was actually a short dash. So that's going to be fine. I'm not going to worry about that because that's not super relevant to our design. So I'm going to leave that alone and let it be what it is. Over on the desktop view, we have a little bit of a difference here as well for sure. So let's go ahead and pull it out side by side and let's see what changed. So of course, on the desktop view, we know that we're switching back to 3 columns, but we currently only have 2. So I'm going to pull out my desktop view so we can get a better look. That's our current page that we have. So let me push my sidebar back and give my code a little bit more room, and then we'll just make that one update. So we have medium grid calls 2. Well, that's going to be large grid calls 3, and that'll give us 3 columns at the large size. And let's see if that looks correct. It looks like there's a couple of differences still, and that may be just the font size that gets bumped up on this desktop size. So let's go ahead and try and do that. We'll come down to our testimonial text, and we'll go ahead and change the text 3XL to the large size text 4XL, and that should help to bump that up. And let's see how that looks on this size. That looks like it's right. So in order to ensure that, we'll go ahead and overlay our design on top of our code and just double check. And it looks like we do have a little bit of a problem still. And it looks like that's due to the gap in between our grids. So if I take my design, I push up the opacity of that, and I take this scrubber and I look back and forth, we have a little bit of a different gap on our large size. So I'm going to adjust that by coming up here and saying at the large size, the gap is now 12 or 48 pixels, and that should adjust that correctly. So let's see if our scrubber does its thing and it's perfect now, and it looks like it is. So let's go ahead and verify that just by bringing the opacity down again and just seeing if there's any problems that we notice. Now we still are seeing a little bit of an issue here with our dash not being as long, but that's fine. I'll leave that alone because that's not super important either. So with that, I think we have all of our responsive views done for this section, which means it's time to move on to the next section of the page. Coming back to our design, let's look at the next section of the page. So this is going to be this call to action section. You can see that it uses some of the same things that we used in our hero. So it has a couple of the 3D shapes, it has a couple of the hexagons, has a couple of the circles that we've created already, and it has, of course, a title, description, and button. So we want to take care of all those. We're going to take care of the content first, and then we're going to center these hexagons and put them on this part of the page. Coming into the tablet view, it doesn't change too much. The size of this title might change, but other than that, I don't think anything really changes too much about any of the paddings or anything like that. And then in the mobile view, it does get a little bit smaller as well, but of course, not too much changes. It just changes the number of 3D shapes that you can see in this mobile view. So we'll account for all of that with our responsive code. And of course, as always, we'll go ahead and start with the mobile version. Let's go ahead and head over to the code. In order to create our next section, we'll come into sections and create a new file called call-to-action.tsx. And that's going to be a React component. We're going to export const call-to-action equals a function that returns some JSX. We're going to return a section tag. And inside that, we're going to say call-to-action. And that's going to be how we'll test this inside of our index page. So coming into our pages/index, let's go ahead and import that call-to-action section. So I'm going to import call to action from /sections/call to action, and then we'll drop that below our testimonial section. So this is going to be inside of call to action, and that's going to be a self-closing component. And if we've done that correctly, we should see the call to action text show up on the screen, which we do. I'm going to close out my index.astro page and go ahead and come back to my call to action. Now for the content of this page, there's not too much to it. We know that we're going to have a div class name of container just to keep the content away from the edges of the screen. But inside that, we're going to start with an h2 for the title. And inside that title, we're going to have the ready to get started text. For the description, that's going to be a semantic paragraph tag that's going to say start building using blockchain technology, comma, with Blockforge. And then we're also going to have our button. So we can just directly import that with cut corner button. If I hit enter, it should import it automatically. And then we have a text of get started. So that should be what we need there. After we've created our content, let's double check that we have the content on the page. I can see over here that content looks correct. So that means we can work on our styles. So the first style is going to be the padding that we're going to add to the section. So we're going to say class name equals, and that is going to be PY60 to give it 15 rems top and bottom. And let's scroll up so we can see our content again. And then for our H2, we need to style it up as well. So we can say class name equals font heading to give it the right font family, font black to give it the right font weight, and then it should be text 4XL for the right font size. Let's just double check on that. We also want that to be text center to make sure it gets scooted towards the center of the page. Interestingly enough, there is enough space. Let me pull out this so we can see this a little bit better. There is enough space for this either way, but for some reason in our design, instead of ready to get and then started being on one line, we actually have ready to and then get started on its own line. So in order to create that same effect, I'm going to wrap a span tag around my last two words. And I'm going to also add a class name to those. I'm going to say class name equals block, and that will make sure that those show up as a block level element, which means they're going to show up on their own line. Moving down to our paragraph, we'll add a class name to this as well. And this is going to say text XL to make it the right size. We also want to say text zinc 400 to make sure it's the right color. And then we want it to scoot to the center of the page with text center. And we want it moved down from the title, and we'll say MT8 to give it that 32 pixels of margin top. For our cut corner button, we just need to wrap this in a div to position it. So I'm going to wrap it in a div. I'm going to give that div a class name of flex and then justify center. That should make sure it goes towards the center of the screen, and then MT12 should ensure that it has the 48 pixels of margin on the top. After I've done that, I just want to check that everything is aligned correctly for this particular section. So I'm going to overlay my reference image on top and then give it a little bit of a scroll to see if there's any blurry parts, but I'm not seeing any right offhand. So I'm going to pull it back out to side by side. We could worry about the hexagons right now and the designs in the background, but I don't think I'm going to until we get to the desktop view, because that's when we're really going to get the best view to see if all of that is aligned properly. And then we'll come back down to the mobile view just to make sure we didn't mess anything up down here. But I think this is it for the mobile view. Coming over to my tablet design, let's go ahead and pull the tablet design out to side by side. And we can see that there's definitely a little bit of difference. We have a difference in the constrained width of this section, as well as the title size is a little bit different as well. So let's go ahead and make those couple of updates at this medium size. So I'll make my title size update first. I'm going to come over and put my sidebar away so I can have a little more room to work with. These text 4XL is my current size. We're going to say at the medium size, it's going to be text 5XL, and that should increase that size correctly. And then my paragraph also has to be constrained in width. So I'm going to say max width 3XL. We'll give that max width of the 48 rems. And that doesn't seem to have quite done it. Let me double check and make sure that my page is refreshed. But let's go ahead and bring this down to maybe just XL and see if that helps at all. It does a little bit, but it seems like it's still too large. Let's try medium, or even going down to small, and that looks like that's the size we were going for. Let me come back to my design and see if that is correct. So we should see technology with BlockForge. We see technology with BlockForge as the last line. That looks right. So I'm going to say MX Auto, and that should go ahead and pull my content into the center of the screen. Once again, in this section, I'm not going to worry about the hexagons or shapes yet, because we're going to do that in the desktop view, but I'm going to go ahead and overlay my reference image just to make sure everything else looks good, and it looks like it does. So I'll pull that back out to side by side, and we can work on the desktop view. Over in the desktop view, things are still a little bit different at this size. So I'm going to pull out my design, and we'll look at what's different. Certainly the text size is a little bit different. It looks like the title and the description get bumped up, and there might be some spacing changes, but we'll double check on that once we get these other issues corrected. Coming back to my code, let's go ahead and give this a large modifier and say text 6XL for that text size. And then we're also going to bump up our description size. So that's going to be a large modifier here as well. And that's going to be text 2XL. And hopefully that will bump it up enough. To double check that everything looks good on this section, I'm going to pull out my browser window a little bit more, and I'm going to overlay my reference image, and we'll just double check that the text looks like it's in the right spot, which it does. Looks like it's the right size. So that means we can get to work on our hexagons and everything else that's going on in this section in the background. Let me take my reference image, push it back out to side by side, and then let's go ahead and create these hexagons first. So that looks like coming in here, and we'll go ahead and wrap a div around all of our content. Now this div is going to be what's going to center our hexagons on our content itself. So I'm going to say class name here, and that's going to be relative, and that's going to be so that we can hold in some absolutely positioned divs. Now for our first hexagon, we should already have a component for that. So let me import that. I'm going to import my hexagon from component/hexagon, and I'm going to position that inside a div as well. So I'm going to say div here, and then I'm going to put my hexagon component in that div and give it a self-closing tag, and that should put my hexagon on the page. But as you can see, it's way too small. We definitely need to increase the size of that hexagon. It looks like it's 700 by 700 pixels. So I'm going to come inside here. I'm going to say my hexagon is going to be class name of size 700 pixels. That's going to be a custom value there in those brackets, and that should make it the right size. And then to get it into the right position, I just need to make sure that this div right here is positioned absolute. So I'm going to say class name equals absolute. And then to center it, we'll say top 1/2, left 1/2, negative translate X 1/2, negative translate Y 1/2. And that should pull it directly to the center of this relative wrapper. And that looks like it is correct right now. And then for our second hexagon, we just need to essentially duplicate what we've just done with our first one. So for our second one, I'm just going to copy and paste what we had here, and then I'm going to change the size of this hexagon. So that looks like it's going to be 1100 pixels now instead of the 700, and it's still going to be centered. That looks like it's correct. Let me double check that everything looks right here, and it looks like it is the right size. To really check, I'm going to pull out my browser, and I'm going to overlay my design like I've done before. So let's go ahead and pull this over into overlaid. And we can see that, yes, the hexagons are exactly in the right position. Now we are seeing a little bit of overflow out of our call to action section. We definitely don't want that for this particular section. So I'm going to come back into my section and just say overflow hidden. That will take it and make sure it's hidden on both the x-axis and the y-axis, or both left and right and top and bottom. So as soon as I save that, we shouldn't see that overflow happening anymore. And indeed we don't. After we're done with our hexagons, it's time to add our circles as well. So let me go ahead and pull my browser window back in a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and start adding in these circles. So I'm going to say div here. This is going to be my absolute position div. So I'm just going to copy and paste what I have here, and that's going to go right here. That's essentially going to pull whatever we do to the center, and then we can adjust from there. That will make sure that even if the screen width changes, we still keep everything in the same place. That's why we're positioning it from the center of this section. For that circle, I believe we do have a reusable component for that as well. So I'm going to import my circle from my circle component, and I'm going to use that circle right here and just go ahead and put my circle in, and let's see where it shows up. Now, right now, it's exactly in the center of the screen. We don't want that, so I'm going to give this a class name of absolute, and then I'm going to adjust the top and left values. So I'm going to say left 0, and then we're going to pull this up to negative top 400 pixels. That's going to be a custom value. And let's see if that overlays our other circle as well. And it looks like it does, which means that these are the right values. We just need to drop in the image inside of it. So I'm going to drop in this cuboid image by adding an image tag and giving it a source of /assets/images/cuboid.png. And let's see if that gives it the right position. It looks like it's the right position, but it's not the right size. So I'm also going to give this a class name, and we're going to say size, a custom value of 140 pixels, and that should make it the right size, which it looks like it does. Now we're going to handle our cylinder exactly the same as we did our cuboid. It's just going to change position a little bit. So I'm going to copy and paste this div down below it, and then we're going to make sure that it's in the right position and that it is sized appropriately as well. I've seen all kind of stuff happen over there, but if I scrolled up and down, it took care of that. So it's not going to be left 0 top 400 in this particular case. So we're going to change that to negative left 600 pixels and then negative top 70 pixels. And that should hopefully put it in the right position, which it looks like it does, but of course it's not the right shape. This needs to be a cylinder.png, not a cuboid.png. And that looks like it's right for now. So let's just double check. I'm going to pull out my browser window to a little bit bigger, and we're going to put our design on the right side and just look and make sure that everything looks correct. So I'm seeing my cuboid in the right position. I'm seeing my cylinder in the right position. They're overlaying my hexagon, and then everything versus our design looks exactly right. Let's look at our other mobile responsive views as well. So this is the tablet view where we see our cuboid and not our cylinder. And then over in our mobile view, as we scroll down, we can see that everything looks like it's aligned perfectly here as well. So we're going to do a lot of great animations in this section, in the hero, and all the sections really, but we're not doing that yet. We're going to wait until we come back and go through all of our different sections and do the animations. But for now, this looks perfect to the design, which means it's time to move on to our footer. Back in our design down in the footer, this is a pretty basic footer, but we are going to have to manage a couple of things. We have a logo, a nav bar, a copyright, all rights reserved text, and then a couple of social icons down here in the right. So we'll make sure that all of those are in there. Over on the tablet view, we still have all those things are just a little bit more squished together. And then in the mobile view, we actually get rid of the navigation altogether and depend on what we have in our top right navigation. So we're not going to see our footer nav in the mobile view. We're just going to see our copyright, our social icons, and our logo. So now that you have that overview, let's go ahead and dive into our footer code. To start creating our footer, let's go ahead and open up our sections folder and create a new file in there called footer.tsx. And then inside of that, we're going to export a const of footer. That's going to be a function that returns some JSX, and that's going to be a semantic footer tag. And that's also going to say footer inside of it. After we do that, let's come into our index page and drop that footer at the bottom by importing our footer from /sections/footer. And then we're going to come down below our call to action and say footer, and then make sure that's a self-closing component. After we've done that and we saved, we should see the text of footer, which we do. That means everything is linked up correctly. Let's go ahead and close the index page and concentrate on the content inside of our footer. So let me put away my sidebar for now and just create this content. Inside of our footer, we're going to have a div class name of container. And then inside of that container, we're going to have an upper and lower div. So I'm going to say div right here. That's going to be the upper one. And then the second one is going to be the lower one. Inside of our upper div, we're going to insert our logo. So I'm just going to say image source equals /assets /images /logo.svg with an alt tag of blockforge logo. And then for the other part of this div, I actually want another div to make sure we can flex this left and right. On the other side, we're going to have a nav tag, and inside of our nav tag, we're going to have a few different items. So for now, we'll just put an item here, and we'll just go ahead and create 4 of these. So I'm going to just copy and paste that. And then for each of these, we're going to say home, blog, careers, and contact. Those are going to be our 4 nav items that we're going to include there. Below that, we have a bottom div. Inside of that, we're going to have on the left-hand side, we're going to have a paragraph, really, probably not a div. So that's going to be this paragraph, and it's going to say, and copy 2024, Blockforge, all rights reserved, and that'll be that. And then beside that, we'll have another div that's going to hold all of our social icons. So we're just, for now, we'll just have a div, and it's going to say Discord, but we're going to replace that here in a second with a social icon. So let's see if we have our content on the page. So we have our logo, we have our nav, we have our copyright, and we have our icons. Now, in order to make this look correct, we'll go ahead and start adding our styles. So let me come inside of my footer and say class name, and that's going to be PY24 for 6 rems of padding top and bottom. And then we know that we don't want our navigation to show up at all. It looks like our logo is the right size, but our navigation shouldn't show at this size. So I'm going to give this a class name of hidden for now, and that'll make sure that it's not showing for us. Below that, we have this second div right here that we're going to want to move down further. So I'm going to say class name equals, and that's going to be MT12. That should give it the 48 pixels of top margin. And then we also want to make sure that our text is the right color as well. So I'm going to say class name equals text zinc 400, and that should ensure that that's the right color. And then we need to worry about our social icons. We know that there's actually going to be 3 of these. So let's go ahead and go find these icons. Now we have a Discord, we have a Twitter one, and we have a YouTube one. So I'm going to pull out my browser window. I'm actually going to come into this little bottom bar here, and I'm going to go search for these icons actually using Font Awesome. So let's go to Font Awesome's page and see if we can find these different icons that we can use. So I'm going to go to my icons here, and we're going to search for Discord. It looks like it did find an icon for Discord, so I'm going to bring that up and actually go to the SVG for this, and then copy this directly from here and then drop it into my page. So this is going to be the Discord icon, and I'm just going to drop in this SVG and see if it will work for React. And it looks like there's a little bit of an issue because it has a comment here. Now, I don't mind that comment being there, but we need to make sure that it's formatted for JavaScript. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that there. And then after we get to the end of that comment, I'm just going to go ahead and put another / ensure that that is commented correctly for JavaScript. And as soon as we do that, we should be able to close down this bottom bar and see if that allowed us to see our Discord icon. It does look like it's there. It's definitely a lot bigger than we want it to be. So we'll need to mess with the styles of this by adding a class name directly to the SVG. So I'm going to say class name equals, and we'll say size 5 and see if that is the right size, which it definitely could be, but it's really hard to see because it is so small and so dark right now. So we need to make sure that it is filled with the right color. So I'm going to also give this a fill of zinc 700 and see if that lightens it up correctly. And it looks like that might actually be zinc 600 that we want that to be. It looks like we might want that to be 500 for our icon to make it the right color. Now around this, we have this other div that we need to add in for our circle around our social icon. So I'm going to give this a class name as well, and that's going to be inline flex. It's going to be a size of 10 to make it 40 by 40. We also want this to be background of zinc 800, I believe, for it to be the right color. We also want the border radius to be rounded, so I'm going to say rounded full. And we want to push the icon towards the center with items, center, and justify center, and that should push the SVG towards the center of our icon. Now that we've done that, we also want to make sure that our icons are split from our copyright text as well. So we can add a little bit of top margin. I'm just going to say class name equals MT6 and see if that adds enough margin. It looks like it might be a little different. It might be an MT4 to add enough margin there. So in order to see if this is correct, let's go ahead and overlay our design on top. I know we need to add in a couple more social icons. We'll do that here in a second, but I'm going to overlay my reference image on top and see if we're out of alignment with anything. It doesn't look like we are, which means we can come back in and make sure that we have our icons, the proper icons for each of these. Now, for anything that repeats, we almost always want to map over those things and make sure we have some sort of data array and then read from that array rather than copying and pasting a lot of code. So in this case, we can still do that. We can come up to the top, we can say const social icons, and then we can go ahead and give that an array, and that'll be an array of objects that we can use to save our data. So the first one is just going to be, we're going to give it a key of icon, and then we're just going to copy and paste this SVG into this icon here. And if we do that, that should allow us to still see that icon. Let me just go ahead and see if we can map over this. So I'm going to say social icons.map, and then we'll map over each one. We'll say icon and icon index with another set of parentheses here. And then we'll, for each one, show some JSX. That'll be this div right here. And then we'll replace our icon here with icon.icon, and that should replace our SVG. And we need to give this another parentheses to make sure that it is correct. And that should show our SVG. So let me go ahead and find our other two icons, and then we can add them to this array, and that will allow us to show all three icons. So I'm going to create another one of these and another one, and that will make them all Discord for now. But let's go back to Font Awesome and see if we can find our other two icons. So let me come up to our search, and let's search for Twitter or X, and let's see if we can get one or the other. So we have this X Twitter. Let me grab the SVG for that, just copy and paste that. We're going to drop that in right here, save that. Of course, it's not going to work because of this comment here. So I'm going to make sure that it is properly commented by just giving it this /*, and then at the end of the comment, go ahead and giving it another // and a bracket. And that should ensure that it is a comment that works for JavaScript instead of HTML. And let's see if that looks okay. Let me come back down to here, and it looks like it's a little bit different because we of course made this our size 5 and like the fill zinc 500. So let me go ahead and add the same class names to that as well. After we do that, the Twitter one looks right. Let's go ahead and find the YouTube one as well. So I'm going to pull up my bottom bar again, go ahead and search inside of Font Awesome for YouTube. We'll grab that icon, grab the SVG, copy and paste it right into here in the third spot. We know we're going to need to make this comment correct. /*, and then at the end of the comment we're going to say // with a bracket, save that, and then we're going to copy and paste the same class as well, class name, and then go ahead and drop this right in the bottom of the SVG opening tag. As soon as we do that, let's go ahead and close out our bottom bar and see if all of those three icons are correct. It looks like they are. I'm not sure what happened to my reference image. Let me double check on that as well. And after I refresh my page, it looks like that is back aligned like it should be. So let me come back into my icons and go ahead and give them a gap as well. So we want these to be flexed with a gap of 6, and that should ensure that they're spaced out properly. The only other thing I'm seeing on the mobile design for my footer is that we see that we have this darker background versus the normal background of the rest of the page. So we need to add that in as well by just coming up to my footer and saying BG Zinc 950. That should be the darkest zinc color that we have, and that should make it the right color as well. So I'm going to overlay my reference image again, just double check that everything looks pixel perfect, which it looks like it is, which means we can move on to our tablet view after we pull back out our reference image. Over in the tablet view, things have changed a little bit because now we're showing our navigation next to our logo, and of course we're putting a little bit more spacing here and showing our social icons next to our copyright text. So we want to make sure that those updates are made. The first one is going to be taking our navigation and showing it. So we're going to say at the medium size, this is going to be display block. That should show our navigation. We also need to make sure that it is styled correctly. So we'll do that with text zinc 500. And then we want to add the right font. So font heading, we want the font weight to be right, font black. and we want them to be spread out. So we'll say flex gap 12, and that should spread them out. Now, we need to make sure that instead of medium block, we say medium flex because we're trying to flex these. So let me just go ahead and correct that. And that should make sure that they have the right amount of gap between them. And then for the logo div and the nav, we also need to make sure that those are flexed. So we'll come to our wrapping div and say class name equals flex justify between to make sure that they're spread to both sides of the page. And then items center should make sure that they're aligned to the center of each other on the y-axis. Coming down into the bottom div, we need to make sure that there is more spacing now that we are at our medium size. I'm going to include a medium modifier, and we're going to say MT48. That should ensure that there's the right amount of spacing there. And then we want to do something similar to what we just did. So I'm going to say flex justify between items center, and that should ensure that our copyright text and our social icons are flexed between, and then of course aligned to the center vertically. That looks correct. So let me double check and see versus my design. I am still seeing that there is some margin top here, that my MT4, that may be making a difference in the rest of my page. So let me just go ahead and take off that MT4 at this size. So I'm going to say medium MT0, and that will probably do the trick and bring it up just a little bit. So after I do that, let me overlay my reference image. Let me pull back out my browser a little bit so I can see what's going on. Just double check that everything looks like it's perfectly aligned. Looks like it is. So let's move on to the desktop view and see if there's anything we need to take care of over there. Over on the desktop view, let me just go ahead and overlay because it looks like it might already be right. So I'm going to overlay my design and just scroll up and down, and everything looks right as is. So it looks like we can just leave our desktop view alone and wrap up this section. Coming back down to my mobile view, it looks like we may have messed something up by not adding a medium modifier or a large modifier at the right spot. So I am seeing that my copyright and my icons are justified left and right, or justified between, and that's certainly not what we want at this particular view. So I need to make sure that at this small size, I'm not having this justified between or even flexed at that point. So I want to say medium flex, and that should ensure that it only flexes at the medium size, and then all the other stuff isn't really going to matter because the justify between and item center can't take effect unless the div is flexed in the first place. So all of my responsive views are looking good, which means now we can move on to some of the more exciting animations for this homepage. Now that we've created all of our sections statically, now it's time for us to add dynamic animations to each section. And we're going to start with the hero section by adding 3 different types of animations. The first one is going to be a scroll rotation animation where we're going to turn these 3D shapes based on the scroll position of the page. The second one is going to be a line that we're going to animate around these hexagons. It's just going to move around the outside edge of these hexagons. And the third one is we're going to take one of these circles and we're going to add a rotating border to that circle. So those are the 3 different animations that we're going to add to this hero section, as well as I forgot to mention this little mouse here. We're going to also make sure that is animated as well. So I guess there are 4 different types of animations that we're going to add to this hero. And we're going to do all of this with Framer Motion. So I'm going to scoot my code in to have a little bit more space for it. And then if we need to open up our screen again, we'll do that as well. We're not going to have any reference images at this point. It's all going to be based on what everything looks like as we go. And we're going to work from the desktop view and then just ensure that it looks good on mobile as well. It's just the easiest place for us to look at all the animations together. So if you open up the sections and go into the hero, let's go ahead and start by importing our motion component from Framer Motion, and then we'll talk about what we want to do from here. So the first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to start tracking some of the things in this hero section. So let's start by tracking this icosahedron image. And the way that we track any particular thing on the page is we need to set up a React ref. And that's basically just a way to track the actual DOM element itself. So I'm going to start with a const, and I'm going to say icosahedron ref, and that's going to be equal to a use ref. And then we're going to give that a default value of null. Now that use ref comes from React. Let me just go ahead and grab that from React just by hitting enter when that pops up, and that should be imported from React. After I save that, I want to add that to my icosahedron image. So let me go find that icosahedron image, and I'm seeing that we have both of these images here. Well, we want these to rotate together. So I'm going to have to add a div around these, and I'm going to make sure that that div has a class name of inline flex, and that will ensure that it wraps the images very tightly around there. So that's essentially going to wrap this image, and then this other one is positioned absolutely behind it, so we don't have to worry too much about it, but this will make sure that those are both grouped together and that we can rotate those essentially as one image. So I'm going to add the ref to this outer div. I'm going to say ref equals icosahedron ref, and that will attach this ref up here to that div that we just wrapped around our icosahedrons. And that allows us to control that with our use scroll. So with our use scroll hook, we want to import that from Framer Motion as well. So I'm going to say use scroll, and then I'm going to come up here and I'm going to then use that use scroll hook, and I'm going to give it some options. The first option is the target of the scroll. So for the target, it's going to be this ref right here that we have. And then we want to tell it over what scroll positions do we want to track this target. So that's going to be with our offset, and we're going to say start end, which means as the image itself, let's say that this screen were a little bit shorter. Let's go ahead and make this like 600 pixels tall. As the start of it gets to the end of the page until the image has gone all the way through and the end of it gets to the start of the page. That's the second option. So that's going to be end start. And that's essentially saying the whole time it's visible, we want that to tell us what percentage of that process it's gone through, and that's going to be all the way from 0% to 100%. So at this point right here, when it's just peeking onto the page, it's going to be 0%, and then when it's gone all the way up and it's exiting the page, that's going to be 100%. And we can actually get that value if we want to, or of course we do, by just going ahead and setting this const and saying that we want to get the scroll Y progress. Say scroll Y progress here, and then we can use that in order to dynamically rotate our image based on how far along this progress is. So I'm going to do that by going ahead and saying const icosahedron rotate. We're going to actually use transform. That's also from Framer Motion. So it's going to transform this value to another value. I'll show you how that works here in a second. So I'm going to use transform of the scroll Y progress. And as it goes from 0 to 1, we would like to transform it from 30 to negative 45. So this is going to be essentially the degrees that we're going to rotate it. So as it goes from just peeking up the page, it's going to be rotated 30 degrees. And then as it goes down, it's going to rotate to negative 45 until we can't see it anymore. So that's the rotation that we want to add here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and bring it down to our icosahedron div. And I'm actually going to make this a motion div because of course we want to rotate this. So we want to make this a motion div. So I'm going to turn that into a motion div, which is essentially just a div with these Framer Motion superpowers. And then we want to control the rotation with that value that we created. So we need to go ahead and add a style on here. And in that style, we want to add a rotate, and that's going to be equal to the icosahedron rotate value. And then let's save it and see what that looks like. Now, obviously, this is a very short page right now, but let's go ahead and see if we actually get that rotation. And we don't currently get the rotation, and the reason is because of the way that Astro actually works. So let's go back to our index page and talk for a second about how Astro works and what we need to do in order to enable client-side interaction. So Astro is a server-side framework, or at least by default, it's a server-side framework, which means all of these React components that we defined and Astro components get statically rendered, but they don't come with any JavaScript unless we tell it to also load on the client. So in this case, because we want our hero section to load on the client, we need to add this directive to say client load, and that will ensure that the JavaScript then loads on the client and that any interactivity can work on the client. So now that we've added client load, let's see if this is now working for us. And yes, it is. We can see that our icosahedron is definitely rotating as we scroll down the page. It's a beautiful effect. It's a great effect. And I really like how that looks. Definitely very eye-catching. So now that we've done that, let's go ahead and work on some of the other 3D shapes to make sure that those are rotating as well. I'm going to go ahead and close out my index.astro and come back into my hero and continue adding our different motion divs. One of the 3D shapes that we want to rotate is this cube. So let's go ahead and make sure that we are tracking the progress of it as well and creating a ref for it. So I'm going to go ahead and create another ref and say const cube ref, and that's going to be equal to a React use ref as well with a default value of null. And then I can come and find my cube, which is going to be this image right here. And since motion can replace and add superpowers to any normal JSX element, I can just create a motion image instead of an image itself. So I'm going to say motion.img, and I'm also going to give this that ref. So I'm going to be tracking this motion image when I add this ref equals cube ref here. That will ensure that we have a way to track the scroll of this cube ref as well. So coming up top, I'm going to go ahead and create another use scroll. So const, we want to get the scroll Y progress of this equals use scroll. And in this case, we're going to track the target of cube ref, and we want the offset to be the same thing, start, end, end, start. Essentially saying we want to track the entirety of the scroll as it's on the page in the viewport. And this scroll Y progress, since we already have a variable named scroll Y progress, we're going to have to rename this one. I'm going to rename it cube scroll Y progress, and that'll allow us to differentiate that. And then we'll also have a separate transform for it, so we can have it independently rotating from our icosahedron. So we can use a separate value for that. So I'm going to say const cube rotate, and that's going to be equal to another use transform, and it's going to track this cube scroll Y progress value. And as it goes from 0 to 1, or as it scrolls through the viewport, we want to give this a rotation value between 100 and -45. Now, it's never going to really get all the way down here at the bottom of the page. So by giving it a larger value here, we kind of want it to go from 45 to -45, but since it never really reaches that 0 value, then we have to give it a little bit of an offset here to be able to just have more of an effect, since you're not seeing it for very long. So the scroll effect has to be pretty intense in order for it to be something that's noticeable here. So that's going to be our cube rotate value. And then we can come down to our image, and we can give this a style as well, and just say the rotation is going to be whatever our cube rotate value is. And as soon as we save that, we should see it rotate, and we do. And you can see that as we scroll, then we're seeing that cube begin to rotate. So that looks great as well. Let me just go ahead and refresh the page one more time and make sure everything looks good there, and it looks like it does. So I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead and see what else we can rotate in this section. Another thing we're going to want to rotate is this torus. This isn't going to be super noticeable because it is a circular object, but it is still a nice effect when we rotate this as well. So we're going to add another ref for it. So I'm going to say const torus ref, and that's going to be equal to use ref with a default value of null. And then we also want to kind of do the same thing with a scroll tracking and a rotate value here as well. So I'm going to say const scroll Y progress, and we're going to rename that to torus scroll Y progress. And that's going to be equal to a use scroll that's going to target that torus ref, and it's going to have the same offset. So the offset's going to be start, end, end, start. And then we need to go ahead and transform that as well. Of course, we haven't added our ref on the page yet. We'll get to that here in a second, but I'm going to go ahead and set this up. So I'm going to say const torus rotate, and that's going to be equal to a use transform as the torus scroll Y progress goes from 0 to 1. We're going to go from 20 to -20. That's just going to rotate that. And then we need to go ahead and add our values to the page. So I'm going to take this torus ref and come down to my torus image and make sure that my ref is added to that. So it's tracking the scroll position of that torus. And then we also want to have the same thing, a style of rotate. And we want to say torus rotate there. And of course, this doesn't exist on a normal image. We need to make this a motion image as well. So motion.img should take care of having that style attribute the way that we need it. So as we rotate and as we continue to scroll down the page, we can see that that torus just kind of slightly rotates. It's not a super noticeable effect, but it is a very clean, and it adds another level of polish to this particular section. So I definitely like that. The last thing we're going to want to rotate here is going to be this cuboid, and that's definitely a more in-your-face shape, so it's definitely going to be a little bit more of a dynamic effect. So let's go ahead and finish off with that one. So I'm going to say const cuboid ref, and that's going to be equal to useRef of null again. We're going to do a very similar thing here, so I'm just kind of copy and paste what we have and say that this is going to be the cuboid scroll Y progress. So we'll track the scroll position of it. We have the target, which is of course going to be the cuboid ref. And then we're going to make sure and transform that value as well. So const cuboid rotate is going to be equal to a use transform of the cuboid scroll Y progress. And as it goes from 0 to 1, we are going to want to rotate it from 20 to -20 as well. So let's go ahead and add a couple of these values down here on our cuboid image. That's going to be this one right here. We're going to say the ref is the cuboid ref, and the style is equal to rotate, and that's going to be cuboid rotate. And of course, we need our motion.image here as well, motion.img. So now that we have that on there, let's see if we see that rotating as well, and we do. Once again, it's not super noticeable, but it's just that little level of having this image rotate as we rotate up and down the page. It just adds that level of interestingness. It really gives the user something to look at and be amazed by as they scroll down the page. So that's the 4 different shapes. Those are all working. Let's go ahead and pull this back out and increase our height a little bit to 900 and just see what this looks like at this size. So when we're all the way up, this cube essentially kind of keeps its current position. And as we scroll down the page, we see it moving, we see our icosahedron moving, we see our torus rotating, and we see our cuboid rotating. And that's just a really great effect there. But of course, we're not done with this section yet because there's a few other things we want to do. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to control our circle animation. This one's going to be kind of an interesting one as well. So let's go into our circle. Let's talk about how we're going to make our circle actually animate. So in order to have our circle border animate without having the entire circle animate, that means we need to split the actual circle div itself from the border that's going to rotate, because we don't want the interior of it rotating just because the circle itself is rotating. So we have right now an outline here. We want to split this into another div. So I'm actually going to create a div within our div, and that's going to be the outline that we have here. So I'm going to cut our outline from here. Just go ahead and hit Command X on the Mac and have a class name here of our outline classes. So this is going to be our border outline. And of course, we're going to want to make this relative up here. So we're going to say relative here. And then this class here is going to be absolute. Of course, we're going to want to make it the same size as our circle. So we're going to say inset 0. That should hopefully make it the same size. And then we want it to be rounded full, of course, because we want it to have the full border radius. And that kind of puts it back in place. And then what we want to do is we want to actually create a border. So let's see if we can create a border on this particular div. So let me go ahead and come into here. I'm going to say border T for border top, and we'll make that for now. Let's just say 4 pixels. In fact, let's go ahead and create the whole thing. I'll say border 4, and we'll say border red, just so we have it showing up, red 500, just so we can see where that border is. So that border is great, and we want the border to be there, but we want the border to be the full 6 pixels. So I'm actually say border 6 pixels to make that 6 pixel wide border. And we want a specific border to be colored. So we actually want most of the border to be transparent. So I'm going to say border transparent, and then we'll say border T fuchsia 500 to make just the specific top border fuchsia 500. As you can see, that adds this great effect, because then we can spin that particular border and then we can have it just on 25% of the border instead of the entire thing. That just gives us a line that we can rotate. Now we don't want it to be quite that bright, so we are going to bring that down to 30% opacity just by saying /30 here. And that just gives it a nice little 30% opacity that we can use to lighten that up. And then we can go ahead and spin this as well. So we'll do that with Framer Motion. I'm going to import motion from Framer Motion. And then in here, we're going to turn this into a motion.div, and we'll have an ending motion.div as well. In fact, we don't even have to do that. We could just do a self-closing div here because there's nothing inside of it, and that will create that motion div. And then we just need to add animation properties to this div. Now, of course, we want this to rotate. So we're going to say that the animate prop is going to be equal to, and then we're going to say rotate 360, and let's see what that does when we hit save. And it looks like it does rotate it, but it's very, very fast. And of course, we want it to continue to rotate as well. So we're going to set some transition properties to ensure that that happens. So on our transition object, we're going to say that the ease is going to be linear, that the duration is going to be, let's just say 30 seconds for now, and that the repeat is going to be infinity. And that should hopefully go ahead and spin that around. Let's go ahead and refresh this again and see if we get it to rotate around. So it is rotating around. It's actually a little bit slow. So let's just speed that up just a bit by saying duration 20 and see if that looks any better as we refresh the page. So I'm going to refresh this again. We are seeing that a little bit sped up. Let's just go ahead and give it just a tiny bit more with duration 15 and refresh one more time and see if that speeds it up enough. And it does look like a nice effect right now. So I'm seeing that nice little transition where we have our duration working and everything is looking good. And as it rotates all the way around, then it's just going to continue through the entirety of the time that someone is looking at this section. Now, the only thing I want to do is make sure that not all of our circles are rotating. We actually want some of these to rotate, but not all of them. So that means that we need to control this with some kind of a prop. So we're going to accept a prop to tell this whether this is an animated circle or not. So I'm going to go ahead and give this an and we're going to say animate, and it's going to be an optional prop. Of course, it's going to be a Boolean, which means it's either going to be true or false. And then we can then destructure that animate prop from this, and that's going to allow us to control whether we actually add this animation on here at all. So animate is going to be equal to false. And of course, we're going to go ahead and say if animate is true, then we're going to give it this rotation of 360. So as soon as we save that and refresh, we shouldn't see anything animated right now. And indeed, we do not. We also want our border to only be there if it's animated. And of course, we can do that with Tailwind merge. I already have the TW merge function included here, so I'm going to use it. I'm going to say TW merge, and we're going to wrap this entire class name with that. And then now that we have that, we can just go ahead and say animate and then add our animation classes as well. So I'm going to take this border. In fact, just the border top fuchsia 500 should do the trick. So I'm just going to cut that one out of here. And then when it's animated, we'll add the top border fuchsia in, and that will ensure that and I need a comma there as well to make that valid JavaScript. And that will ensure that we only have the border when it's an animated circle. So coming back to my hero.tsx, let's go ahead and add that animate prop to one of our circles. So I'm going to add it to this. I'm going to say animate here, and that will allow that particular circle to animate. And then as we move down, we can kind of pick and choose which ones we're going to animate. I kind of like that effect. I want this one over here to animate as well. So I'm going to come down to my cuboid and ensure that that one is animating as well. So I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to say animate, and that will ensure that that one is animating as well. Now that's a great effect. Now let's move on to our hexagon animation, where we're going to have a line animating around our hexagon. I'm going to close out my circle.tsx, come back into my hero, and talk about how we're going to do that. Now, of course, we have a hexagon component that we're currently using, and that hexagon component is what we're going to use to do our animation as well. Now, in order to start animating our hexagon, let's talk about how we're actually going to accomplish this. So I'm going to come into my sidebar and come into my hexagon component, and then we'll talk about how we need to animate this. Let me close up my sidebar again. So we need to overlay two different shapes, kind of like we did in our circle. We need a shape that we can overlay on top of our hexagon that's exactly the same as our hexagon. So essentially we need to duplicate this SVG, and in order to get that to work, we need to layer an absolutely positioned one onto our relative one. So I'm going to wrap this in a div with a class name of inline flex to ensure that we have a wrapper for this that we can position relative. I'm going to give this a relative position, and then our SVG, I'm going to duplicate it. So I'm going to just copy and paste that SVG down here. Looks kind of wild right here, but that's because it's not absolutely positioned yet. So let me go ahead and position the second one absolute, and that should fix that problem. Now you can see it's a little bit lighter, and that's because we have now a duplicated SVG, both of them having 10% opacity. Together they probably have that 20% opacity from that Text Fuchsia 500. So we're not going to worry about that quite yet. What we are going to talk about is how are we actually going to get a line that animates around our hexagon. And I'm actually going to show you what we're going to do. So we need to edit some styles here in order to see what we're going to accomplish. So the first one is going to be our stroke dash array. So let me talk about this one for a second. So I'm going to add on a stroke dash array, and this is going to be equal to a string, and that's going to set the value of how long our stroke is and then how long our dash is. So if I said 30 here, for example, on this one and I hit save, and I'm going to go ahead and bring up the opacity of this to like a 30, then you'll see that every 30 pixels we have stroke and every 30 pixels we have dash. If we wanted to make the dash twice as long, we could say 3060, and that will add a longer dash. Now, as the second number goes up, we'll just be left with a single dash if it gets high enough. So if we say 9999 on our second number, you'll notice that we actually only have a 30 pixel stroke, and that's actually hidden right now behind this circle. So let's actually make that a little bit longer as well and just say something like 200. It's starting to peak out here. If we increase that first stroke to 300, 400, and then of course 500, then we can see that stroke continue to grow. But of course, we're not seeing a second stroke because the dash is so long. So if we are at 500, 500, we'd see a 500 pixel stroke, then a 500 pixel dash, then a 500 pixel stroke again. But of course, we would like to see just one single stroke and then the rest of the shape be a dash. So I'm going to increase this to my 999 value, and then we'll see just a single stroke. Now, to get this to actually animate around our hexagon, what I'm going to do is animate a property called the stroke dash offset. So I'm going to add on here, just so I can demonstrate this, stroke dash offset, and that's going to be a number that tells it how far offset from the beginning this thing should be. So if I give this a positive value, let's say I give this a value of 500, it actually goes counterclockwise, and if it's negative, it actually goes clockwise. And if you see I have a negative 500 here, you're actually seeing it up top. If I go down to 400, it starts coming back towards the start. 300, 200, you can see that it's starting to animate in that counterclockwise direction. But the higher I make my negative number, let's go back to 500, and let's go up to 600 and save it. You can see it's starting to animate around 700. It's going further, 800. So if we want to animate this clockwise, which of course we do, then we want to give this stroke dash offset a negative value and then continue to increase this. And by animating this number, we can animate this stroke around our shape. Now, at some point, this stroke will stop showing. We actually saw this with our positive value. When it gets to the start of this shape, let's go ahead and hide our circle for a second so we can see exactly where that start is. So I'm going to come to my torus, and I'm just going to go ahead and comment this out for now. So I'm just going to do a command / and that will comment that out. And then let's go ahead and look at this again with that torus gone. Let me go back to my stroke dash offset of 0, and let's start going in the positive direction. So let me go 100 and then 200. And it's actually going, this is the start position of this shape for some reason. And that is the position where it's actually going backwards, but it's actually disappearing into the start. And the same thing is true if we go so far in our negative direction, we'll eventually get to the end and it will start to disappear. So if I go to negative 200 and then I continue around and go negative 1,000, and we can see that it's now over here. If we go negative 2,000, we can see that it's now down here, negative 3,000. It's actually starting to disappear. So let's actually go to 2,500 and see where that's at. Okay, so 2,600, 2,700. And so now it's at the end and it's actually starting to disappear. The only way to actually get this to work is to have a perfect stroke dash array where you can measure the outside of this path and have this be the exact length. So your stroke is 500 and essentially your dash is whatever the length of this is minus 500. So it equals the entire length. And then if this will never start or end. So if you go backwards, it'll actually continue to just go, and you'll see it continue, and then forwards, it'll continue to do the same thing. So that's essentially what we want to get to. Now, there is a way that we can measure our path, which of course is going to be crucial to get this infinite animation that we want to happen for this particular hexagon. So we'll talk about that here in a second. What we're going to do is we're going to make this second one, we're going to make this a motion SVG. But in order to understand the values that we need to add in here, we actually need to measure the path. We need to measure what's right here. And actually we have two of them, so we can choose which one we want to measure. So I'm actually going to measure this top one. And to measure it, I need to access the DOM element, which means I need to create a ref for this path. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to say const path ref. It's going to be equal to a use ref, a React use ref. And I'm just going to hit enter to import that. And then we're going to add that to the path itself. So I'm going to say ref equals path ref. And that's going to allow us to access the DOM element. Now it's saying that we don't have the right type on this. It's an SVG path element. So we need to just tell this that this could be an SVG path element, and it has a default value of null. So as long as we do that, we should be able to use that ref without any warnings. When this element enters the page, we want to do that calculation to see how long this path actually is. So in order to do that, what we want to do is we want to have a use effect. And actually, I'm going to actually use a use layout effect because this has a very special power. The use layout effect actually will allow this component to render before it actually shows in the browser, just so that you can measure things before the component actually displays. So that's actually a really great function that we're going to use, and I need to import that from React. So I'm going to say use layout and hit enter when that shows up, and you can see that it's being imported up top here. And then by giving this empty bracket, we're saying just do it when the SVGs and all that first come onto the page. So let me go ahead and get that measurement of this entire path. And how I do that, there's actually something I can use called a get total length of a path ref. So I'm going to say const path length, and that's going to be equal to my path ref dot current dot get total length. And you can see that that function exists right here, and that's going to give me my path length. Now, if this path ref were undefined for any particular reason, it shouldn't be, but if it were, then this would give us undefined. We'll have to account for that here in a second with what we want to do with this. Now, the problem with this get total length is this get total length works, but it actually gives us the total length if the SVG were 82 pixels wide. That's obviously not true here because we've scaled it with our styling. We've actually scaled this up pretty large. I think it's like 800 pixels in width right now. And so this is not going to be helpful for us unless we have a way to scale that. And the only way for us to really be able to tell how wide this is, because of styling and rotation makes it very difficult to calculate the size, we need the actual user of this hexagon to tell us with a prop how big this hexagon should be. So I'm actually going to add in a size prop, and that's how we're going to know what the hexagon size is. And this is just going to be the width of the hexagon. I also need to add this into my props. So I'm going to say and a size, which is an optional value, and it's going to be a number. And just so that we can see this, we're going to give this a default value of 800 just so that we can continue to see this hexagon over here. Otherwise, it would be too small to actually hide under our icosahedron over here. So we're going to use this size ref to actually dynamically scale this SVG. I'm going to come below my class name. I'm going to give this a style, and I'm going to say the height is going to be equal to the size, as well as the width is also going to be equal to our size. And we're going to do the same thing with our absolute positioned SVG. We're going to come below here, and we're going to say that the height is equal to the size, as well as the width is also equal to the size. Now that we have that ref in there, that should allow us to be able to get a scaled path length. So that will say const scaled path length, and that's going to be equal to whatever our path length is when it's not scaled times whatever our size is divided by what our initial width was. So initial width was 82. That should give us this scaled number right here. So our path length could be undefined, and that's the problem I told you about right here. So I'm just basically going to say if that for any reason that path length is undefined, that DOM element is not there. If not path length, we can return. That way we don't get any kind of weird errors there. Our path is now being scaled with our size prop, and we are getting a scaled path length here. Now this is the total length of our path. That's really helpful information because that will help us to set a correct stroke dash array, as well as what value we should be animating this to as well. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll actually set that and save that into our state. So I'm going to say const scaled path length, or actually just go ahead and call this total path length, and then we'll say set total path length, and that will be equal to a React use state. Now we can set this, so we have this number right here. We can just go ahead and say that the set total path length of whatever our scaled path length is, and that will allow us to go ahead and set that state value. Now this is going to say right now that we have a number, and that's not really allowed on undefined. That's because we haven't told this that this could definitely be a number at some point in the future. So we'll just add that number there, and that will tell it that it can be a number when this gets set. So once we set that, we should get a total path length. Well, at that point, that would be a great time for us to go ahead and render our second SVG, and we'll go ahead and turn this into a motion SVG because we want this to be able to animate along with Framer Motion. So I'm going to import motion from Framer Motion like we've done with our other animated components. I'm going to turn this into a motion.svg, and we'll go ahead and end that with a motion.svg as well. And then we only want this to render though if we have this total path length, because if we don't, then we're not going to have the values for some of these different styles that we want to add in here. So I'm going to say total path length and that's going to ensure that we only render this motion SVG if we have that value set. Now, if we do, then we can add these styles and we can set them to the proper values. So let's go ahead and interpolate this value right here. And let's say that it's going to be 500, and then it's going to be whatever our total path length is, minus 500 is going to be the dash. So it's going to be a stroke of 500, and then the rest of it is going to be a dash. And then we also want to animate this stroke dash offset, and we'll do that with our animation props that we'll add to this motion SVG as well. So I'm going to say initial is going to be equal to a stroke dash offset of 0. And then our animate, or what it's going to animate to, is going to be a stroke dash offset of total path length times -1. So essentially it's going to go around the whole way, and then it should start over because we're going to add the options that will tell it to repeat infinitely. So I'm going to remove this stroke dash offset here because we don't need that anymore. And then I'm going to set my transition options by setting transition, the transition prop, and I'm going to say that the repeat is going to be infinity to have it infinitely repeat. And let me go ahead and save this to see if this is actually doing anything yet. And of course, I'm going to go ahead and refresh my page as well. And yes, this is definitely repeating, but wow, that's almost a laser-like effect. So let's go ahead and slow that way down. Let me change my duration to 30 and see what that looks like. And of course, we also want it to be ease linear. That'll make it just a very smooth, consistent effect. So let me refresh my page once again, and I should see that animating around, which I do. So we can see that, and let's just let it go all the way through. In fact, I'll just go ahead and speed it up a little bit so that we can see it go all the way through a little bit quicker. So I'm going to save that, refresh that, and see if it does indeed go all the way around. Now remember, this is both hexagons on top of each other, so it's a little bit lighter than it should be right now. We're going to split these up into our separate hexagons. So right here, it should go all the way around. We're seeing it smooth animate. Oh, that is perfect. That's exactly what we wanted, and that works really, really well. So I like where this is at right now. Now let's go back to our hero section and just go ahead and update our size props and everything we need to do here. So I'm going to put back my circle on top of this by just going ahead and uncommenting that code. And then for our hexagons, which are up at the top of the page, we need to go ahead and add a size prop to them. So this one is going to be size equals 1100 for the first one, and the second one is going to be size equals 1800, and that will allow those hexagons to be there. Now we are seeing a little bit of a change in where our absolute positioned elements are. Let me just go ahead and double check that these are okay. So we just need to refresh our page, and that allowed our motion divs to be in the right spot. Now we can add a couple other options here that'll just go ahead and add another level of polish to our hexagon animation. And one of those options could be, what if we allow the user to decide whether this was reversed or not? So in that case, the stroke dash offset would either, if it was reversed, it would be in the positive direction. If it was not reversed, it would be in the negative direction. And that'd be a nice option to add. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in. We're going to say that we can add a reverse option as a prop. That's going to be optional. It's going to be Boolean. So it's either going to be true or false. And then we're going to destructure that one as well. So we're going to say reverse here, and that's going to be equal to false. But if the user adds true there, then it will be reversed. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say that it's going to be either reverse or which will just be total path length, or it's going to be not reversed, which is just going to be normal. That's going to be total path length times -1. So let's go ahead and save that. That adds the option, but it doesn't do it yet. So we're going to take the outer bigger hexagon and we're just going to say reverse, and that should move that in the reversed direction. So let me refresh my page and see if we see that coming along the bottom here. And indeed we do. We see that coming along and moving very nicely. And then in the inner one, we see that moving as well. The only other option I think I want to add to this animation is the option to set the duration, because I'd like to probably slow down the outer one a little bit. Since it's a bigger hexagon, it'd be great to be able to slow that one down. And then we can just go ahead and leave the inner one as is. So I'm going to come into my hexagon and I'm going to set the duration to 30, but of course we want to add an option to be able to set that as well. So I'm going to give it an option within TypeScript. I'm going to say duration, and that's going to be an optional number. And then if that number is set, of course we can use it. So I'm going to say duration, destructure that. That's going to be equal to a default of 30. And then we'll come down here to our duration and just basically make that the value of that prop. So let me go ahead and refresh this once again and see if we can see that happening. So I'm going to pull this out so I can get a full view of my browser, come up and down and look. And we do see that this is still a little faster than I would like. So I'm going to come into my hero and just update that value. Let's come into my hero, and the outer one, the 1800 one, is going to be duration. And we're going to set that to a value of 60 to make that happen over 60 seconds. Let me bring that back out. Let me refresh my page and see if that is a lot slower on the outside. So I'm going to see when this comes here. It's definitely slower. And now it looks really nice. It has a nice slow effect that kind of matches what our circle is doing, kind of matches what our interior hexagon animation is doing. I really like where that's going right now. So I'm happy with how that looks. This section is really coming together. Now, as I pull my browser window back in, the last animation that we're going to be worried about is our mouse animation here at the bottom. So this is going to be the scroll to learn more, and we just want this mouse to kind of scroll down a little bit just to give it a little touch of animation there as well. So I'm going to come into my hero section. Let me go ahead and close up my hexagon. We're done with that for now. And come into my hero and find my mouse, and we'll talk about how we can animate that as well. So the mouse button is this div right here that has a height of 12 pixels, a width of 4 pixels. That's what we're going to want to animate, and we can do that with a motion.div as well. So we can say motion.div and end our motion.div, or just make that a self-closing div. That will work as well. And then we can add some props to allow this to animate. I think what I'd like to do is have the translation move the mouse wheel kind of down the mouse a little bit, and then the opacity also fade out. So we kind of have a smooth kind of scroll look, and then it'll pop back up and do a smooth scroll down again. So let's try and make that happen. So for my animate prop, I'm going to say translate Y, and that's going to be 12 to make it translate in the Y direction 12 pixels down. And then we're also going to make our opacity fade out a little bit. We're going to say 0.2 to just make that fade out to 20% opacity. And then we're going to set how that transition happens. So let's say the transition is going to be over a duration of 2 seconds. We're going to have the ease be linear. We're going to have the repeat happen infinitely with infinity here. And then we're going to have the repeat type be loop, but it should do that by default. So let's go ahead and save that and just see if that looks correct. So I'm seeing that come out and I'm seeing it come back in. So it's just giving it that little bit of a almost like scroll like effect. And let me just make sure that the repeat type, it should be loop by default, but I just want to make sure that we're not missing anything there either. So I'm going to save that and go ahead and refresh our page and make sure that that is still working well. So yes, I am seeing that work well, and I like where that's at. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to go ahead and leave that as is. That's going to be the animation for the mouse. So with that, the hero animation is completely done. We did 4 different things. We did this circle animation, we did this hexagon line, we did the scroll animation that moves our 3D shapes, and we did the mouse animation. That's a whole lot of animation that we put into this, but it definitely adds another level of polish and wow to this section. This is a very, very impressive section that you should be proud to have built along with me here. Let's go ahead and move on to our next section and look at the animations on that one. Now that we have our hero section done, let's go ahead and move on to the animations that we're going to add for our features card. So let's go ahead and open up that section and talk about what we can do in order to get these to animate over automatically and as we click through these dots down here. Now let's start with the actual dot clicking. We need a way to save what the current selected dot is. And of course, the go-to way in React is state. So let me go ahead and add a const for selected card index, and then we'll say set selected card index. That'll be the way that we can set that state equals use state. And that will start off with a value of 0. Let me make sure that my use state is imported by going ahead and selecting it from the list right here, and that should import that at the top of our file, which it does. Moving down to our card data, we want to change the color of our selected dots. So let me go ahead and put in my sidebar so that we can see this a little bit better and see what we need to do in order to make this update happen. So they're currently BG-Zinc 500. We can probably change that with TW merge. So let me go ahead and add the TW merge function, go to the end of my class names and add that other parentheses there. And then we want to say if it's the selected one, so if this particular index is selected, we want to add probably a BG-Zinc of something like 300. So we need to know what index we're working with. So right now we're just getting the title, but we're not really getting the index. Let me go ahead and say card index here. So this will loop through the card indexes as we're looping through this card data. And then we'll say if the card index is equal to our selected card index, then we want to add the class of BG-Zinc 300, and that will be added to our dot and override our BG-Zinc of 500. Of course, we need to add a comma here in between these, and that's what it's throwing a fit about. So let me go ahead and save that, and let's see what that does right away if we refresh our page. So now we can see that we have this first dot selected. We're not doing anything else as we move through these dots yet, so we need to also add that on. So we're going to say on click, and that's going to be equal to a function that's basically going to say set selected card index, and it's going to be equal to whatever one we clicked. So that's going to be equal to the current card index that we're on. So we should be able to click through and go to 1, 2, and 3. We currently can't though, and that's once again due to the way that Astro is server rendering this rather than client-side rendering it. So let's go to our sidebar, let's open up our index, and let's make sure that this section is being client loaded as well by adding in our client load here. And then we should be able to click through and actually see these change. And we do. As the state changes, we are seeing these dots change as well. So come back to our feature cards. Let's go ahead and close out our sidebar once again. And let's talk about how to get these to actually animate. We have a selected card index, and of course we can get that selected card index from here as well. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and get my card index here, and then we're just going to see if the two align. And of course, if they do, we're going to want to move the cards based on which one is selected. So right from the start, 0 is selected. That's the one we want to have in the first position. But if 1 is selected, we want this one to be in the first position, and so on and so forth as we move through our different cards. So how we're going to do that is we're going to create a div that's going to wrap our cards. That ending div should be right there. And then we're going to add a transform based on the card index that's selected. Now let me talk about how we're going to do this here for a second. So I'm going to say style equals, and it's just going to be transform and then translate X. And we're going to translate this X value in a way that is relative to what we have selected. So if we did negative 100%, for example, if we translated X negative 100%, we would see the second one come to the front. It's not quite in the exact place because we also have to account for the gap in between. That gap is 2 rems. So really we should have negative 100% minus 2 rems, and that would be equal to the second one being in that first position. As I refresh my page, it should be exactly there. And excuse me, I do need to add a calc in here as well. So let me add a calc, negative 100% minus 2 rems. That should go ahead and make sure that that's in that first position. And then if we multiply this value then by 2 or 3, then we'll get the other cards into the first position as well. So essentially, if our selected value, let me go ahead and do that real quick. So I'm going to say times 2, and let's just go ahead and wrap a parentheses around this as well so that we have order of operations working out well. So if it's times 2, we get this one. If it's times 3, we get the next one. So it's basically 0, 1, 2, or 3 that we could have here. Well, what are those? Those are indexes of selected cards. So we could replace this multiplied value with our selected card index, and that will allow us to directly control which card is going to end up in this first position. So with this interpolated value, I'm just going to say times my selected card index, and that's going to allow us to say which value is here. So now we just have to say, well, if it's the 0 is the index, then it's of course the first one, but if 1 is the index, then it's the second one. If 2 is the index, it's the third one, and so on and so forth. So the default value is of course 0. Now, if we go ahead and click our dots, what do? Well, that allows us to directly control which one is in the first position with that transform. So that works really well. We're not getting any kind of animation yet, and of course we want to add that animation, and we can do that just by adding some CSS animation on this particular div. So I'm going to give this a class name, and of course I want to make sure that this is flexed correctly. I'm going to say inline flex, and then I'm just going to say transition all to make sure that we have this transition happening between our different translates, and then I'm going to say duration 500, and that should add a 500 millisecond duration between these translates so that it looks more like it's being animated. And I really like how that is turning out. Now, in order for this to automatically happen, we need something set up to go ahead and look at this card value and be able to reset it every so often. And that's going to happen with a use effect. So let me come here and add a use effect that's coming from React, and that's going to be a function that runs, and that is going to change every time we have our selected card index change, and it's just going to set a timeout, which is going to basically set a timer, and then when that timer runs out, it's going to run this function here. So let's say every 2 seconds or 200 milliseconds that timer runs out, and then it's going to change this card index. So we're going to say set selected card index from whatever it currently is, let's change it to whatever it is +1, unless, of course, that value is longer than the current number of cards, in which case we just want that to be 0. So if the cur is equal to our card data dot length -1, then we want to set it to 0. Otherwise, we'll just set it to whatever it is +1. So that should help us every 2 seconds to change that. Let's see it. It's increasing here. It increased again. It increased again. Then it should go back to 0 because of that ternary statement that we have right here. So that works well. If we want that to happen over 2 seconds, I think I set it for 3 seconds by default. That'll slow it down just a little bit. And then the only other thing we want to add in here is the ability to make sure that we clear our timeout because we have multiple timeouts happening right now. We definitely don't want that. We want to clear our timeout if our selected card index is set automatically. So let's go ahead and save that timeout. I'm going to say const timeout is equal to that set timeout. And then we're going to return a function that's going to clear that timeout just like so. And that should help make sure that the old timeouts are cleared and only the current one is going to be the one that's running. So if we manually change this, then this use effect is going to run again. It's going to make sure the old one is cleared out, and it's going to start the timer over at 3000. So let's go ahead and double check that by just going through. We can still click through, and then when we let go and let it do its thing, then it should start animating again every 3000 milliseconds or 3 seconds. And then the only way to ensure that if we're hovering, that we go ahead and ensure that we don't have a timeout anymore is to say that if one of these divs is hovered, that we go ahead and clear our timeout automatically, or we just return. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to save another state, and that's going to be whether one of those cards is hovered. So I'm going to say const is hovered, set is hovered is equal to a use state, and by default that's going to be false. And then when we hover these, so if we say on mouse enter, we're going to run a function that sets that to true. So set is hovered to true. And then when we leave, so on mouse leave, we're going to run a function that's going to set it back to false. So set is hovered to false. That will allow us to have the state of whether one of these cards is being hovered or not. Now that's helpful because in this use effect, we could basically say every time it's hovered, let's just go ahead and not do anything. Let's not set a timeout, and that will allow us to kind of stop our animation that we had here. So I'm going to add my is hovered, so it's going to be watching that value. And then if is hovered is equal to true, so if is hovered, then we're just going to return. And that's going to ensure that we don't have any animation when this is being hovered. So let me save that. Let me refresh my page and let's see if this works. So right now I'm not hovering those cards. So we should see it animate. And then as soon as I hover one, we should see that pause as long as I'm hovered. And then if I take my mouse away, we should see it start to animate again after 3 seconds. So that's working well. That works great. It's looking amazing. I love what this is doing. I actually want to clean up one more thing while we're here, and that is the card color, because we haven't added that in yet, but each of our card data items does have an associated color. So let's go ahead and make sure that that card color is being added in just by adding a prop to here. So I'm going to say color equals, and that's going to be equal to the color that we're passing in from the card data. So let me go ahead and save that. And that should be a wrap. I don't think we needed this card index. I don't remember right offhand why I wanted to use that, but let me go ahead and take that off, and that should be a wrap for this section. So this is looking great. We now have our card colors. We can now click through each of these cards and see these. And of course, we can have it automatically hover. And of course, we can have it automatically animate if we are not hovering that section either. So this is looking awesome. It's time to move on to animations in the next section. As we move below our features cards, we get into our features grid. And in this case, I'm going to kind of slide my browser window over because we can look at this without having a lot of the windows showing. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to open up my features grid, and we're going to talk about how to make this section have the great parallax effect that you probably saw in the demo. Now, in order to do that, we're going to have to do a couple of things. One of them is we're going to start wanting to track each one of these images over here. So in order to do that, I need to add a couple of refs. So I'm going to add on a ref here. I'm going to say const torus not ref, and that's going to be equal to use ref from React. I'm just going to import that. And I'm also going to have my const first hemisphere ref, and that's going to be equal to use ref as well. And then I'm going to add these onto my two images. So this is the first one. I'm going to say that my ref is equal to torus not ref. And my second one, I'm going to have a ref equal to first hemisphere ref. And React is going to throw a little bit of a hissy fit here because we don't have this set to null by default. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that that is set to null, and hopefully that should take care of that TypeScript error, which it looks like it does. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and import our motion components as well. So I'm going to import motion from Framer Motion like we've done, and then I want to change these to motion images instead of just images. That's going to give these the power to create the animations that we want to create with them without continually refreshing our component or re-rendering our component. It's going to make these animations super smooth. And we want to do a couple of things. For our torus knot, as we scroll, we want to both move it up and we want to rotate it. So let's create both of these up here. First, we want to use scroll. That's going to allow us to track the scroll position. I hit enter, that imported my use scroll function. And then I'm going to say that the target of that is going to be the torus knot ref, and the offset is going to be start and end start, and that will ensure that it happens over the entirety of the viewport. So as the start of the image gets to the end of the viewport until the end of the image reaches the start of the viewport, that's when this scroll progress is going to occur. And we'll say const scroll y progress. I believe that's the destructured variable that I can get, which it looks like it is, and then I can transform this into my other animated values that I want. So in order to do that, let's use transform to do that. So I'm going to say const torus knot translate y, and that's going to be equal to my use transform. I'm going to watch my scroll y progress, and actually I want to rename my scroll y progress because I'm going to be using this a lot. I'm going to track 4 different positions. So this is going to be my torus knot scroll y progress. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this into my use transform. And then as it goes from 0 to 1, for my rotation, or my translation, I should say, I'm going to go from 100 to negative 100. So it's going to move up. It's going to start at a value of plus 100. It's going to move to negative 100. And then I also want to rotate this. So I'm going to say const torus knot rotate, and that's going to be equal to another use transform. Much like my first one, I'm going to track the torus knot scroll y progress as it moves from 0 to 1, and I'm going to rotate this from 30 to negative 30, and that should just go from 30 degrees to negative 30 degrees. Now let's go ahead and drop that onto our image and see if we can actually see that happen. So I'm going to say style equals, and for my translate, I'm going to add translate here, translate y, and then I'll just add my torus not translate Y. And then for my rotate, I'm going to add my torus not rotate, and that should help both of those styles show up on the page as we scroll. Now, as we scroll up, you can notice that this actually isn't doing anything right now, and that's because we haven't yet client loaded this particular section. So I'm going to come into my index and I'm going to add on to the features grid client load, and that should ensure that it actually does load. So as I scroll, now that our client has loaded and we are seeing our client JavaScript added in, now we see that translation and rotation actually happening in our grid on our torus image. Okay, so that's essentially what we want to do, but we want to do that a little bit differently for each of our images. So our torus knot image, we have our hemisphere image, our first hemisphere, which we're going to add a little bit of different styles to. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and kind of copy and paste what we have here to our first hemisphere. So I'm going to paste this, and then we're just going to change some of these things around. Of course, the scroll by progress is now not going to be the torus knot. It's going to be first hemisphere scroll by progress. And then this is going to also be first hemisphere here. Let me just go ahead and copy and paste the variable value that we're using. So this is going to be the first hemisphere translate, and this is also going to be the first hemisphere rotate. And it's going to pay attention to the first hemisphere ref, and we're also going to pay attention to these transforms are going to be based on the first hemisphere scroll by progress. So we have essentially the same thing happening here, but we also want to change these values because we're not going to use the same 100 negative 100. We're also not going to use the same 30 negative 30, I don't believe. So let's go ahead and change these. So the first one is going to be this translate. We're going to change it from 50 to negative 50. So it's going to move about half the speed as our torus knot does. And then for our rotation on this one, we're going to change it to negative 20 and 10. So it's actually going to move in the opposite direction, the rotation, as our torus knot is. And then we just need to add these onto our image as well. So on this motion image right here, we're going to say style equals, and then we're going to say translate Y is going to be equal to our first hemisphere translate Y, and then our rotation is going to be equal to our first hemisphere rotation, and that should add those dynamic values. So let's see this actually happen. So this is not exactly what I was expecting. I think I was actually expecting it to do something a little bit different. So let's switch around these values to 20, negative 10, and see if that was what I was expecting to happen here. And it still isn't quite it. Let me see if we need to go to a lower initial value. So I'm going to go to negative 20 and maybe go to negative 50 here and see if that's more like what I was expecting. Yes, that definitely does look more like it, where we kind of get to almost like a flat surface, but it starts out really rotated. And of course, it also comes up as we go. So that looks like a really good effect there. I really like where that's going. So I'm going to leave this at that negative 20 and that 50, and that works really well. Now coming down to our next part, we need to animate these as well. So these are also going to have that same kind of parallax effect. And so we need to track each of these as well. So let's first start with the refs, and we're going to kind of do what we did with our first hemisphere. So I'm going to kind of copy this and paste this down here to create a new ref. We need to copy this and paste it again to create some new translations and rotations. And all that is going to, excuse me, it looks like it did the wrong thing. Let me go ahead and try that again. Let me copy that and paste this down here. And then we can go ahead and start changing some of these variables and the properties, and that should allow us to see these translations happen. So for this one, we're going to say cone ref is going to be equal to this one. And so we're going to say cone scroll Y progress is going to be tracking the cone ref. And then for our translation, we're going to have our cone translate Y is going to be paying attention to the cone scroll Y progress. The same thing is true down here, and this is also going to be cone rotate. So now we have a cone ref, we have the tracking of the scroll Y progress of that cone, and then we have a couple of translates and rotates. Now let's see what values we want to add here as well. So I think on the rotation side, that's going to be the value right here. We're going to go from 12 to 45, and then on the translation, we're going to do similar to our torus knot, where we're going 100 to negative 100. Let's just see how that looks as we go ahead and move our page up and down. Now, these aren't connected to anything yet, so let's go ahead and come down to our second set of images. We need to make these motion images. We need to add our refs. So the ref should be our cone ref. And then we should add our styles here. So it's going to be translate y is equal to cone translate y. And then our rotate is going to be equal to our cone rotate. And that should ensure that we have the right styles there. So as we move, we're going to see it translate and also rotate. So it's almost like pointing to the upright direction as we move. And I think that looks really good. For our hemisphere, we need to make sure that that is added in there as well. So essentially, once again, it's going to be kind of a copy paste operation here. I'm going to copy and paste what we're doing here and moving this down. We could use a custom React hook here, but I think we're just going to just keep it as is just for ease of use here. So this is going to be our second hemisphere ref, and that's what we're going to pay attention to with our progress. This is going to be our second hemisphere scroll Y progress. I'm just going to copy that little bit of variable that we're using there, and I'm going to replace cone with that. So let me go ahead and do that. And that should give us a second hemisphere translate Y and a second hemisphere rotate. And then we should just need to make sure that we set our actual rotation and translation variables for that one. So this is going to be similar to our first one. We're going to say 50 and negative 50 for the translation. And then we're going to say, well, it's going to try negative 20 and 10 on this one and see if that actually creates a better rotation for that particular second hemisphere. So let's go ahead and take those values. Let's drop them into our motion image, our second one. Let's create a motion image out of this. Let's create a ref that attaches our second hemisphere ref. And then let's have a style that hooks up our translate Y with our second hemisphere translate Y and our rotation value with our second hemisphere rotate. And hopefully that will allow us to do that as well. So I'm seeing that, and that's pretty good. I really like what that is doing. So I'm going to let that do what it is doing right now. And I think that is a good value. Okay, so with that done, let's go ahead and slide this out and let's just see as we go over this section exactly what's going on. So as I scroll down the section, we can see that that's giving that nice parallax effect where it starts off and just rotates that knot. And then as the user scrolls down to the other feature grid, we can see that we also have our cone and that's rotating as well as our second hemisphere as well. So we have some nice kind of parallaxy type effects happening, and they're very smooth, very nice. Definitely taking advantage of all of the power of Framer Motion and everything that we're tracking in order to get this to work. So with that done, let's go ahead and move on to the next section where we're going to animate our latest posts. Coming down into our latest post section, essentially what we want to do for the animation for this section is make sure that this second column is animating as we scroll the page down to the position that it's at right now. So it should kind of start from the top of this other latest post and then animate down as we scroll down. So let's see how we're going to do that by opening up our sections and going to our latest posts section. As we've done before, we need to make sure that this is client loaded. So we should probably go right to our page index and make sure that our latest post is going to say client load, which we added that in there. So that directive should ensure that. And then we can go ahead and come back to our latest post and ensure that we can do what we need to do with our Framer Motion div. Now, in order to do that, what we know is that we're going to want to animate this second div. This is our flex call. It's going to have our margin top of 64 pixels. That's essentially what's offsetting this right now that we want to eventually have come down to 0. So if that's the case, we just need to animate this margin top, and we can do that with another use scroll. So I bring in my use scroll up top. So I say use scroll, that's coming from Framer Motion. I'm going to hit enter. That should import that. And we need a target, which we're going to set to a default value of undefined just while we set that target. And we also need an offset, which I'm just going to set to an empty array for now. So let's go ahead and create that target. That target is going to be the div itself that has the margin top on it. So I need a ref in order to see what position that div is in. So I'm going to say const target ref, and that's going to be equal to use ref that we're importing from React. And then I'm just going to need to set that target ref on that div. So this is going to be this div right here. We need to say ref is equal to target ref, and that should enable us to use that. And then it doesn't like that that's undefined. Let me go ahead and set that to a default value of null, and that should make TypeScript happier with what we've done. Now, with that, we just need to go ahead and make sure that our margin top is animating. So this also needs to be a motion div. Let me see if I can just do this from here. It doesn't look like I can. Let me go ahead and import motion from Framer Motion and then come down to that div and make that a motion div so that I can animate the styles of this without re-rendering my div. So I just made that a motion div. And then we need to go ahead and say style equals, and that's going to be equal to whatever margin that we set. So let's go ahead and say margin top, and that's just going to be equal to 0 for now. And as we save that, we see that that's coming up to 0, but of course we want to animate that to our 64 pixels. So let's see how we want to do that. So our offset in this one's going to be a little bit different. We've done start, end, and start, but that's not really what we want to do here. We want to say start, end. So as soon as that comes onto the page until we get about halfway through. So that's going to be start center is how we're going to define that. So when the start of this div gets to about the center, that's going to be the entirety of the progress. I'm going to say const scroll y progress as a destructured value is equal to our use scroll. So we can use a use transform here as well, and we'll transform that scroll y progress. So as that's going from 0 to 1, we'll be going from 0 to 64, and that will add that 64 pixels of margin, and then we'll just say const margin top is equal to that use transform. So that margin top value is what we're going to set down here in our margin top. So we're going to say style equals margin top, and that should set that margin top value as we scroll. And I see that I left my target as undefined, so of course that's never going to work. We need our target ref to be set here, and hopefully that should enable that to actually update. So okay, I think I saw it happen. Let me refresh and let me scroll down. And as you can see, this is moving a little bit. Pay attention to that. As we scroll, you can see that it moves all the way down. As we scroll back up, you can see that it moves up. So that is changing based on our scroll, and then just animating into position, just giving it a nice animated effect. Let's see that with full screen by pulling out our browser window and scrolling up. We can see that it's even, and then as we scroll down, that animation just kind of stops there in the center at that 64 pixels of margin. So that's looking really, really nice. I really like how that's happening. And then if we go over to the tablet view, it's probably even more pronounced just because the cards are a little thinner. So that is looking great over in that view as well. So that is pretty much it. That wasn't very complicated to get that to work. Of course, Framer Motion makes that really, really easy, which means we can move on to the next section of our page. Now that we've completed our latest post animation, let's go to our testimonials. What we'd like to do is have these animate into the screen, but we'd also like to have a little bit of a staggered effect. So let's go ahead and open up our sections/testimonials and talk about some ways that we can make this happen. I'm going to import the motion component from Framer Motion, and then I'm going to go down and look at my testimonials code. Now, each of our testimonials is surrounded by this block quote, and since we can replace any JSX element, standard HTML element with a motion component, we can just turn this into a motion.block quote instead. So I can do that motion.block quote, and that will enable me to add those motion superpowers to this block quote. Now, what we can do is we can also use a prop on a motion component called while in view. And while in view will enable us to only have things happen when the component is either first viewed or every single time it comes onto the screen. So if we said initial, so this would be where it was initially, and we said the opacity was 0 and the Y was pushed 24 pixels down, then we could say while in view, and we could add props here as well. So if we wanted these to animate in, we could say opacity and change it to 1 and then Y to 0 to bring those up those 24 pixels. And let's go ahead and save this and see what this looks like as is. And we're not going to see anything yet, and that's because, once again, we don't have this as a client loaded section. So I'm going to go over to my Astro index.astro page and make sure that this is client loaded by saying client load, and that should ensure that this does actually animate into the page. Now, if I come back to my testimonials, we go ahead and put away my sidebar there for a second so we can take a better look at this code. We can see that we do have this initial and opacity coming in. And what we could do is we could add some sort of transition prop. And for the transition, we could set a delay. And of course, we could delay that based on the testimonial index. So we could have the first one delaying a specific amount of time, second one and third one, so on and so forth. So we could say delay, and then we could just say testimonial index times 0.5, and that would create our delay in between. So let's see if we have that working. So let me go ahead and refresh my page and scroll down. And then yes, we do have each one delaying its start, and then that comes in and it has a nice smooth effect. I don't love this effect right now. I wish it were a little bit different. First of all, I want the ease to be a little bit different. I want to say ease in out. And then I also like the transition time or the duration to be a little bit different as well. So I'm going to set the duration to 1 second and see if that looks any better. So after I save that, let's go ahead and give it another refresh. And we do see that that's a nice smooth experience there. And this, since it's while in view, I believe we should see this every single time we scroll to it. So let me scroll up and scroll back down. And yes, we do see it again. Scroll up again, and let's see, let's go scroll back down and we do see it again. So that does happen every single time. If we only want to set that to once, which I do, so I only want this to happen once, I can also add a viewport prop, and that viewport will allow me to say once true, and that will essentially make sure that the first time it enters onto the screen, we have this animation happening, and then every single other time it's not going to happen. That looks really good. It's a nice effect as someone scrolls down the page. So with that, I think our testimonials animation is done. Let's go ahead and move on to our call to action. With our testimonials animation done, let's go ahead and scroll down to our call to action. This one looks a little bit different than we left it, and that's because we have changed the way that our hexagon shape works. So we need to go into this section and make sure that that is corrected to pass the correct props, but this should be a pretty easy animation because we've already done the work to go ahead and animate a lot of the components in this section. So let's go to the call to action.tsx, and then we'll look at our two hexagons here first. So the first hexagon says it's size 700. Well, we haven't passed in the new size prop that we added, so we need to add size 700 as a prop to it as well. That should mean that we don't really need this class name here either. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that class name prop altogether and just go ahead and leave the size 700. And the same thing is true of this size 1100 here. I'm going to go ahead and remove that and say size equals 1100. And that should ensure that it's correctly sized while not requiring us to directly set the size itself. So those things are working well. We know that we need to come over into our pages and into our index in order to make sure that this is a client loaded component. So we'll say client load on our call to action and come back to it. And that will right away start showing the animations for our hexagon. So after that, we just need to ensure that we have them set with the right props. So for our interior one, I'm going to go ahead and leave it alone. For our exterior one, I'm going to reverse the animation on that. And I also want the speed to be a little bit different. So I'm going to say duration, and I think I'm just going to go ahead and give it a value of 60 to make it nice and slow. I'm going to actually change this to 50 just because it's a little bit smaller than the one in our hero. So let's go ahead and refresh the page and see what we're left with. And they look like they're moving at about the same rate. And that's just because this outer one has a lot more ground to cover versus this inner one. But those are looking really good right now. I also want to go ahead and animate my circles. I think I want to make sure that both of these circles are animated. So we need to add some props to this as well. Let me go ahead and click into my circle, command click on Mac. That'll take me right to that component, or I could have gone to my components directory and opened that up. And let me see what props we have available to us. So we just have basically this animate equals false. So that's pretty easy to work with. Let me go ahead and close that out and come back to my circle and animate both of these just by adding the animate prop. If we add a prop without a value to a React component, React actually views this as true. So there's nothing more. You don't need to add, say, animate equals true, because that's exactly the same thing as just saying animate like so. And then the second circle, I'd like to do that as well. So I'm going to say animate on that one as well. And as soon as we save this, we should see both of our circles are now animating as well. The only other thing left to do then in this section is to ensure that these shapes are also rotating along with the scroll, similar to how we've done with our shapes in the header. So we need to add refs to both of these, and then we're just going to go ahead and make sure that as the container is scrolled, that these are moving along with it. So what I'm going to do for ref for this one is I'm going to come up here and I'm going to say const, and we're actually going to set a section ref. So I'm going to just take the ref for this section tag, and that's what I'm going to use to control my scroll. So I'm going to say section ref equals use ref from React, and we can go ahead and give that a default value of null. And then I'm just going to add this ref onto the end of my section tag and say section ref, and that will enable us to have that ref there. I'm going to close down my sidebar to give me a little bit more room to work with here. We also know that we need to use the scroll position of the user or the scroll position of the section ref. So I'm going to say use scroll, and you can see it automatically finds the right one. I'm going to hit enter there. That should import it as well. I'm going to come down here and add the target of the section ref that we just created. And then we need to add the offset as well. So the offset is going to be start, end, start, essentially saying when the start of this section reaches the end of the page right here, or the end of the viewport, until the end of the section reaches the start of the viewport. That's never going to completely happen, I don't think, unless it's on mobile. But even then, I don't think this footer is very tall. So we're never going to quite get to the end, but that's fine. It'll give us a value between 0 and somewhere before 1. After we've done that, we can go ahead and destructure our scroll Y progress. We can say scroll Y progress is equal to our use scroll. So we're just pulling out that scroll Y progress value, and then we can use this to transform our rotation on these two shapes. So with that, let's go ahead and add a rotation for our cuboid shape. So I'm going to say const cuboid rotate, and that's going to be equal to a use transform from Framer Motion. If I click it, it'll also import it here. And we're going to pay attention to the scroll Y progress. And as it goes from 0 to 1, for this particular one, we're going to go from 45 to negative 45. So we're going to rotate from right to left. And then we'll save that. And actually, if I make this just the rotation value, I can actually rotate both of these at once using the same use scroll and transformation here. So let's see actually what that looks like and see if we're happy with that. So I'm going to leave that rotate there. And then we just need to make sure that for our images, we change these over to motion images. So I'm going to say motion.img for the first one. And I don't apparently have that motion component imported yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that motion component is in here. And then I can use my motion.img. And the same thing is true for the second one. I'm going to say motion.img. And those both become motion images that we can rotate. Then we just need to add some styles. So the first one is going to be style equals, and I'm going to say rotate, and that's actually going to be equal to my rotate value that I just defined for the cuboid. So let's see what that looks like as we scroll. So I'm seeing a nice rotation there. I actually like where that is going. So that's actually, I thought it was going from right to left, but that's actually going from left to right. And that's a nice rotation there. I really like what that's doing. And I think that's actually going the opposite direction that I thought it was, but that's completely fine. And then the same thing is true down here. We're going to see style equals rotate. And I can just actually leave that as a single value because that means the key and value name are the same. And we could just leave it right like that. So if that is in our page, then I'm seeing both my cylinder and my cuboid rotate, and I like the way that they're rotating. It's a minor effect, but I think it adds a major impact to the section. Even with all of these other animations, I think that just that little bit of rotation just adds a nice effect to this section. So with that, we have the entire home page animated. We still have a lot of work to do because we're going to create an animated navigation and we're going to build our interior pages. But for now, this entire home page looks really nice. We learned a little bit about how Astro does this client load directive, and we learned a little bit about Framer Motion through all of these animations that we've done. This has been great, but I hope that you stay with me through the rest of this project. Now that our homepage is done, it's time for us to create our navigation so that we have a way for us to go to our interior pages in an easy manner. So in order to do that, let's go into our source and we'll go into our sections and find the header section, and then we'll create our navigation in here. In order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to create another div below our header, and we're only going to show it when the navigation hamburger menu item has been clicked. And in order to create another div in a way that React is going to be happy about, we are going to have to create a React fragment around our entire header section. So I'm just going to create these opening and closing brackets, and that is going to be the React fragment shortcut that we can use in order to wrap our header section. After that, this div will now represent our navigation. We know that we're going to hold it inside of a fixed container, and then we're also going to have an absolutely positioned container inside of that. And then inside of there, we're going to want to have a div that centers it, and then we'll have finally the navigation itself along with all of our links, which are going to be represented by A tags. In order for us to create our links in a repeatable manner though, we're going to want to have an array of nav links. So I'm going to come up to the top of my file and say const nav links, and that's going to be an array for all of our nav links. So we're going to have 4 of these objects. Each of these objects is going to contain a title as well as an href, or where we want the link to go. So for the first one, we want that to be home, and that is going to go to /. For the second one, we are going to have that go to the blog, which is going to go to /blog. The third one is going to be for the careers page. So we're going to have it say careers, and it's going to go to /careers. And then the fourth one is going to be our contact page, and that's going to go to contact and be at /contact. Let me rename that to nav links. And then after we've created that array, let's come down and make sure we're mapping over that array inside of our nav tag. So I'm going to say nav links here dot map. And then for each nav link, I'm going to pull out the title and the href, and then I'm going to use that to display my JSX. So let me go ahead and bring my link inside of here, and then I'm going to replace the different attributes with what we're getting from our nav links array. So this is going to be replaced with href, and of course the link itself is going to be replaced with the title. Since it's a map, we need a key to keep React happy. So let me go ahead and create a key here. I'm going to say the key is also equal to the title. Now that we've done that, we can see that our nav links are showing up on the page, but of course they're not showing up where we want them to. So now we need to add some styles to this div that we just created. The first style is going to be a class name that's put on the wrapper div, and that's just going to be our fixed position style. So I'm going to add fixed here. I'm going to say that the size is full. That's be height 100%, width 100%. It's also going to be top 0 and left 0 to position it to the top left. And we want to make sure that the z index is properly set on this to be underneath our header, which has a z index of 40, but over our content. So we'll probably want to leave this with a z index of 30. And we want to make sure that it has the right background color. So I'm also going to say BG Zinc 900 to ensure that it's going to be black. Now that is going to cover up our content as soon as that's added to the page, but that's fine because we're only going to show this when that navigation is clicked. So right now we're styling it up to be able to see it, but we're going to add in the click handlers to ensure that we only show this when this is clicked. Below that, we're going to create our absolute position div, and this is what is actually going to hold the content of this navigation. So I'm going to create a class name here, and we're going to say absolute and inset 2 to push it 8 pixels away from each of the sides. We're also going to make this rounded medium to give it 6 pixels of border radius, and we're going to say BG Zinc 800 to give it a little bit of a lighter color. When we save that, what you're going to see is we're going to have a box, and that's going to contain our navigation, but right now it's actually going under our header. So we want it to actually go below our header. And in order to do that, we can just add a margin top. So I'm going to say MT24, and that's going to be a margin top that's equal to the height of our header. That's going to push it down. Since our header does have a static height when we created it, this H24 and medium H28, that means since we know that, we can push our navigation down by that amount. And that's what this MT24 is doing. Now that we have that done, it's just time to style up our navigation items and make sure they're positioned correctly. So in this third div, this is going to be my Flux container that I'm going to use to position my navigation. So I'm going to say div class name equals, and this is going to be h full to make sure it's the full height of our div. It is also going to be flexed. We're going to say justify center to ensure that things are justified center, and item center to ensure that they are positioned in the Y direction in the center of the page. I'm also going to flex my nav tag here. So I'm going to say class name equals flex, and this one's going to be flexed in the column direction to ensure that my navigation items align top to bottom. We're also going to say items center here to make sure they're aligned towards the center of the page. And we want to add the correct gap here. So I'm going to say gap 12. And after that, we should be able to style up each nav item themselves. So let me come into my A tags and give those a class name as well. This is where we're going to put our font size in all of those classes. So that's going to be text 4XL to make sure that it is a font size of 36 pixels. We also want it to be font heading to make sure it's the right font family, and font black to make sure it is the right font weight. For each of these nav items, we want to make sure they're the right color as well. So when they're not hovered, we want these to be a text zinc 500. And then when they are, we want these to be a text zinc 300. And that should ensure that they are the right color when they're hovered. Of course, we don't want that hover to happen immediately. So we're also going to add a transition onto this, and we're going to add a duration of 300 to ensure that it has the right timing. So it just gives it that nice smooth effect when we hover over it. After that, I'm going to want to create a couple of hexagons for the background of this navigation. In order to do that, we're going to create a couple of divs inside of this absolute position div right here. So I'm going to create two divs. Those divs are going to hold my hexagons. And then just to go ahead and put those hexagons on the page and see where they're going to be at, I'm going to go ahead and bring in my hexagon component and put that on the page. So I'm going to say size equals here, and this first one is going to be 700, and I'm going to go ahead and add the self-ending tag to that. And then for the second one, I'm going to add another hexagon, and that hexagon is going to be a size of 1100, and that's going to be the second hexagon on the page. It should be a little bit bigger, and it'll show on my bigger screens. Now this is pushing down my content right now, and that's just because both of these divs are not absolutely positioned yet, but they're about to be. So let me go ahead and add my absolute position on these. So I'm going to say absolute top 1/2, left full in this case, and then negative translate Y 1/2 and negative translate X 1/2. And I'm also going to want to bring these below my other content. So I'm going to say negative Z10, and we can add a stacking context right here of Z0 to ensure that it comes below my other content. Now we can do the same thing for the second hexagon. So I'm going to just copy and paste the classes that I have here and put them in this second absolute div so that we ensure that it has the right styles as well. And as you can see, that does add a background hexagon to my nav, just gives it a nice little touch. But this navigation is not currently animated, which means we don't have any front end animation going on for this hexagon. So we're going to want to add that in as well by coming over to my index page and ensuring that the header section is client loaded. So I'm going to say client load here, and that's just going to ensure that that hexagon is animating. And now it's animating, so that gives it an even better effect. Coming back into my header, the next thing we want to do is ensure that our navigation hamburger menu actually shows and hides this navigation. And in order to do that, we need to save the state of the navigation itself. So I need something to do that. The tool that I'm going to select for that is going to be use state. So I'm going to create a use state, and I'm going to create an is open variable so that we know whether the navigation is open or not. So I'm going to say is open, and then my setter is going to be set is open, and I'm going to make that equal to use state from React. This is going to have a default value of false, and then I can decide if this navigation shows based on this is open variable. So down here below my ending header tag, I'm going to say is open and that's just going to make sure that my div only shows when it's open. I'm just going to take this ending bracket in parentheses and put it at the bottom of my div. So I'm going to put that right there, and that should ensure that it only shows when it's open. Now, in order to make that actually work, I need to link up my hamburger menu button with my is open state that I just created. So in order for that to happen, we want to say that anytime that this div right here, my wrapper for my hamburger menu is clicked, we want to change our is open to the opposite of what it currently is. So if it's closed, we want it to be open. And if someone clicks this when it's open, we then want it to close again. So I'm going to add an on-click handler here, and that's just going to be a function that changes my current is open. So I'm going to say set is open, and I'm going to take my current value and then make this function return the opposite or not cur, the opposite of my current value. In order to test this, let's go ahead and click on this and see if our navigation shows up. And if we click it again, we should see it close, and that happens perfectly. Of course, we're going to add more polish to this, and that's going to come in the form of the different transitions that we add. And the hamburger menu should also change when we click that is open button. So for our hamburger menu, we can see that right now we have the top one is negative translated in the Y direction, and the bottom one is translated down in the Y direction. When this is clicked, what we want to happen is for the translation to go away and for it to rotate by 45 degrees. So what I'm going to do here is just go ahead and show you exactly what we're going to want to do. We want this negative translate Y1 to go away, and we want this to say rotate 45. For the second one, we want the positive translate Y1 to go away, and we want to say negative rotate 45, and that should create the X that we're looking for here. Of course, we want this to be based on our is open variable that we just created. So we're going to use TW_merge in order to add and take away these other classes that we want to be added to these hamburger menu lines. So I'm going to add my TW_merge function to both of these classes here just by putting my TW_merge function in and my parentheses, and then we can add a comma and then make the classes that we add here based on our is open. So I'm going to say is open here and then a string, and these classes will only be added when is open is true. So for that, we're going to want to put back our negative translate Y, because this is going to be when it's false. So negative translate Y1, and then when it's open, we want to say translate Y0 and then rotate 45, and that should make that rotate properly. And then for our second line, we want to do the opposite of that. So we're going to say is open and add a string here as well, and that's going to be translate Y0 and negative rotate 45. So let me go ahead and back and change my negative rotate 45 to my original translate Y1, and that'll ensure that it's back in working condition. So let's see if that works. I'm going to click on my navigation. It should not only show my navigation, but it should change my hamburger menu over to an X, and when it's closed, it should change it back to a hamburger menu icon. Now that works, but of course we don't have any transition between those two states. We of course want to add that, and I can do that purely with CSS transitions just by saying transition all and duration 500 on both of these hamburger menu lines. So I'm going to copy and paste that over to my second hamburger menu line, and that should add the transition that we need. So let's see if that works. And yes, that is working very well. The last bit of polish that we want to add to this navigation when it opens is to have the navigation not just jolt onto the screen, but have it animate onto the screen. And that's going to be done with Framer Motion as well. So I'm going to import a component called Animate Presence. Animate Presence is a special type of component that allows us to set animations both when a component is coming on the screen and when it's going off the screen. So for this entire div, we have a component that is animating on and off the screen because it's not showing up when is open is false, and then it's being added to the DOM when is open is true. So if we wrap this entire thing in our Animate Presence component, that will allow us to animate it coming on and off the screen, which is exactly what we want to do in this particular case. So what I'm going to do is, instead of a div here, we're going to make this a motion div that allows us to animate this on and off the screen. So let me go ahead and also import my motion div at the top of my component, and then I'm going to come back down and change this over to a motion.div instead of a normal div, and I'm going to do the same thing for the bottom ending div. I'm going to say motion.div there as well. After I've done that, that will allow us to add some additional props to this when this is animating onto the screen. So my initial is going to be before it animates onto the screen. We're going to say the opacity is 0. When it comes onto the screen, that's going to be our animate prop, and we're going to say that the opacity is going to be 1. And then exit is the other prop that I get because I've put this inside of my animate presence. When this is exiting, it's going to go to, once again, an opacity of 0. And we can also set a transition prop to control the speed at which this happens. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say the duration is going to be 0.5, and that should allow it to happen over half a second. So let's see how that looks by animating this on and off the screen. And we can see that now, instead of just jerking onto the screen, it is smoothly animating on and off the screen because of the animate presence component that we added. So that is looking really good. The other thing I want to do, just to add a nice touch here, is animate our navigation items onto the screen as well. And that's going to come from our nav links array, where we have each of these links here. If we change this over to a motion.a instead of a normal link tag, this will allow us to add some similar properties onto here. So we're going to do a similar thing, but in this case, we're going to delay each one coming onto the screen, and we're going to add a little bit of Y change as well. So I'm going to say initial equals, and that's going to be opacity 0 and Y 20 to start it off 20 pixels below where it's going to end up. The animate is going to be opacity 1 and then Y 0 to put it in the original position, and then my transition prop is going to control how this transition happens. So with my transition prop, I can say that the duration is also going to be 0.5. We're going to set the ease to linear in this case, and we're going to set the delay, and that's going to be equal to the index, which we need to grab. So I'm going to add in index here, and we're going to set the delay to 0.25 times the index. So the first one is not going to have a delay. The second one is going to be 0.25. The third one is going to be 0.5 times 2. And then the fourth one is going to be 0.25 times 3, which will make it 0.75. So let's see how that animation looks as well. I'm going to save my component and then see how that animation looks. So let me go ahead and close and open my nav a couple of times, and you can see that that's actually a little bit jerky, and I think that's because we have some additional transitions happening right here. So our transition is not just controlled by our CSS, now it's controlled by both our CSS and our JavaScript on the page. So in order to counteract that, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and wrap this title in a span tag and add some of those styles to our span so that we have a separation of concerns between what we're trying to do with our motion.a and what we're doing with our text itself. So in order to do that, I'm going to just copy and paste the class name here, or cut and paste it onto our span, and that should leave our text looking exactly the same, but allow us to also control it with this motion.a tag. So if I save this again, let's see if this is any better. I'm going to close this out, open up my nav, and we can see, yes, that's much better. We're seeing that delay happening. We're seeing that animate onto the page, and that's just giving it that next level of polish that we want for each of our components on this page. The last thing, it's a very minor thing that's happening right now, but when this navigation is open, I can still scroll the entire page. And that's not really a good thing. We want, when our navigation is open, for the rest of our page to be locked so that we're not getting the entire page being scrolled behind it. In order to do that, what we're going to do is come to the top of our component, and we're going to create a use effect hook to handle this. So I'm going to say use effect here, and this is going to be a function that runs. We're just going to have it run whenever is open changes. It's going to watch that variable, and then it's going to change our body classes. So I'm going to say if is open, we're going to say document.body.style.overflow is equal to hidden, and then we're going to say else document.body.style.overflow is equal to auto. Now this should allow us to essentially set the overflow of the body tag to hidden based on whether this navigation is open. So let's try this. I'm going to open up my navigation and see if I can scroll the page. And indeed I can't, because I added this overflow hidden. And then when this is closed, I should then go back to being able to scroll. And when it's open, should not be able to. And when it's closed, I should be able to as well. So that is working well. I like what's happening there. With that, this should be our entire header component along with our navigation is complete. Let's go ahead and check each of our responsive views for this navigation to ensure that those look good as well and make any adjustments that we need to make. So I'm going to pull out my browser window a little bit and we're going to look at the tablet view and see if this one looks good as well. I'm going to come to the top of my page, go ahead and open up my navigation, and you can see that this looks pretty good, but we will want to make a couple of changes to the font size, and we also want to ensure that our navigation wrapper that we've created here is also being offset by enough now that we've come to the tablet view of this page. So let's do those couple of things. I'm going to put in my sidebar to give a little bit more room, and then we'll come down and make a couple of adjustments. The first one is going to be for our absolutely position div here. We know that it has a margin top of these 96 pixels, but that's going to change at this medium size. So I'm going to say medium MT28, and that should ensure that it gets pushed down enough. The only other thing I want to do here is make sure that our nav links are the right size, and I think those are just going to bump up to the next size. So instead of text 4XL here, we'll say at the medium size, there'll be text 5XL, and that should just make these nav items a little bit bigger. We also want a little bit more gap between our nav items at this size. So instead of gap 12, we're going to set this to a medium size of gap 16, and that will ensure that we have the right gap there. That looks like that should take care of the tablet size or the tablet view. So let's go ahead and close that out and just double check that everything looks good. It seems to. So let's go over to the desktop view and see how this one looks as well. I'm going to pull out my browser window a little bit more to get a better view of this, and then we'll take a look at how this view looks as well. So when I click on my navigation here, we're seeing that things still look pretty good. I think the only difference on this particular size is going to be the font size itself. So we're going to come down to where we just changed our font size before. That's going to be to our span tag, and we're going to say at the large size, this is going to be text 6XL, and that should make it the right font size. I don't think the gap is going to change for this particular size, and I don't think anything else is either. So with that wraps up our navigation. Now that our homepage and our navigation is created, now we can move on to some of the interior pages. The first one we're going to look at is the blog. So if I come over inside of my source directory to my pages directory, I can see that we have our index.astro, which is what we've been working on so far, but we also have this blog folder. And inside of that, we have this parameter slug here, as well as our index.astro. Now, the way that this works is that if we go to /blog, it's going to take this index.astro file. And then if we go to any of our static blog posts, this is going to be a dynamic slug that we can grab from the URL. That's going to be /blog/something. And then we can grab that and decide what post we're trying to show for that particular blog post. So in order to look at our blog homepage, we need to be looking at this blog/index file here. And you can see that it's just some commented out code. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my /blog, or just go inside of my navigation and go to blog and see what happens. Now it looks like it's actually pulling something from this slug.astro file that we have here, or this blog post file, because it can't find this layout. This is some default Astro code. So all I'm going to do is go ahead and comment all of that out by just going ahead and selecting all of it and commenting it. And I'm going to do the same thing for the JSX down here. Just go ahead and comment all of that out, hit save again, and hopefully that will put us in a position where it's just showing us our blog page. Now I'm not sure if it's showing us this page yet, so I'm just going to go ahead and create a div, and I'm just going to put the word blog there and save that and see if it shows us the word blog if I hit refresh. It does, which means that it's finding the correct file, and now we just have to edit this file to look like our blog homepage. Now what I've done, because we have the desktop designs, is I've set the desktop design as a reference image for my blog homepage right here. So you can see that the desktop design is over here, and we have my blog homepage right here. Now we don't want to start from scratch for this page, which means we need to import components that we've already used in order to create this blog homepage. The first thing I'd like to import is my default layout. This is going to include my default styles and everything I need there. So of course, in this blog index, I'm going to import my default layout by saying import default layout, and I go ahead and call that default layout instead of default from my layouts/default. And then I'm just going to go ahead and drop that onto my page here at the top by saying default layout here. And I'm going to go ahead and give it some content by just going ahead and saying div and then giving that the word blog as well. Now that adds my default background styles, but of course there's a lot more on this design that's already created that we can go ahead and bring in. One of those things is our navigation. So we saw in our index.astro that we have this header section that we should be able to import as well. So let me go ahead and import that into my blog by coming to the top and also saying import header section from /section/header, and then I'm going to drop that in before my div of blog. So I'm going to just say header section here and just drop it in the right spot. And I'm also going to say client load as well to ensure that it's loading on the client and it can animate and do all the things we want it to do. So now that I've done those two things, I automatically have my header. I automatically should have my navigation showing, which is working well. And then once we get to the footer, we'll also drop in some of those things as well that we have in the footer that are on this design, but we can't scroll to yet because we're not there yet. Now that we've dropped in those two components, it's really up to us to just go ahead and make sure that we have the right content on this particular page. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a hero section, and that's going to be one div at the top. So this is going to be my hero section, and it's just going to go ahead and add a comment so that we know that we're making sure that this is the hero section. And then below that, we're going to have our blog posts. So I'm just going to add another comment right here, and that's going to say blog posts. And that's just going to ensure that we have the right content on this page. Now for our hero section, it's not actually that complicated. We have an eyebrow here, we have a title, a description, and a cut corner button. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of the same styles that we had from our home page and see if we can't reuse some of those and maybe create some reusable class names that we can drop into our styles so that we can use these again in the future. So let's go ahead and create the content for this particular section, and then we'll look at how we can create some reusable styles for this section as well. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this content statically, and then I'm going to come back and make sure that it's pulling from the actual latest post instead of being static content. And how I'm going to do that is I'm going to come over here and make sure that our content is dropped in. So the first one is going to be that p tag. Let me come back over here just so I can read this. So that's going to say latest post. And then we're going to have an H1 for the page that's going to say regulatory challenges facing blockchain. And then for the paragraph underneath, we're going to say understanding the regulatory landscape surrounding blockchain. I'll go ahead and fix that in a second. And what it means for the future of this technology with a period. And let me go back and make sure that all of my words are spelled right. So I think surrounding was messed up. So I'll make sure that that's spelled correctly, but that should be that paragraph. And then below that, we also know that we have a button. So we already know that we have a component for that. I'm going to import that from my cut corner buttons. Let's see if we can grab that. And then I'm going to drop that directly below my paragraph by saying cut corner button. And that's going to have the text of read more. And that should create my content inside of that section. Now that we have that done, we can see that the content is on the page. It's not correct yet, but that's fine. We're going to go ahead and add some wrapper classes to style up this content. So of course we have the wrapping div, and that should probably actually be a section tag that we add here. So I'm going to say section and end section. And then within that, we want a div with a class name of container, which of course pushes our content away from the edges of the page. And what I'm seeing right here is that it doesn't like a class name because this is actually not JSX at this point. This is actually Astro's own HTML. So in order for us to use classes here, we actually need to say class equals. This is much closer to HTML. But the cool thing about Astro's JSX is that we can still drop in React components into it, like this cut corner button, like this header section, that enable us to use JSX as well. So this is actually very cool. I like what is going on here. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, and we're going to see what happens when we try and use some of Astro's own JSX to create this section. So this is our container. We know that it's not going to be quite that wide. So I'm also going to wrap this in another div. That div is going to have a class name of max width 3XL, and then we're going to say MX Auto. And I apologize that once again, I forgot that this isn't JSX. So I'm going to make sure that this is changed over to a class or converted over to a class. And that should enable our content to come inside a smaller container. And we'll continue to massage that as we go. For our paragraph, we're going to want some other styles for these. So I'm going to say class equals, and I'm going to say uppercase, font extra bold, text center to push it towards the center of the page. And then we're going to say text zinc 500 to make sure it's the right color, and tracking wider to get that letter spacing in there as well. For our H1 on this page, we're going to give it a class as well. So I'm going to say class equals, and we'll say font heading to make sure it's the right font family, font black to make sure it's the right font weight, text 5XL, or actually 7XL at this size, should ensure that it's the right font size. And we're also going to want to say text center to make sure it's at the center of the page. MT4 should offset it from the eyebrow. And that should be the styles that we need. Let me double check over here and see if it's the same width, which it definitely does appear to be, which means we can move on to our paragraph. And we don't have a lot of room for our code. Let me go ahead and put in my sidebar real quick so we can see this a little bit better. And we're going to go ahead and give some classes to this. I'm going to say class equals, and then we can put in our paragraph style. So this is going to be text center, text XL, MT6 for our margin top, text zinc 400 to lighten that color a little bit. And then we also want to make sure that it's wrapped to the right size. So I'm going to say max width XL in this case. That's going to be the max of 576, and MX Auto should ensure that it stays towards the center of the page. I think this is actually text 2XL for the font size. Let's double check and see if that's right. That does look correct. And we're also going to want to make sure that there's a little bit of padding around all this as well when we're done. So that's going to push that down. And of course, we're going to add our hexagons as well. For our button, we're going to want to wrap that in a div. So I'm going to say div class equals here. And that div is going to make sure that it's flexed towards the center. So I'm going to say flex justify center. That should take care of that. And then MT10 should take care of the margin for that as well. After we've done that, we need to make sure that our section has the proper padding. So I'm going to come up to our section class and say class equals PY60, and that should ensure that our section has the proper padding. So let's see if that is lined up with our design. It does look like it is, which means we can go ahead and add our hexagons as well. Those are going to come to the center of our section and be aligned to the center of our section, so we can either align those directly inside of our section tag, or we can put it inside of our content. I kind of like them being inside of our section tag, just directly in the center. So I'm going to make this section relative, and then we're going to put our absolutely positioned divs inside of here. So I'm going to say div class equals, and that is going to be absolute left 1/2, top 1/2, negative translate x 1/2, negative translate y 1/2, and that should ensure that this is an absolute position div in the center of our section. And then inside of that, we can just drop in our hexagon. Now, once again, because this is an Astro component, we can directly drop in a React component into it, and it will know what to do and how to render. So I'm going to drop that hexagon in here. So I'm going to say hexagon, and we also want to add a size to this. So that size for the smaller one is going to be 800 pixels, and that should ensure that it is the right size. And then for our larger one, I'm just going to copy and paste what we have here, drop it in, and that is going to be a 1200 pixel hexagon. Now that does appear to look right. The only kind of thing that we're going to need to do is ensure that our hexagons are also animated. And because this is an Astro component, we need to tell these to load on the client. So I can say client load directly on what I know is my animated component and ensure that it loads on the client. So when I do that, then I can see that my hexagon then works and loads on the client. I'm going to add a couple more things in here. We're going to control the animation on these as well. So I'm going to say animation duration is going to be equal to 30. If that's the right prop. It doesn't look like it is. Let me double check my hexagon to see what we need. Well, it's actually going to be a duration prop. So I'm going to come back here and say duration equals 30. And then for my second one, I'm going to say duration equals something larger like 50, and we're also going to want to reverse this as well. So I'm going to say reverse and make sure that happens correctly. So that is looking really nice right now. Right now I'm happy where this is at, but it looks like we do have some overflow that's happening to the left and right of our component. We definitely can't have that. So for my section, what I'm going to add is I'm going to add an overflow X clip, and that will ensure that any overflow happening on the left and right sides of the page is not actually overflowing the page itself and leading to a scroll problem to the left and right. After we've animated our blog homepage header, we can clean this up just a little bit. We want to make sure that we have our first blog post and then we can get the content from that instead of having this be static content. So I'm going to come in here and make sure I uncomment my import get collection, because we actually do want to use that to get our blog content. I'm actually going to bring that below our other components that we've already imported. And I'm also going to go ahead and cut and paste the commented code there and make sure that we can use that to actually get our posts. Now this is using the same posts collection that we used before. So we're awaiting a get collection of blog, and then we're sorting that based on the value of the published date. So that should give us our posts in order. And then of course, our latest post is going to be const latest post. We can set that equal to posts 0. So our first post is going to be that latest post, and that should give us that value in order for us to be able to use that. Let's see if that works by just going ahead and coming inside of our title and then dropping in the title of that post. So I'm going to say latest post here, dot data, and then dot title, and that should be the title of our latest post. Now, if we've done this correctly, nothing should be changing because of course this is our latest post that we have here. So I didn't see anything change. That is a good sign. Let's also go ahead and change the description the same way by saying latest post dot data dot description, and that should ensure that we have the correct description. And once again, nothing changes. That's a really good thing. Then we just need to make sure that our cut corner button is leading to the right place. So for our cut corner button to lead to the right place, we need to make sure that we have a link around here. So I'm going to say a href equals, that's where we're going to put the href of our post. And then we can just wrap this cut corner button with that a tag. And then we can have a dynamic href here. So the href is actually going to be an interpolated string, which is going to be slash blog slash, and let's see if we can pull that latest post out of there. So let's say latest post dot slug, and that should be the slug of the post itself. So it should be at slash blog slash slug, which should lead us to that particular page. Now, even though we haven't finished our blog post slug page yet, let me go ahead back over to this and ensure that we can actually see something here by just going ahead and removing what we have here and just adding a div, and it's going to say blog post, and hopefully that will allow us to go to that particular blog post. So if I click on my read more button, let's see where that goes. Now it says that there's a get static paths function that's required for dynamic routes, and that is happening up here. So we can actually see that we have a get static paths function here. Let's see if we can actually use that in order to go ahead and work with this page. So I'm going to just uncomment this. I'm going to uncomment my get collection because it looks like we also need that because that's used right here. And then it's going to return each of my posts with the parameters of slug and of course the props of the post itself. So let's see if that works. I'm going to remove my collection entry, or actually just leave it there for now, save this again, and see if we can see my blog post. So it looks like we can. That's what we needed inside of our individual blog post just to get that link to work. We're not going to work on that quite yet because we still have some work to do with our homepage. Let me go back to that blog home and see what else we need to do. And of course, the next thing we need to do after we've added this as dynamic data is to go down and fill in our blog post section, or all of our blog posts below our header. Back in our blog index file, let's go ahead and move under our header section. I'm just going to fold that up and move down to our blog posts. We're going to want to change this to a semantic section tag. So I'm going to go ahead and do that by changing that section tag. And then inside of that, we're going to want to start creating the content of this section. Let me go ahead and add a div with a class of container right there. And then inside of that div, we're going to make sure we have a grid. That's going to be div class equals grid and grid calls to make sure we have the right columns. And then we'll say gap 8, and that should ensure that we have the appropriate gap spacing between them. Now we've created a similar grid before on the home page for our latest post. So we need to kind of mimic that same way that we did that. And that was, we just basically created 2 separate grid columns. And then for those grid columns, we went ahead and mapped over our different posts. And then we pulled out the even and odd ones. And of course, at the small size, we showed all of them. So we can do the same thing here by going ahead and mapping over our posts. So I'm going to say posts.map, and then for each of those posts, we have a function that we are going to return some things from, and that's going to create some JSX for us. We know that for each of these, we want to add a card. So let's see if we can bring in our card component from there. So let's go ahead and make sure we can fill in the content of that. And then inside of that card, we're going to want to have, of course, our title, our description, all of that as well. Now, in order to see our design a little better, what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to add some padding to the bottom of this section. I'm going to come here and say class equals PB and then something like 1,000 pixels in order just for us to be able to scroll down more on our design as I'm using that as the reference image. So if I look at that, what I can see is we have a tag, a title, a description, and of course the footer on each of these cards. So I want to go ahead and add the same thing here. So that's going to be inside of our card. We're going to have a tag component. That tag component we can import, and then for each of our posts, we're going to want to bring that in. So we're going to pull out the data, and of course inside that data, we're going to have a category. So we can pull out that category, just destructure it like that, and then we can directly drop that category in our tag. So I'm just going to say category here and save it and see if we have that category inside our tag. It does look like we do, which means we can then add the title. So that title is going to be inside of an H2. We're going to have the title that's going to be in the data as well. So I'm going to destructure the title and make sure we have that. And then we can drop that inside of our H2 like so. And then for the description, we want to do something very similar. So I'm going to create a P tag, destructure the description from our data, and then drop that inside of our P tag. And then we can add the styles for this as well. So that's going to be description there. And as long as that's lined up accurately, that looks like it should be right. So then we can add the styles for each of these posts. For these posts, we're going to add classes here. Now we're adding in these React components, these JSX components here, but everything here is still an Astro component. So I'm going to just use class here. So class equals, and that's going to be font heading to make sure it's the right font family, font black to make sure it's the right font weight, text 3XL to make sure it's the right font size, and then MT4 should put it 16 pixels from the tag. And then for the description, we'll say class equals, and that's going to be text large for the font size, MT6 for the margin, and then text zinc 400 should ensure that it's the right color for that description. Now there's a couple of props that we're going to want to change here because of course we're going to want to change the card color as well as the tag color based on what the category of the post is. So let's see if we can add that as well. So I'm going to say color here, but of course it's going to be based on that utility function that we created before. So in order to use that, we can say get post color from category and then just drop in that category, and that hopefully should set the card color. When I save that, I should see my card colors changing, and indeed I do, which looks like that's linked up correctly, so I'm happy about that. But we also want to set the tag color for that as well. So I'm going to say color equals get post color from category and do the same thing, just drop in that category, and hopefully that should set our tag color equal to that as well. That looks right. The other thing I'm seeing is instead of learn more, we want the card text to be something else. So let's see if we can set that. Let me see what my props are on this card. Looks like we have a button text prop. So I'm gonna go ahead and say button text equals read more. And that should allow us to change that button text as well. The only other thing I'm seeing here is, of course, we're going to want to link each of these cards to their appropriate item. So I'm going to add a link here. So I'm going to say href equals, that href is going to pull in the slug. So I believe the slug is another piece of data that we get here. So I'm going to drop in this as an interpolated string and say /blog/slug. And that should allow us to drop in the right link, and then I'm just going to make sure that our card is wrapped in that A tag. The other thing I want to ensure is that our blog posts are spaced out appropriately. So on this div right here, we'll say class equals flex call. That'll ensure that they're flexed to the column direction. And then gap 12 should put the right amount of gap in between each of our cards. Now this particular column would work really well on the mobile size, but of course on the desktop size, we want these to be more 1, 2, 3, 4 going back and forth. And in order to create that, we need to map over our posts inside of a second column and essentially do a very similar thing. So I'm actually going to copy and paste my first one here to my second column because I know that we can then modify this to make this second column work the way that we want it to. So to do that, let's go ahead and look in our post.map call and see if we can pull out the index and use the index to tell us whether this particular blog post should be shown in the second column. So I'm going to say post index here, and then we can add a class based on that post index. So I'm going to say class on my A tag, and that's going to be a JavaScript attribute that's going to use TW_merge. And then we can say if the post index is an even value, so let's say post index modulo 2, then we can use a ternary statement to say these are the classes that we want to add if it's even, and these are the classes that we want to add if it's odd. So this is basically an even check, this modulo 2, and we can even say equals 0. So that modulo 2 equals 0, that's going to be an even check. So if it's divisible by 2 evenly, then we want to add some classes there. And if it's not, then we know that it is an odd post. Now our odd posts are going to be the ones we show over here. So our even posts are going to be the ones that we want to hide. So I'm going to say hidden on this, and that should ensure that we never show one of those even posts over in this second column. We're going to do the opposite of that for our other column. So let's scroll up to our other column and then go ahead and add a class on here. So I'm going to say class equals, once again, TW_merge, and once again, post index. Let me make sure I pulled that post index out from our map. So post index right there. And then I can say if post index modulo 2 is equal to 0, then we're going to add something there, or maybe not, depending on if it's even or odd in this particular column. So in this column, for our even ones, we don't want to add anything. For our odd ones, we want to add our hidden here as well. So let's make sure that that is happening right. So we should see 1, 2, 3, 4 based on our latest post. That looks like it's currently correct. So that is the way that we want that to work. Now for our second column, we also want to make sure that that has a little bit of margin on the top of it. And then we're going to come back and add some animations to this section as well. So we want to say that this is MT28. That should add 112 pixels, or actually I think 24 was what we were going for. That should add 96 pixels of padding or margin to the top of that second column just to offset that. But now that we have those in two separate columns, those look really good. Those look like they should scrolling down the page. And of course, we even have our hover effects already working just based on simple CSS, even though these cards are being server rendered right now, which means they're not having any kind of JavaScript that's working with them right now. But of course, we're about to change that because we want to make sure that they animate onto the page. In order to do that, we need to go ahead and import our motion. So I'm going to import motion from Framer Motion, and let's see if this is a problem to use this. I'm not seeing it causing any issues right up front, and that's because we haven't actually used it yet. So let me go ahead into one of my posts and see what we need to do in order to change this over to a motion component. And I think what we need to do is make this, instead of a link, let's make this a motion.a. And we'll do the same thing with this motion.a here. That'll mean that we'll need to change our class over to a class name, because now we've just changed this into a React component by saying motion.a instead of a. So this becomes a React component, which just means we need to make sure that our class name is here. The other thing we need to do is we actually need to client load this particular component to say, hey, do some things on the client side, load your client side JavaScript. That's perfectly okay. We'll add in that client load prop there and then save that. And then we shouldn't see any changes to the particular component yet, because we need to add on the props that will enable this to show as we scroll down to it. And that's going to be our while in view and viewport props that we'll add in now. So we'll say initial, and then that's going to be opacity 0, Y20, similar to what we did to our nav items in the navigation. Then we'll say while in view, we're going to make that opacity of 1 and Y of 0. So that's going to bring that into the normal position as well as opacity. And then we can also add a viewport prop as well. So viewport is going to control how many times this can happen. So we're going to say once true to make it only happen once. And we can also set the amount of the div that has to be in the viewport in order for this to happen the first time. So we can say amount 0.5, and that will ensure that half of the blog card actually has to be in the viewport before this animation will happen. And then we can also add a transition prop that will just control how quickly and how the transition happens. So we can say transition duration, we'll say 0.5, and we'll also say ease in, and hopefully that should add the proper ease as well. So now we're seeing that happen. Let's scroll down the page for our first blog grid column, and we can see that each of those are easing into the page. That's a really great effect that we can then copy to our second post grid as well to ensure that these other ones are coming onto the page as nicely. So all we do down here is say motion.a. We're going to say the same thing here. So I'm just going to make sure that we have our motion components added. We're going to say client load, and then I'm going to take the attributes that I've already added after I change my class name. So that needs to be class name equals because it's now a React component. And I'm going to take the attributes that I've added up here and just copy and paste them down here as well. So under client.load, I'm going to paste all of those attributes. And now as we scroll down the page after I refresh, we should see that actually taking place. So I'll refresh, scroll down the page, and we should see as we scroll each of those blog posts animating into view, which is a great animation effect. Now that we have that done, there's a couple more things we need to change about this section to ensure that it looks more like the design. So what you're seeing over in the design is you're seeing this kind of section, some padding on the top, and then you're also seeing this little bit of opacity here so that you're seeing a dark background, but it's not completely hiding the hexagon behind it. So we need to add those styles as well. So I'm going to say PY32 to add 128 pixels of padding top and bottom to this section over here. We also want to say BG Zinc 900 with an opacity of 30. That should add the proper opacity to that section. And then we'll say backdrop blur small to make sure that that's added, and then relative should make sure hopefully that it overlaps the section before it, which it already looks like it did. I might not even need that relative class to be on there. So now that that's happening, we are seeing that this hexagon animation is coming down. Let's see if it comes underneath of this section. It looks like it is. That just adds a really nice, almost glass-like effect to the top of this section. I like what that is doing for sure. And as we scroll, we can still see that our animation is taking place. Now that we have completed this section, we can take off this PB1000 because we don't need our padding bottom to be showing there anymore. And we know that below this particular section, we're going to have our call to action and our footer. That's the next things that are coming into this particular part of the page. So let's go ahead and import those. So I'm going to just go ahead and start trying to use them and see if that works. So we first have actually our testimonials. So let me see if we can bring in our testimonials section below that. Make sure that's animated by client load. Below that, we also have our call to action. So let's see if we can say call to action. And we're also going to load that with client load. And then below that, we also want our footer to be here. So I'm going to say footer, and let's see if we can bring that in as well from our sections/footer. So after I save that and go up to the top of my page, we have our header, our navigation. Of course, it starts with our header. We have our hero. We have all of our blog posts. Coming down to the bottom, we have our testimonials, of course, our call to action section, and our footer that we just dropped in directly using the components. Now, as I look at this, what I'm seeing is that I think some of these things need to shift from our normal layout to our default layout. And what I'm saying by that is that some of these components we're always going to want to be on the page. So there's never going to be a time when we don't want our header to load. There's never going to be a time when we don't want our testimonials or our call to action or our footer. So maybe we should move some of those components into our default layout and have those load there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up my sidebar and go to my layout, my default layout. I'm going to drop some of those components into my default layout. So let me come back in here and cut my header section out like so, and then I'm going to come into my default layout and drop it above my slot, and I'm going to go ahead and type header section again just to be able to easily import that. That should import it at the top of the file, which I can see that it did, and that should enable my header section to be in my default layout itself. Now what that's going to do is it's actually going to create two because I haven't yet saved this one. So if I save this one and remove it from here, then I only have one header at the top again. And of course, I'm importing this in my index. So let me go ahead and remove that header section import from my blog index because I'm not using it anymore. The same is true of all these other three. So I'm going to just cut the other three from my footer. I'm going to come into my layout. I'm going to drop them below the slot now because of course they're coming after my content, and I'm going to make sure that they're imported by just going ahead and typing the names of each of them again and hitting enter when I see the right one pop up. So I'm going to say call to action. That's going to import from call to action. My footer is going to import from section/footer. And after I save that again, I should be able to come into my blog index, save this, remove all the imports that are no longer needed like so, and that should still give me the same page, but now I have all of those sections automatically being dropped in. All I need to drop in then are the content of the particular page. Now that's working well. Of course, we need to also do the same thing because we've added these to the layout to our index page. So now we no longer need our header section on our index page. And the same is true of the three testimonials, call to action, and footer at the bottom. We can just remove those and remove the imports for those as well. And then after we do that, we can save it and just go back to our home page and make sure that all that still looks good. So I'm just going to remove those imports, go ahead and remove the space for those imports, come back to our home page by clicking on our navigation and going to home, and just ensuring that we don't have duplicates of any of those items on our home page, which it doesn't look like we do. Everything looks like it's happening as it should. So I'm gonna go back to my blog and ensure that this still looks good as well, which it looks like it does. After we've made that shift, let's go ahead and double check that everything looks good on our mobile views, which I doubt it looks quite right. We'll probably need to change a couple of things here. And indeed, that does appear to be the case. We have our blog posts coming down, and of course, those are fine. What's not great is the text size in our hero section. And I want to just double check that everything else looks good here as well, which most of the other things look good. I just want to ensure that we have the right spacing and font size here. So coming back to my blog index, I'm going to go into that page and come into my hero and look at the font size after I put in the sidebar of my hero text. That's text 7XL. I think on the medium size, we're going to make that text 6XL just to bring that down a little bit. And I believe that the description text font size will still be the same, which it is. So that's definitely a better look for that for sure. The other thing that looks like it shifts a little bit is the spacing in between our cards. We want to give our cards a little bit more room to breathe. So inside of this, I want to come into my section and ensure that my gap isn't 12 anymore. I think my gap is going to be only 8. So I'm going to say medium gap 8. And of course, we want to say large gap 12. And actually, we want to change this around a little bit. We'll say gap 8 as the default, and then large gap 12 should take care of that. We want to do the same thing in our other flexed column. So we'll say gap 8 and then large gap 12 to ensure that it has the right gap when it gets up to that large size, but has a smaller gap when we're in our smaller size. Now that's all looking good. Let's ensure that everything looks good on mobile as well. It doesn't currently, that's fine. We can make some adjustments there as well. Coming up into my hero, I think one of the things we're going to change is the header text. So we'll say text 5XL. At medium size, it's going to be text 6XL, and of course at large, it's going to be text 7XL. So I'll make that shift and come up into my header to make sure everything is looking good. With that change, it looks like our description is still a little large at this particular size. So I'm going to bring that down as well. I'm going to say text XL, and at the medium size, we'll shift that to text 2XL just to bring that text font size down a little bit. And then for our posts, those we only want to show in one column. So the classes that we're going to add in this particular view are going to change. So at the small size, we actually want the grid to only be one column wide. So we're going to say grid calls 1, and then we'll say medium grid calls 2, and that should bring it down to just showing one column at a time. And then where our first grid we do want to show, our second one we want to be hidden. So I'm going to say hidden and then medium flex for this second one instead of our flexed right there. And actually I can put this towards the front of my string to ensure that we have those in the same spot. And then for our first column, we no longer want to change which post is hidden based on whether it's even or odd. So in this case, we actually want to say block, and then we'll say medium hidden so that it always shows for all of our posts. So let me go ahead and scroll through this and see if we have these showing up correctly now. So that's number 2, number 3, number 4. We should see these all the way down, showing up 8, 9, and 10. So we can see all of our blog posts do show up in this one column now by just making that change. So we can say that they are displayed blocked by default, but at the medium, if they are an odd post, they are hidden in this first column. So that all looks good. Let me just go through this page one more time and make sure everything looks good. But that should be our blog post page, which was created very easily because we already had a lot of components that we just needed to reuse for this particular page. That looks great, which means we can move on to our actual single article pages. Now that we've taken care of the blog homepage, let's move into an individual blog post. And we can get to one of those just by clicking the Read More button on our blog homepage. That should put us into the blog post page. Let's go to that page. That should be under pages/blog, and then this will be this slug.astro. Now this will be getting the slug from the post props, and we can do that down here in where we say const post equals astro.props. That post is going to actually come in from our get static paths function. So if you look, you can see that for our get static paths, we map over each of the posts and we say that if the slug is equal to the post.slug that we've defined inside of the post itself, then we're passing along the entire post as a collection entry. So I'm going to make sure that this is properly typed. So this is going to be what the props are here. That should help there. And then I'm also going to grab the content itself. This is going to be the content of the blog post when it's rendered. So this is going to be the markdown that we're going to be rendering for the post itself. So let's look at this for a second. Let me go into my content and let's find this particular blog post and see if we can find the different sections of this and understand what's going on here. So this one, if we go back, the title of this is going to be regulatory challenges. So this will be this blog post right here. So let me go ahead and close my sidebar so we can take a look at what is included here. So you can see that we have some data up here. That's what's included in our post.data. We have the slug that's defined here. So that's that regulatory challenges facing blockchain. But then we have the content of the post itself. And that content is what is going to be rendered by our content.render function. So all of this markdown is going to change into HTML when we render that content. So when we go back to our individual post, that's what's going to be this content right here. So let's just test this real quick by once again going into that blog post and then going ahead and dropping in this content component. And let's see what happens when we do that. And as you can see, all of the HTML is included in this content component, which is really good because that allows us to then be able to style all of that HTML. Okay, so now that we've done that, now that we understand how all of that works, I'm going to go ahead and delete that. We might need this type, we might not, so I'm just going to leave it here for now. What I do know we need is our layout. So let's go ahead and bring that in first. So I'm going to import my default layout at the top. So I'm going to come up to the top and say import default layout, and I'm going to rename this to default layout from /layouts/default.astro, and then I can drop that default layout directly into my page, and I'm going to wrap my content inside of that. So I'm going to cut my content and then just paste it inside of my default layout. So that will at least give me the navigation at the top. And of course, it'll give me my other sections at the bottom as well. And then I have my post content inside of it. Now, what we know is that we need two parts to this. We need a hero section, and then we need the content itself. So let's go ahead and create both of those. I'm going to create the hero section with a semantic section tag. Inside that, I'm going to have a div class name, or class, excuse me, because this is an Astro component that's going to say container. So that'll be a Tailwind CSS class that we're using there. And then if I scroll over, I've changed my reference image over to what my blog post header reference image is. And what I am seeing is very similar to our blog home header. So let's see if we can't create a component out of our blog home header and then just fill in the content itself, because we have the hexagon, we have all of the other things that are going on here are very similar to what we had for our blog home header. So let's see if we just can't reuse some of that code. So coming back into my pages, let's go to my blog index and let's see, after I put away the sidebar, if we can use any of this header code. So this is this section right here. We have some padding, we have the hexagons being included, and then we have the actual content of the component itself. So let's see if we can't use that by copying and pasting this and actually extracting this into a component. Now, the different thing about this component is that it's going to be an Astro component instead of a normal React component, but I'm still going to drop it into my components folder. This one's just going to look a little bit different. So let's call this interior hero dot Astro. This is going to have the .astro extension, and that's going to allow us to use it as an Astro component. So let's go ahead and paste the code that we have inside of that Astro component. And then we need to import anything that's not imported right here. And of course, we need to take away the content itself. So I'm going to first take away the content. I'm going to replace all of the content that was within my container with a simple slot. And slot is like React children. So slot defines where the children of this component will go when we actually use it. And then the hexagon itself is something we need to import. So I'm going to use my 3 dashes, which is how we define what should be defined in the header, our imports for a component. And I'm going to import hexagon from my hexagon component, and that will allow us to drop this in here as well. So let me save this interior hero and then go ahead and try and use it inside of my individual blog post, and let's see if this works. So I'm going to drop my interior hero component in here. Just going to hit enter, and inside my slot we should be putting the tag and title and all that stuff in here. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit save and see if it allowed me to drop that hero in there. And yes, it did allow me to not only use my hero, but it allowed me to go ahead and have my animated hexagons. Everything that was happening in my hero before is happening in this hero. And then I just need to fill in the actual content. So this is a big help for us to be able to use an Astro component to be able to create this. Now we can fill in this hero with the different components that we are using here. So the first component we know we're going to use is this tag. So I'm going to import that. And then I can actually use these Astro props that we're getting from our get static paths in order to start filling this in. So it should be post.data.category is what we should be filling into this tag. And then of course we want to change the color of the tag as well. So I'm going to say color is equal to get post color from category, and we'll also use post.data.category inside there as well. So I can save that. If I want to destructure these props, I can also do that as well. So inside of this post, I could say data, and then I could also destructure the data to give me the category directly, so that I could just drop in category here, and I could drop in category over here as well inside of my tag, so that I can then use these props. Now what I'm seeing is I can't actually render this if I don't have my post. So first I need to create my post, and then I need to destructure that by saying const data category is equal to post, rather than going ahead and directly destructuring it as soon as I grab that prop. So that allows me to both have my post variable and destructure my post variable right afterwards and use both of those variables directly. So after I've done that, I should be able to see that I have my tag on here. Let me see if it's over here. Yes, it is, but it's not in the center of the page. That's perfectly fine. For now, we can just go ahead and center that up with a div that is displayed flex. So div class equals flex, justify, center, should put that in the center of the page if I wrap that tag, and that does. So then that leaves me with my title. That's going to be an H1 tag. Let me go ahead and pull that out of my data as well. So I'm going to give this a title, or destructure that title, and then I'm going to drop my title in my H1 directly, and then I'm going to add the classes onto that. So class equals font heading to make sure it's the right font family, font black to make sure it's the right font weight, and we also need to be the right font size. So I believe that's going to be text 6XL at the large size. So let me go back and see if this is looking correct. It is. We want it to be text center as well to make sure it's centered on the page, and it doesn't look like it's quite the right size. That's going to be text 7XL at this size. That should make it the right size. I'm not wrapping this in the same container constraints that I had on my other page, so I'm not going to be worried about that, but I am going to be worried about the margin top. And I'm also seeing my hexagon is actually coming on top of my content, so I don't want that to happen. In order to get that to not happen, I'm going to wrap all of this in a div and make sure that this is relative context, or at least reset the z index. So class equals relative hopefully should make sure that it's sitting on top of the animated hexagons rather than below. So I'm going to space this out from the tag by adding an MT4 here, and that should give it 16 pixels of space between the tag and the title. And then I just need to add the description. So I'm going to add my paragraph tag, and I'm going to destructure the description for my post data. So description will come up here, and then I can just drop this directly in the description of the post. Right there, that'll drop it underneath, and then I just need to add classes on here to style it as well. So I'm going to say text center to move it towards the center of the page. I want it to be text 2XL if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's just text extra large. Let me just double check on that. It looks like it's text extra large. We definitely need to move it down a little bit, so I'm going to say MT8 to move it down by those 32 pixels. We also want it to be a little bit lighter, so I'm going to say text zinc 400 to make sure it's the right color. And then we want to make sure it has some sort of container to constrain the width a little bit. So I'm going to say max width 2XL for this one, and MX auto is just going to push that container towards the center of the page. And that looks like it's correct versus the design that I'm seeing over on the right. There are a couple of other things that I'm going to want to put in here. One of these is an avatar that we want to drop below. So I'm going to go ahead and create that. So I'm going to say div class equals for that avatar. And for that, we want to say a class of size 16. We'll say rounded full to give it that full border radius. We'll say BG zinc 700 to give it that default background color, and then BG cover BG center, so that when we add the background image of the actual avatar, we'll have a way for that to be covered as well. We want to wrap this in a flexed div so that we can push this towards the center of the page. So I'm going to wrap this in my flexed div. That div is going to have a class of flex call, because we're going to align other items with it as well. And then we can say items center, and I believe that should center it on the page. In order to push this down a little bit, we'll say MT8, just like our description, and that should push the avatar down by 32 pixels. Below that, we want the name to be below the avatar. So I'm going to give this another div, and that div is going to say the name of the author. Now we can get the name of the author from the data as well. I believe we have an author variable there, and we can actually destructure this again to get the name of the author, and we'll just destructure the variable name there. So we can just drop this name directly in this div, and that should allow us to see the name of the author, which we do under here. We also have the title of that person. Now this is a little bit different because I think, let me see if title. So yes, we would have a conflicting variable if we just destructured title directly. So we can rename this with a colon and say author title, and that should help us to have another variable name that we can use. So I'm going to take this author title, I'm going to drop it in a div below the name, and I'm just going to say author title like that, and that should put the author title below that name. Now, in order to style these up, we just need to add a couple of classes to these as well. So I'm going to say class equals, and for this flexed container here, we'll put a gap in between the name, the avatar, and the title. That's going to be a gap of 12 pixels. So we'll put that gap 3 there. And then for the name, we'll say font extra bold, text large, and that will make it the right font size and font weight. And then for the title, we'll say class equals text zinc 500. That's just going to make it that light color that we see in the design. Now what I'm seeing is that we actually don't have a gap of 12 pixels in between the avatar, the name, and the title. We actually just have that between the avatar and the name. So I'm going to actually change that gap 3. I'm going to remove that, and I'm actually just going to put an empty 3 on my name. That should put that 12 pixels of margin top there, and then I don't think there's actually any margin between the name and the title. So I'm just going to leave that alone as is and leave it at the text zinc 500. Right now our blog header is looking very much like the design, which means it's time to come down and talk about what we needed to do with our content in order to get this styled up. Now, as you can see, we're using a content component, which means we don't directly have access to the class names in that content component. And Tailwind CSS is resetting all of our styles. So it's resetting for any H2s and H3s and paragraphs. It's resetting all those styles to these base styles. We need a way to be able to control this typography of our blog content without having direct control, which we don't have direct control. Thankfully, Tailwind gives us a way to do this. So I'm going to open up my sidebar and we're actually going to drop this down to the bottom. And then we're going to look at the Tailwind typography plugin because we want to bring this in because this allows us to do exactly that. By adding this prose class, we can control the prose styles of these different HTML tags. So it gives sensible defaults, as you can see, for basic typography, headings, tables, unordered lists, ordered lists, horizontal rules, and more. All we need to do is bring in this Tailwind typography plugin. So let's see how we do that through their documentation. When we go to the GitHub link, we can see that we basically need to install it by installing it with our terminal. So we need to copy this npm install command, bring it into our terminal. We'll need to open up a new terminal window, and this is very small, so I'm going to go ahead and bring my browser way back for a second. And then we're just going to paste this command here. After we've given that a second to install, we should see it inside of our package.json. So let me go inside my package.json and look for my Tailwind CSS / typography. So I do see that that dependency is being brought in there, which means we can now use that in our Tailwind config. So let's go back to the docs and see what we need to do in order to link this up. So it says in order to add it inside of our Tailwind config, we just need to add this require statement. So I'm going to copy and paste that require statement, come into my Tailwind config, scroll down, and go ahead and drop this into my plugins array. And that should enable us to use this prose class that we saw. So I'm going to go ahead and trash this new terminal window, close out my bottom bar, save my Tailwind config, and come back into my Astro page where I can go ahead and start using this prose class. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a new section semantic tag. I'm going to wrap my content in that section. I'm also going to have a div with a class of container that will allow me to wrap that in that container as well to make sure that my content is being pushed away from the sides of the screen. I want to close out this browser window and look back at my post content. We can see that the post is now being pushed away from the sides of the screen, but we need to wrap this in another div. That div is where we're going to drop our prose class. Let me give this a class of prose and see what instantly changes when we do that. What we can see is now it's giving it some defaults that enable spacing, enable some titles. You can't really see them because they're dark. So we need to invert this prose class by using prose invert. That should enable it to say, yes, this is on a dark screen. So we need to use the light mode of this text. And then by using other prose classes, we have full control of how different headings and paragraphs and all that show up. So let's go ahead and start using some of that. By using prose large, we can make the text bigger by default, which we want to do. We also want to center this in the container. So I'm going to say MX auto to make sure that this text is centered on the page. We will also say prose zinc to make it the right color. So this is just going to use a light zinc color instead of white. We'll want to say that the headings are going to be the right font. So we'll say prose headings, and then we put a colon and we say what we want to add here. So we'll say font heading. So any of the prose headings are not going to have this font heading helper to make it the right font. We also want them to be the right weight. So we'll say prose headings font black, and that will make those headings the right weight. And then we can set specific values on some of the headings themselves. So I can say prose H2. So any H2 is going to take on the text 3XL class. And actually that's a little bit small. So let me go ahead and change that to 5XL at this size. That looks like it's a little bit better. And then we can actually change the size. We can combine this with some responsive styles in order to change the size of the font at specific screen sizes. So we can say prose H2 text 3XL at the small size, and then change this to large text 5XL. After we've done that, we can also change our prose H3 tag. So our prose H3 can have a class of text 4XL to change all of our H3s to be a little bit bigger as well. For the large size, I think that's pretty much all we're going to put around our content in order to modify the styles of our content. Let me go ahead and change this over to wrap our text. Let me see if we can toggle our word wrap so that we can see all these classes added in here. So you can see that we have prose invert to invert our text. We have large to make the font a little bit larger. MX Auto puts it in the center. Zinc makes it the right color. And then for our headings, we have a couple of classes added on there. And then for specifically for H2 and H3, we also have the font size adjusted there. So the prose classes are very powerful. If we have content where we can't directly control the classes, we can use these prose classes to control the styles of that content, which is exactly what we're doing here. And this is a very helpful tool that Tailwind gives us. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and ensure that we have a couple of other things added to this content. We can see if we look at our design that we once again have that same padding and glassy background blur added to our content. So I think what we need to do is we need to, much like we did for our interior hero, I think we need to have an interior content component as well. So let me go ahead and create that component. I'm going to come here and say new file. It's going to be interior content.astro. This is an Astro component because it's not JSX in this case. It's actually Astro that we're creating this in. And then I'm going to take what we have in our blog index. I'm going to come down here and look at what is our content wrapper. That's going to be this section tag as well as our container. And I think everything else is going to be the content itself. So I'm just going to grab this as our component, come into interior content and paste it in, and then just finish it off with this ending section. For this, we just need to drop a slot right in the middle. That's going to be where our content of our component is going to be dropped, but I don't think we need to do anything else for this component. It's literally just HTML. We don't have to export anything. This is how you create an Astro component that doesn't have any kind of imports or anything like that. So this is a really simple component, but it allows us to maintain these styles and drop them into other pages as well. So I'm going to come back to my blog slug page and wrap our content in this new interior content component that I just created. So I'm going to say interior content as an Astro component. Go ahead and paste this down here below our content, save that, and see if anything changes. As long as it didn't change, we know we've done the right thing. And I don't think it has changed, although we did add our classes. So we now do have that nice glassy blur effect going on for our content, as well as a little bit of padding around our content. So that is really looking good. Now that our blog post is looking good, let's go ahead and see if it looks good on all of our responsive views as well. So as I move over to the tablet view, I see that my text is a little bit large. We can modify that by just saying medium text 6XL. And as soon as we save that, we should see our font size come down a little bit. I don't think we need to change the description size yet. That still looks good. So I'm happy with where that's at. And let's come down to the small size and see if there's anything we need to change here. And it looks like indeed we do. We can go ahead and modify this at the small size too. And I realize I'm not going mobile first when I use that medium class. What I should be doing is saying text 6XL and then changing this at the large size like that. And then I can say text 5XL as my default and then change it to 6XL at the medium. So we should go from mobile size up rather than large down. That just enables it to be a lot easier to make some of these changes. So at that mobile size, as I scroll down, I'm happy with how my blog post looks. It looks like that definitely needed to change, but the blog post itself has some very large text, especially at the mobile size. So let's see if we can change our prose classes around to modify some of those sizes. So we're saying H2 is text 5XL at all sizes. Well, we probably don't want it to be quite that large. So I'm going to make sure that that is happening at the large size, and then we'll start bringing this down. So we'll say prose H2 is going to be text 3XL at the mobile size. Let's see if that looks good. It does. And then we'll say prose H2 at the medium size, it's going to be text 4XL. And then we'll just go ahead and reorder our classes a little bit. So let's put the large modifier after our medium modifier just to make it a little bit easier to read. Hit save again after we hit our space there, and that should help us out. And as I scroll down, I also see that now our H3s are a little bit large, so we want to knock those down as well. So we're going to add some classes for those as well. So I'm going to say prose H3 by default is going to be text 2XL. When we move up to the medium size, we're going to say prose H3 at the medium size is going to be text 3XL. And then when we get to the large size, we're going to add a large modifier to make it text 4XL. So we're just bringing that H3 size down as well so that it fits in with our H2 and it's a little bit smaller, which it should be. Once we've made those changes, I think this blog post is looking great. So let's just look at the mobile view. Let's go to the blog home and actually click into another one of our blog posts and see if that post is looking good as well. So this is a good one. Innovation, the tag color is still changing based on the post category, and you can see that everything is looking good in that blog post as well. So I think our blog posts are done, which means it's time to move on to our careers page. Now that we're done creating our blog post template, it's time for us to move on to the careers page. And so we can go into our navigation and we can click on careers, but we don't have this page defined yet. And that's going to be easy enough to define. All we need to do is go inside of source and pages and then create a new file called careers.astro. Now, whenever we create an Astro file inside of pages, that's going to create a URL with the same slug as the name of the page. So this is actually going to create our careers page. And then if I reload this page, we should see that we no longer get that 404 error. In order to make sure that we do have our careers page linked up correctly though, we can go ahead and add a section tag here and just say careers and see if it does show up on our page. And it does look like it does, which means that it is pulling our content from this careers page. Now that we know that, we can go ahead and start to implement some of our default layout and things like that we've already created. So I'm going to import default from the default layout and I'm going to rename it default layout. And then I'm going to drop that default layout component onto the page. And inside of that default layout component for now, I'm just going to have a div that says careers. As soon as I save that, I should see that I have my header, I've got my testimonials, my call to action, and my footer all within that default layout, so that's certainly helpful. The next thing we want to do after that is we want to create our hero section. So we already have a component for this as well, and we can go ahead and import that just by trying to use it by saying interior hero, and then as soon as we find that and hit enter, it should go ahead and import that interior hero component for us. And then within that, we want to make sure that we have the correct content. So in the interior hero, we have a paragraph for the eyebrow, and that's going to say join the team. We have an H1 for we are hiring. And then we're going to have another paragraph below that for the description that's going to say we are always looking for talented individuals, passionate about building blockchain products that make a difference. I'm going to add a period there, and then I'm going to remove this div down here because we certainly don't need that anymore. Hit save and see if our page shows the correct content. It looks like it shows the correct content. The next step is going to be styling that content correctly for this hero section. So I'm going to come into my paragraph. Because this is an Astro page that we're working with, not a React page, we need to add a class, not a class name, and then we'll add our Tailwind classes for this eyebrow. So we'll say uppercase to make sure that it is transformed to uppercase. We'll say font extra bold to give it that 800 font weight. We'll say text center to move it towards the center of the page. Text zinc 500 should ensure that it's the right color. And then tracking wider will ensure that it has the right letter spacing. Below that, we have our title for our page. We're going to give this a class as well, and that's going to say font heading to make sure it's the right font family, font black to make sure it's the right font weight, text 7XL to make sure it's the right font size, and then text center, we'll move it towards the center of the page. We'll say MT4 to give it 16 pixels of margin top, and that I think will be it for the desktop styles for that H1. And then for the paragraph, we want to add some styles to that as well. So we're going to say text center to move it towards the center of the page, text 2XL to ensure that it's the right font size. We'll say MT6 to give it 24 pixels of margin to the top. And then we'll also constrain the width of this. We'll say max width XL to give it that max width of 576. And then MX Auto will push it towards the center of the page after that has been added. We also want to lighten this just a little bit, or darken it, I should say. So we'll say text zinc 400, and that will darken it up just a little bit. As I compare that to my design, that is looking really good, which means that we can move on to the other responsive views and ensure that things are looking good at those view sizes as well. So at the tablet view size, we can see that the text is a little bit big for that screen size. So I'm going to make this text 6XL and then add a large modifier to my text 7XL, and that should pull that down just enough to make sure that that tablet view still looks good. And then at my mobile view size, it looks like both the title and the description are looking a little bit large. So I'm actually going to reduce my title size by saying text 5XL and adding a medium modifier to my text 6XL class. And then for my font size for my description, I'm going to say text XL and then add a medium modifier to adjust this up to 2XL at my medium tablet screen size as well. So that should ensure that everything looks good in our hero across all screens. Of course, adding this interior hero component ensured that we didn't have to do any of the work of animating our hexagons. We didn't have to do any of the work of placing those. We just had to fill it in with the content that we wanted for this hero. So that's a really nice component to be able to use right there. After the hero on this page, of course, comes the content. So we already have a component that we want to use here. So we can say interior content, and that will import our interior content component. And then we can just go ahead and create a div here and say content to just see that this is showing up on the page. So if I scroll down, I do see that I see my content div showing up here. And if I scroll over here, we can see that we're going to be adding some position cards. Now, in order to be able to see the full design, because I'm using a reference image, I'm just going to go ahead and add a class, and I'm going to give this a value of PB 1000 pixels. And that's just going to ensure that I have some padding bottom in order to allow this page to scroll and for me to see the content over here. So I'm going to pull out my browser window a little bit so we can take a look at this and then look at the content on this page. So we have a card for each of our open positions, and each of those open positions is going to have a tag for whether or not it's remote, as well as whether it's full or part-time, if we have that, or contract, I should say. So that's also available to us. And then we also have the color changing based on the category of the position. So I can see that we have full-time, we have part-time, we have contract, and then we have remote or not, and then we have the color itself. So there's a lot going on with colors that we'll want to pay attention to as we're creating the code for these positions. Let me go ahead and pull my browser window back over so I can get a better look at my code. And we'll also want to look at the content that we're working with for this particular page. So inside of content, you can see that there is a positions directory, and this is where the content for these positions is going to be stored. So we can see that we have a title, a description, a publish date, whether or not it's remote, the type, and the category. So there's a lot of data associated to each position, and this is true for all of these positions. So we have all of that data for the product manager and the UX designer. Now the config is where this actually gets linked up to Astro.js. And I'm actually noticing that instead of careers, because we're using positions here, this should probably be called positions. So I'm actually going to go ahead and rename this to positions. And I'm going to do the same thing for our export right here. So we're going to export positions instead of careers. It's just going to make more sense because that's what our folder is called, and that's how Astro is going to link that up. Let's also ensure that we have the right schema for the data that we're going to be using. So we see title, description, category, remote, and type. And in here we see title, description, remote, type, and category. And then there's also this pub date. So if we use that, we'd have to go ahead and update our schema to include that published date. For now, I think we'll just go ahead and let it be sorted by default. So I'm not going to do any kind of sorting on that published date. We're just going to go ahead and let it be what it is. So I don't think we're going to include that in our schema for now. So I'm going to save my config, and I'm going to leave this open just so we can know what data points we have to work with. But I'm going to come back to my careers page, and we want to import the content from this collection. So what I'm going to do up here is I'm going to say const positions, and that's going to be equal to get collection, which is a special function that Astro allows us to use. And then we have to define what the collection name is. In this case, it's positions. And then from that, we also need to await this because this is a promise-based await. We need to await that so that we get the actual content itself from these positions. Now for each of these positions, all I'm going to do is come into my div and I'm going to map over them. So I'm going to say positions.map. And then for each position, all we're going to do is just put some JSX on the page. So I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say position.data.title. And hopefully we should see all of our position titles over there if this works. So I do see my position titles are there, which means that that connection is working. So that means we can go ahead and start to create our different cards for this section. So what we can do is we can actually destructure all of our position data so that we don't have to use these long JavaScript object strings. We can just go ahead and destructure it right here. So for each of my positions, we're going to have some data. And then inside of the data, we're going to have, of course, a title. We're going to have a type. We're going to have a description. We're going to have a category, and I think that should be everything that we need to get out of the data for each position. Then we can use that inside of our card. So here, I'm going to go ahead and toggle our word wrap, and I'm going to go ahead and close our sidebar to give our code a little bit more room to work with here. And then we're going to go ahead and wrap each of these in a card. So instead of a div, let's go with a card component. And if I hit enter, it should import it at the top of my file, and then I should have a card for each individual position. And then of course, I'm just going to change this to title for now so that we can see the title wrapped in a card. Now that we see that, we know that that exists. So we're just going to go ahead and create the title. That's probably going to be an H2 semantic tag. And inside of that is going to be our title. We're also going to have a couple of tags above the title, and that's going to be based on whether or not the position is remote, and of course the type of the position as well. So I'm going to wrap those both in a div so that we can flex those. And then we're going to say remote. Of course, we need to pull that data out of here as well. So let's say remote here, and then we're going to say remote and then we'll go ahead and show that tag if this position is remote. So I'm going to bring in this tag component, and we're just going to say remote here. Now, if I'm looking at my design, I believe the remote tag is always that fuchsia color. So I think that should be fine. The other thing we're going to want to add beside it is going to be a tag for the position type. So in that case, we're going to just go ahead and add a tag, and that tag is going to have the type inside of it. And I'm going to go ahead and hit save and see if that shows up. That does show up, but we do want these to change color based on the type of the tag, which means we need to add a utility function to go ahead and give us the color based on the type. So going into my sidebar again, I'm going to scroll down to my utils and look at post utils, and we need to export another function that we can use to get color based on the type of the position. So I'm going to put away my sidebar for a second, and we're going to write this. This is going to be export const get color from position type, and that's going to be equal to a function that takes in the type as a string and then of course returns a string. So we're going to switch on the type, and we're going to say for the first case statement, if the position type is full-time, we're going to return lime. The next case is going to be if it's part-time, we're going to return cyan. The third case is going to be contract, in which case we're going to return violet. And the default is going to be return fuchsia. And after we save that, we should see that formatted. And then let's try and use that inside of our careers page as well. So we're going to say tag, and then we're going to add a color prop, and that's going to be equal to get color from position type. And it doesn't look like that wants to automatically import. So let's go ahead and see if we can import it up here. So I'm going to import get color from position type from / utils / post utils. And that should allow us to go ahead and use that function. And we'll just go ahead and pass the type into that function and see if it colors our tags correctly. So we can see that full-time is now colored in the lime color, part-time is colored in cyan, and contract is colored in violet. So that looks like it did color those tags correctly. Now below the title, we'll also want to add a paragraph, and that's going to hold our position description. So let's go ahead and put our description in there within a paragraph. And then the only other thing that's sort of content and style related is we're going to want to color the card based on the position category. So this is a little bit different than the type, which is basically whether it's part-time or full-time or contract. This is the category where it could be engineering or product manager or something like that. We want the category to define what color the card is. So we're going to need another utility that gets the color based on that category. So I'm going to export a constant of get color from position category, and this is going to take in a category string and return a string as well. So we're going to switch on that category, and in case it is engineering, we're going to return lime. In the case that it's product, we're going to return cyan. In the case that it's marketing, we're going to return violet. And like the other one, in the default case, we're going to return fuchsia. After we've saved that, we should be able to import that into our careers page as well. So we can go back into my careers page, go up to the top and see if we can import get color from position category. And that should allow us to use that function to color our cards. We're going to say the color here is equal to get color from position category of the category of that particular position as we map over it. So after I save it, we do see that the card color changes as well. Let's verify that the card color is the same as the one we see in the design. So the first one is lime. The second one is a marketing specialist, which looks like it is violet. So that card color is definitely correct, as well as the tag colors. The third one is a product manager, that the card color is cyan. So that looks like it's also correct. And then the fourth one is a fuchsia colored card. So those all look right. Now it's time to add the styles to our card to make them match what we're seeing over in our design. In order to do that, let's go ahead and start with the tag wrapper. I'm going to give this a class because, of course, this is an Astro component. We're going to say that this is flex, items, center, and gap 3 to give it 12 pixels of spacing in between our tags. For our title, we want to make that a lot bigger. So I'm going to say class name, or class, here. That's going to be text 3XL, font black for the right font weight, and then font heading for the right font family. And then MT6 is going to give it the 24 pixels of spacing between our title and our tags. And then for our paragraph, we're going to adjust the styles for that as well. That's going to be class equals text XL, text zinc 400 for the right text color, and then MT4 for the right margin top, and that should adjust those as well. Now the only thing I think we're missing is the spacing in between each of our cards. So of course we need that to happen. That can be this div right here. We can actually use this to go ahead and take off our padding bottom and then say flex call. That should ensure that we can use this to flex our cards. And then we'll say gap 12 to add 48 pixels of spacing in between all of our cards. After we've done that, I'm only seeing one more thing as I look at the design versus what we have over here on the left, is that instead of apply now, we're saying learn more. We haven't added the button text onto the card component itself. So let's change this button text for each of these to say apply now. And we also want to make sure that it goes to the right page. So this is actually going to go to the contact page. It's not going to directly have any kind of application form on this page. So we're going to go ahead and create a link for each of these. That href is going to be the same for all of them. It's just going to be contact, and then we're going to wrap this card in that ending link tag. So as I hover over this, it should light up. And of course, if I click on this, it should take me to the non-existent contact page, which is exactly what it does. Coming back here, let me go ahead and once again look at my design versus what I'm seeing on my screen. It looks like it's exactly the same. So my design is looking just like my content on my page is, all the way down to our 4 different positions. Now that that's all done, the only other thing that we want to do here is ensure that our positions animate onto the page, because right now they're static. So if I refresh this page right here and come down to my positions, what we're going to see is the positions are just static. So it's just a static list. We want these to animate and add some life to this page. So we're going to do that by making sure that we wrap each of these in a motion component. Now the best place to do that is if I just go ahead and import motion from Framer Motion, and then I change this link over to a motion.link. So I'm going to say motion.a, and I'm going to end this with an ending motion.a. And after I save that, it shouldn't change anything yet. Of course, we need to add some initials and viewports and transition props to this in order to get this to work. So the initial is going to be what it is initially before it transitions in. So this is going to say opacity 0. And then similar to our other component, we're also going to say Y20 to give it a little bit of movement in the Y direction until it animates in. The other side of this is going to be while in view is the other prop we're going to add here. And we're going to say if it's in view, the opacity is going to animate to 1 and the Y value is going to animate to 0. So it's going to come up. Now, the reason we're seeing this as blank now that we've saved this, is because this is actually server rendering and it's rendering it in its initial state, but it's not animating onto the page because we haven't client loaded this motion link component. So in order to client load this, all we need to do is say client load in order to get this to work. After that, let's go ahead and refresh this and see what this animation looks like right now. So you can see that the animation is really quick and it's actually hardly noticeable because the card is animating into view as soon as we scroll to it instead of delaying for a little bit. So we need to add a different viewport prop to control that. So I'm going to say viewport, and that is going to say once true to only have it happen once, but then also the amount is going to control the amount of the card that needs to be on the screen in order for the animation to happen. So if we say 0.5, that's going to mean that half of the card has to be on the screen in order for the animation to happen. So we can see that that makes it a little bit more obvious, but then we want to slow down this transition as well. So I'm going to use the transition prop to do that. Just say transition equals, and then we're going to say duration. That's going to be 0.5 as well for half a second. And then ease is going to be ease in, and that should help that transition be a little bit slower. So let's go up to the top of our page, refresh again, and see what this animation now looks like. So we get this nice slow animation in. I really like how that looks. That definitely adds a little bit of flair to this motion link. That should be all that we need to do for our careers page, but of course, let's verify that this content looks good in every single responsive view. So I'm going to go down to my tablet view. I think that is still looking great. And then even on my mobile view, I think there aren't any changes that we need to make in order for this content to look good. So everything looks good across all the responsive views, which means our careers page is done. It's time to move on to our contact page. Now that we're done with our careers page, we're on to the contact page. Now the contact page header looks very similar to our careers page header, which means we could copy and paste at least the hero content over to our contact page header. Now we don't even have a contact page yet, so we do need to create one of those. I'm going to do that by just going ahead and creating a contact.astro file inside of our pages directory. And then inside of that contact page, I'm just going to go over to careers and just go ahead and copy and paste everything from interior hero up through default layout, and then we can just paste it inside of our contact page. Now we're not going to have those components imported here yet, but that's fine. If we just go ahead and add our triple dashes, we can import default layout from layouts/default. And of course, we can also import our interior hero from our interior hero component. And then we just need to change the text content. So I'm going to enable word wrap in my component, and I'm going to put my sidebar in for a second just so we can see the content a little better. And then we can see what content we need to change. So we need to change let's talk inside our content. We also need to change the title to contact us. And then for the description, we need to say we're here to help and answer any questions you may have. Reach out to us to learn more about our services, get support, or to apply for positions. And after we save that, let's scroll over and see if our content is the same. Let me go ahead and actually go to the contact page. So let me go into my navigation and go to contact, and then we can see if our content is the same. So I'm seeing let's talk, contact us, and then I'm seeing the same description. So all of that actually looks right from the get-go, which is a really nice time-saving technique for sure. Below that, I'm not sure exactly what we have yet. So let's go ahead and do what we've done for our other pages and go ahead and add our interior content component. And we're going to go ahead and add a div with a class of PB 1000 pixels just to be able to see what's in our design that we've lined up beside our actual page. So as I scroll down here, I'm seeing that there is a form and it has a name, email, a message, and of course a send message. And each of these form fields actually has a cut corner button as well. So we'll go over how to create that inside of this interior content section. In this section, I'm going to come inside of my div and make sure that we add this H2 here. This H2 is going to say, what can we help you with? And I want to go ahead and create my content before I come back and add my styles. So we're going to create that. And then we're going to add a form tag. Inside of that form, we're going to have our labels and inputs. So we're going to have a label that's going to say name. And then we're going to have an input with a type of text that's going to have a name of name and an ID of name. And then below that, we're going to have a label that's going to say email and an input with a type of email that's going to have a name of email, an ID of email. And below that, we'll have a label for our text area that's going to have a label of message. And then we're going to have a text area that is going to have a name of message and an ID of message. And then below all of that, we're going to have our button, which we're going to say has a type of submit. And actually, I realize that we just need to go ahead and use our cut corner button here. So I'm not going to create a separate button for that. And we're going to say send message inside of that cut corner button. So let's see what our content looks like now that we've included all of that. We can see that, of course, nothing is styled up, but we do have a name input, an email input, a message input, and of course our send message button that we can style up. Now to create our styles, this is going to be interesting because we have a couple of inputs that still have that same cut corner look to them. So we'll need to work with those, but everything else shouldn't be too difficult. So let's see what we can do to style this component up. We're going to start with our H2. We're going to give this a class and we're going to say font heading to give it the right font family, font black, and text 3XL should give it the right font size. Below that, we are going to have our form. Our form is going to be styled flexed call. So we're going to say class equals flex call to style things in the column direction. And then we'll say gap 4 to put a gap of 16 pixels between our different items. And then MT8 should put 32 pixels of margin top on that form. Now that I'm looking at my gap 4, I'm seeing that essentially what we want to split is not each label and input. We would like to split the combinations themselves. So I'm actually going to take that gap off and then rely on my different classes within my form to create my gap. So for my second label, I'm going to say class equals, and then I'm just going to say MT4, and that should do the same thing as gap 4 would have otherwise. And then same thing for message. Let's say class equals MT4, and that should ensure that we have that there. And then for cut corner button, hopefully I have the ability to add a class name here, but I'm going to say MT4 and see if it adds that margin top of 16 pixels, and it looks like it does. So I'm glad I added in that class name capability whenever I created this cut corner button. The other thing we want to do is make sure that all of our content has a max width so that it's constrained. So I'm going to come up here to my wrapping div, and I'm just going to give this a class name of max width XL, and then MX auto should push it towards the center of the page. And that will ensure that all of my content has that max width container. For my labels, this isn't a styling thing, but more of an accessibility thing. I want to make sure we have a for prop to say which input each of these labels is actually for. And this is going to be the ID that we're going to be connecting it with. So this is going to be for the name input. This label down here is going to be for the email input. And this label right here is going to be for the message input, is how we're going to connect those together. Now for each of my inputs, we're going to have to do some interesting gymnastics here. So let's try it with the first input and see what we can do with our class names themselves. So we're going to say class equals here, and then we're going to say BG transparent because we don't want the BG to be white or the background to be white. We want these to have a set height as well. So I'm going to say H12, and that's going to set them to a 48 pixel height. But other than those couple of styles, most of what we're going to have to do for our input is going to be related to the div that we wrap around our input, because those divs are what we're going to be able to use to give some relative and absolute positioning to the different things we need to bring in, like we did for our cut corner button. So if we go back and review the way that we did our cut corner button, let's look at that real quick to see if we can glean anything from this button itself to see if there's a way that we can see how we did this. So for the button, we have, of course, a background, which we're not going to do for this. We have some padding left and right, of course, top and bottom, our font, our uppercase, our font heading, any of that. That's not related to our border. What is this absolutely positioned element here. This absolutely positioned element is set to the height and width of the button itself. We're outlining this with an outline of 2 pixels. We have a negative outline offset of 2 pixels, and then we're setting the color as well as the mask image that cuts off one corner of this outline. So let's see if we can do the same thing with our div right here. So we're going to say class equals relative, and then inside of that, we're going to say div class equals absolute, and this is going to be essentially the border for our input. So we're going to say inset 0, we're going to say outline 2, and then negative outline offset 2, and then we're going to say outline fuchsia 500, and that should make sure that it is the right color. At least when it is selected, that's going to be the right color. And then in order for us to cut one side of the input off, we're going to use that same mask image technique. So I'm going to say mask image linear gradient, and that's going to be 225 degrees, and it's going to go from transparent to black, or excuse me, transparent at 10 pixels to black at 10 pixels. And that's going to be the entirety of the mask image. So as soon as we save that, we can see that that corner is now cut off from our border. Now to fill that in, what we need to do is we need to use our SVG similar to how we have it in our cut corner button. So I'm going to grab our cut corner button SVG and see if we can just drop this same SVG into our input div to go ahead and use it as well. So I'm going to change this to class because of course this is HTML that we're working with now. And then this will also be stroke width because this is HTML that we're working with. And you can see that that essentially does the same exact thing. So it's going ahead and putting that SVG in the right spot. It's the right size. So I actually like what we've done there because we can just kind of grab that and use that. So let's see what's happening here. We have absolute, top 0, right 0, and then text fuchsia 500 will set the color for us. Now the only difference in this is going to be that we need a way to say that when the input is focused, it's a different color than when it's not focused. So when it's not focused, it's going to have an outline color of zinc 700, but when it is focused, it's going to have this outline color of this fuchsia 500. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to make sure that we can incorporate into this input. So in order to do that, what we can do is we can take our wrapping div and we can add a group class to it. Now this group is special for Tailwind because it allows us to style things based on what's happening with the group. So for that, what we can say is that this outline fuchsia 500 can change based on our group class. So let's say that we have group focus within. So when it's focused, we can say outline fuchsia 500, but when it's not, we can just say outline zinc 700, and that will ensure that our color is the correct color. So when we focus within this into our input, we should get it to change to our outline fuchsia 500. Now the only problem with what we're doing right now is that these absolutely positioned elements are not falling below our input. So what we're actually clicking is not the input itself, it's now the absolutely positioned elements themselves. So I'm going to say Z0 to reset this Z index, and then I'm going to give this absolutely positioned element a negative Z10 that will pull it below our input, and the same thing is going to be true of this one. So this absolutely positioned SVG, we're going to say negative Z10 to make sure that that's also pulled below the input. So now that when we focus the input, we're seeing that our outline border does change color, and then when we unfocus it, we see that it changes color back, and that's of course exactly what we want. So we'll do the same thing with our SVG here. So we'll say group focus within, we're going to change it to text fuchsia 500, but when it's not, it's going to be text zinc 700, and that will ensure that it is the right color both when it's focused and when it's not. Of course, our input is going to need to fill this entire area, so we're going to say block here to ensure that it's display block. Hopefully that'll give it the right width. It doesn't look like it does. We'll say width full to ensure that it gets the right width. And when I focus on that now, I can see that it's the right width. We need to go ahead and take away our outline here. So we'll say outline none. Hopefully that will do what we need it to for our input. And that does. The only other style we want to add here is we want to make sure that our text is spaced away from the borders of our outline. So I'm going to say px4, that should give us about 16 pixels of space in between the border of that input and when we're typing in our input. So that's exactly what we want to see there. Now that this input is looking good, we have a couple of options. Number one, we could just copy and paste everything that we've done from the relative div on down and go ahead and paste it into our other input. But what I'd like to do is keep everything clean. And I think the way to keep this clean is to create a component for this input. So let's see how we can do that with another Astro component. So I'm actually going to create a file inside of my components directory, and I'm going to call this input.astro, and that will allow us to create an Astro component. Now, an Astro component, as we've seen, is a little bit different than a React component in that it is written in essentially HTML, but it is still able to take props. So let's see how we'll do that by going ahead and copying and pasting our input into our input.astro component. And then let's take a better look at this. I'm going to go ahead and toggle the word wrap on so that we can see all of the classes here. So let's see what's in this component right now and what we want people to be able to pass in as props. So the thing that we definitely want to keep are all of the relative groupings, as well as the absolute positioned border, the SVG. That's all important. The thing that we definitely want to be able to change are the things like the name on the input, the ID on the input. Those will be important for not only for accessibility, but also for anytime we want to create a new input, we'll always want to be able to set those. So what we can do is come up to the top of our component and go ahead and create our 3 dashes. And here's where we can actually accept props, similar to how we can accept props in a React component. So I can create a constant here, and I can say my props is equal to astro.props. Astro.props is something that we can pass to any component, so we can pass any attributes there, and they're going to come out in this variable, and then we can use that variable to go ahead and set some attributes of our input right down here. So what I'd like to be able to do is accept a name prop and also an ID prop, and that will allow us to accept those 2 props in this component, and then I can just directly pass those to my input. So I can say name equals whatever my name prop is, my ID is going to equal whatever my ID prop is, and that should allow us to accept those 2 as props. And then as soon as I save that, that should create our input Astro component. So coming back to our page, let's see if we can go ahead and use that component by replacing our code with our new input component. So I'm going to just go ahead and hit the delete key and then start using my input component. Let's see if we can find it. It doesn't look like it does right offhand, so I'm going to import it. So I'm going to import input from /component/input.astro, and then I'm going to come down here and use my new input component. I'm going to say type equals, and what I just realized when I'm passing in these props is we also do want to accept a type, because our type is going to change in this email component as well. So I'm going to come back to my input. I'm going to say my type is going to be another accepted prop, and I'm going to go ahead and allow the type to be directly passed through like this. So type equals type, and that will allow us to also accept a type prop. So my type on this one is going to be text. My name on this one is going to be name. My ID is going to be name, and that is going to create my input component in a much more simple manner than all of the HTML that I had before. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit save, and let's see if anything changes. Nothing should change over here because we've simply refactored our code to use this input component. But the nice thing about that is that now we can use that same input component down here. So instead of an HTML input, we can use this new input component, and we can pass it the props of type, name, and ID, because of course we accept those. And then as soon as we hit save, we should see that this does allow this input to show up the way that this one does. So they're styled exactly the same. You get all of the additional styles and absolutely positioned elements essentially for free in this second input when we created this component. Now, in order for us to create a text area is a little bit different than an input. So we'd probably have to create another component in order for us to create this text area here. So let me go to my input, and I'm just going to go ahead and select all of it and copy it, open up my sidebar, go ahead and create another component, and we're going to call this text area.astro, and that's also going to allow us to create another component. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that in, but I'm going to change this around. So I want this one to not have an input. I want this to have a text area down here. So I'm going to say text area right here. This is going to be a little bit different because I don't accept a type prop in this case. I'm going to scroll up top and make sure that we don't accept that type prop. We are going to accept a name. An ID is fine. And of course, we don't want this to be height 12 either. We don't want this to be height of 48 pixels, but we do want the background to be transparent. Let's see, we don't want this to be outlined, so that's still fine. The width full is probably not going to matter, so I'm going to go ahead and take that off and go ahead and save that again. And then PX4, we might change the padding on this as well, but we'll see after we use this how this works out. So let me go ahead back over to my contact page, and then I can replace this text area with our new text area component after I import it at the top. So I'm going to import text area from /components/text area.astro, and then I can directly use that text area right here above this one. So I'm just going to go ahead and use it. So name equals message, ID equals message. And I'm going to go ahead and make that a self-closing component. I'm going to comment this one out, and let's just see if this is able to show up correctly. So it looks like that width full did matter because I am seeing my text area handle show up all the way over here on the left. So let's see if we can go ahead and manage that by saying width full on our text area component. That does look like it certainly helps. And then the other thing, because I'm seeing some additional space down here on the bottom as well, is we'll want to go ahead and make this a flexed component. So I'm going to go ahead and add the class of flex here at the top, and that should allow that handle to be in the very bottom of my text area component there. Now there's probably a couple more stylistic changes we'll want to make after we have this inside of this outline. And what I'm seeing is, although the inputs have a good spacing between the top and where you start typing, that's not necessarily true by default for the text area. So let's go ahead and make a couple of updates here to the classes for this text area so we can make sure that that is true. So I'm going to add a PY3 class that should add 12 pixels of spacing on the top and bottom of my text area. That definitely adds a nice little space from the top. And then I also want to make sure that this is a minimum height. So I'm going to say min h32. That's going to add a minimum height of about 128 pixels to go ahead and allow someone some space to type within this text area. The only other thing that I'm seeing that I would like to be able to do is to be able to pass in a top level class to this component. So I'm actually going to also extract a class prop, but I can't call it class because that's a reserved word within JavaScript. So I actually have to rename this as class name or something similar so that we can actually use this as a variable instead of this reserved word. And then I can actually use TW_merge because I can still use JavaScript in here. So I can import my TW_merge function from Tailwind Merge, and then I can use that up here for my class. I can say TW_merge on this, go ahead and add my parentheses, my brackets, and then pass in the class name after that. So that's going to allow us to add a class name on here. And then if we override any of these previous classes, that will be fine because the TW_merge function will handle that. So I'm going to save that. I also want to do the same thing on my input. So I'm going to go back to my input component here at the top and do the same exact thing. I'm going to import TW_merge from Tailwind Merge. Go ahead and add this to the top. So TW_merge right here. Go ahead and add my parentheses, take in my class name prop, so class, and we'll rename this to class name, and then we'll go ahead and allow someone to drop that class name right in there at the top. This allows us in the future to put margin and things like that onto our inputs, which is something we'd definitely like to be able to do, because in this case, I would like to say class equals and then say MT1. That would just add a little bit of spacing in between my label and my input. And the same is true for these other ones here as well. So it's say class equals MT1 on that one. And then for my text here, I'm going to say class equals MT1 on that one as well. So that just gives me the ability to put a class on this because I've accepted that as a prop. Now I can go ahead and remove my commented out text area because I don't need that anymore. I was just using that for reference. And now we have a form that should allow us to submit it. Now that we're done building out our form, let's talk about how we want to hook up our form so that we can actually receive submissions from this form. And I think what we're going to do, because we're going to eventually be deploying this site to Netlify, we'd like to use their form integration for this contact form. So I'm going to bring up my browser and we're going to look at how we can create this integration. So Netlify Forms is a free way to manage form submissions. It receives submissions for you automatically and can send you email notifications and Slack notifications, and it can be from any of your HTML forms as long as we put in this Netlify attribute, and we can also put in a name if we want to identify this. So let's learn a little bit more about this in the docs by going to this link, and we can see how this is set up. So it's automatically detected. It is important to point out that once we turn this on, starting with our next site deploy, Netlify will automatically scan our deploys. And if we've previously used Netlify Forms, we can re-enable it, or we can disable this automatic form detection, but we're definitely going to be turning this on. If we have an HTML form, we can either add the Netlify attribute, or we can say data Netlify equals true on our form, and that will enable us to, as you can see this in this example, it will enable the form to be detected by Netlify, and then Netlify will handle the form automatically. So this is exactly what we want to do for this form. So let's go ahead and integrate that as well. So for this form over here, I'm just going to go ahead and leave my docs up, but I'm going to make this a little bit smaller of a window so we can keep an eye on that. And then I'm going to come over into my form and say name equals contact, and we can also go ahead and give it the method of post. That's fine. And we want to say data Netlify equals true, and that should enable that automatic form detection. After we've done that, we're not going to see anything in our actual browser. Like if we submitted this form right now, it would just most likely go back right back to the contact page. In fact, we can go ahead and try that out. If we just say name of Josh, and we'll say email, why don't we say ft@frontendtribe.com, and then hi there as the message. If we send this here, it's just going to go right back to this contact page. It's just going to post it right back to the same page. Now, when Netlify comes in and we host our site there, it's going to take that post request and handle that for us and give the user a success message. So that's what's going to happen, but that certainly doesn't happen right now as we're locally serving this site. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and take a look through our responsive views to make sure that our contact page looks good on every single view. It looks like it does. The only thing I'm seeing is we definitely want to remove this padding bottom rule here. So I'm just going to do that and save that and make sure that as we scroll down on these pages, we can see our testimonials and contact section. So all of that is looking good. This means that we are done with this entire site. We have built a home page. If I'm going back here, so let me pull out my browser and we can just look through this real quick. Built a home page that we can go to, and we can see that we have, several sections on this home page. All of those are completely interactive. I'm going to remove my reference image real quick. All the way down to the bottom, we have a blog home that we can go to, and we can see all of our individual blog posts. We can click on any one of those blog posts and see that individual blog post. We can also go to the careers page and see the positions that are currently open, and we can go to the contact page and submit a contact message. So this entire site has been built from the ground up using the Astro framework. Now let's talk about how do we deploy to the Netlify platform. Now that we're ready to deploy, let's go ahead and close out our files and talk about the process of actually creating this deployment. So I'm going to open up my sidebar, close down my source folder, and open up my bottom panel so that we can see what we need to do. This node process here is my dev server, so I'm going to go ahead and kill that off because we don't need the dev server at this point. What we need to do now is actually build the site. And this is going to build the site as a static site, which means it doesn't need a server to run. It's going to be rendered at build time, and then we can just drop it as files into our hosting. So I'm going to say npx Astro build, and that should allow us to build our site. Let me go ahead and pull this terminal up a little bit so we can see what's going on here. Now this, if I scroll back up, it's using Vite as the builder, and it's building to this dist folder right here. And in fact, it's building all of our routes, including our blog index, all of our blog pages, careers, contact, and of course, our main index page. And if we look at the dist directory that was just created, you can see that we have this _Astro directory here, but we also have our index file, we have our contact index, careers index, blog with each of our blog files. So all of those pages have been created as static HTML files, which is perfect for hosting. After we have that dist folder created, let's go ahead and head over into Netlify and see how we can get set up over there. After we have our dist folder created, let's go ahead and drag that onto our desktop and then open up netlify.com. Now, if you don't have an account on Netlify, you can sign up completely for free by hitting this sign up button. I already have an account, so I'm going to go to the login and I'm going to log in with my email address. After you're logged in, you should come to a screen where you can see your sites, and we can add a site to Netlify in a number of ways. We can import an existing project from GitHub, we can start from a template, or we can deploy manually. Since we have a folder that we can just drag and drop in, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and drag and drop this right into our manual upload and allow it to upload. After we've done that, we should be able to come down to our forms and we should enable form detection. This is going to be important. Otherwise, we won't be able to get any notifications or form handling when our forms are submitted. So I'm going to come over to deploys, and once again, I'm going to drag and drop my site into the upload so that we get a detected form. So if I go back to my forms, I should see that we have now one form collecting data, and it is this contact form here. So let's go ahead and try that out. Let me go to my site overview and click on the URL that Netlify has given me for free. As you can see, it takes me to the site that we just dragged and dropped in. And if we go over to the contact page, we can scroll down and actually submit our information. So I'm going to submit my name, ft@frontendtribe.com. Hi, there is my message. And I'm going to hit send message. Now, if you remember, when we were serving this site locally, submitting the form didn't do anything, but now that Netlify has stepped in, it says, thank you, your form submission has been received, and you can go back to the site. Once I've done that, if I come back into Netlify and go back to my forms, I should see that I do have a submission now, and I can see what that submission is, and of course, I can set up notifications for that. Now that we have everything set up, our site is set up to be hosted. We have a URL where we can now share this site with the world. That's right here. We can see that we can now share this, and we have this entire site deployed, ready to either drop onto a portfolio or be seen by friends and family. This has been a great project, and this is the end of this project. So thank you so much for sticking with me through this one. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next video.